It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, security scare. Overnight, a driver arrested after crashing a U-Haul truck into a barrier close to the White House. Officials saying it was intentional. We're there live with what we're learning about the incident and the charges. Plus, new warning. The Surgeon General out with an advisory this morning about young people, social media, and mental health.
What's at stake here is our kids and their future, plain and simple.
So, how young is too young? And what can the government do to regulate online use? Then, remembering a legend. The daughters of Loretta Lynn join us live, speaking out for the first time since their mom passed away about the country music icon's final project and what it's like to be the coal miner's daughters. And Love is on the air. Ally Love is here with an exciting announcement for our Today family as the wildly popular wellness guru pedals her way into Studio 1A. Today, Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023.
I'm in my third grade class at Scott Elementary in Evansville, Indiana.
Visiting from Avita Springs, Louisiana. Hi, Dad. From Baltimore.
Celebrating our 19th wedding anniversary.
On a mother-daughter trip from San Diego. And West Orange, New Jersey. Sending love to our kids in Leesburg, Virginia, and Cornelius, North Carolina. On our senior trip
From Friendship Christian School in Raleigh, North Carolina. Go Falcons!
It's very hard, and if you want to get into the business, you got to go all the way or forget it, because you just don't go halfway and make it in this business.
We're back with Jenna, and of course, who else? That was country music icon Loretta Lynn. Back in 1981, one of her many visits with us over the years here on Today.
The legendary singer-songwriter passed away in October, and this morning, her beautiful daughters, Peggy and Patsy, they're joining us to help release a book Loretta Lynn wrote before she died.
It was a passion project. It's about faith. It's called A Song and a Prayer, 30 devotions inspired by my favorite songs. So we'll have more on that in a moment. But first, a look back at the life and incredible legacy of Loretta Lynn.
Well, I like my love and done country stuff.
It's been more than 60 years since Loretta Lynn first captured our hearts.
Well, I was born to coal miner's daughter.
Transforming from a coal miner's daughter
What you say, I'm a baby?
to the queen of country, becoming one of the most successful female country artists of all time. She was a trailblazer for millions of women, breaking down barriers by singing her own life stories.
As though my heart is broken too.
Something she talked about with Jenna in 2012.
I have to put myself into a song, or I couldn't write it. I'm always walking after midnight.
Her lyrics always personal and real. And when she passed last year, a chance to honor her in Nashville.
You know what Miss Loretta did throughout her career? She told the truth. And because she told the truth, women like us thought we could tell the truth too.
Except the memories of a coal miner's daughter.
Over the years, Loretta performed many of her hits here on Today. There is definitely an energy in this studio because you are here. Do you find that you have this effect on people?
Yeah, I've turned over every chair, and there's quite a bit of energy when I walk in.
But beyond her superstardom, Loretta was also a woman of faith and a mother of 6.
When you look back on this crazy life, what do you feel grateful and thankful for?
My kids, my family.
Her family, including twin daughters Peggy and Patsy Lynn, coming together now to release Loretta's final project, A Song and a Prayer, a collection of uplifting prayers and lyrics inspired by Loretta's songwriting sessions.
I'm so proud of what my mom has accomplished. She will never leave us. She will always be here.
And Peggy and Patsy are with us now. Good morning, ladies. There's a way in which everyone feels that Loretta Lynn belonged to them, but she was your mom. And it's been just a few months since she passed. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay. I mean, you kind of have to go through these motions and this journey of that. And there's you know, just watching that. There's a part of it that brings a smile and a part of it that brings a tear. So it just, yeah.
I was thinking about Mother's Day just passing too, and thought about you guys on that particular day. What did you do on that day?
I made homemade banana pudding. My mom's favorite thing in the world was banana pudding, and when all else failed, that's what we could get her to eat. And so, and I always, her assistant, Tim Cobb, who just passed away as well, he would always, I told him, you know, love is kind and love is gentle and love is banana pudding, because that's truly, you know, that was my honoring for her, is to make that homemade banana pudding for her. And so those are the things that do live on in you, that sort of, don't you think? I just think you have to surround yourself. You know, we're from a big family, you know, and you surround yourself with family on those days that are hard. That's what gets you through it.
And you know, Patsy, the other thing that lives on is this beautiful book,
Isn't
this
that
devotional.
It comes out today.
Yeah, it is gorgeous, and it's filled with her words.
Yes.
Her words on heaven. She said in it, I think heaven must be the happiest place on earth.
Yes.
Does that give you all comfort?
You know, it does, because that was one of the things that Peggy and I said, you know, no matter what faith people, you know, have in their lives or whatever, you know, my mom was a strong believer, and it gave us hope to see her again and for her to know that she's going to see us again. And that was just, I mean, what more can you ask for?
And this was something she was working on right until her very last days. It feels like a gift, a way to comfort us.
Actually, Mom is one of those people who, just that energy, she was working on several different things, and she was still writing songs and all kinds of stuff. I mean, she just always had so many irons in the fire. And creativity is creativity. And, you know, no matter what, you never stop. And you know, her friend Kim McLean, who is an award-winning songwriter, and she's also an ordained minister. So it kind of worked out, you know, to where, you know, they talked, they sang, they studied. It was beautiful.
The book is incredibly beautiful. You read a little bit each day, and it fills your heart and your soul.
You read a little bit, but Hoda read the entire thing.
You can't put it down. Once you start, you can't put it down, you guys.
And we just have to thank you, Hoda and I, for letting us be part of that tribute. It was so special.
I think that was really an honor to have you guys there. I know that she really loved that, and she always talked about you guys all the time. And I know that meant a lot to her.
Jenna, you guys had a special bond together, which I find it was just endured over the years. That was beautiful.
I adored her, and I know y'all did too.
Yeah, we did. Absolutely.
The book, of course, is called A Song and a Prayer. It's out today. Peggy and Patsy, thank you for sharing this with us and sharing her with us.
Thank you.
Come on. I love all these love songs. It is 8:35. We've got some very exciting news around here. This morning, we are going to welcome a new member to our Today Show family. We are introducing her right now. It's Miss Allie Love.
Oh, you probably already know her if you do Peloton every day like Hoda does. She is incredibly popular. She's really made a name for herself by inspiring and uplifting her entire community. It's well beyond exercise, and we're so thrilled to announce that Allie is joining us here today as a contributor.
Come on, this is her first day of school.
Welcome.
First day of school.
We're going to put you to work. You're going to be working not just this hour, but the next hour, and you're also going to be on with me and Jenna. You're going to show us just how powerful life can be when you add love to your mornings. Take a look. Allie Love is the epitome of a multi-hyphenate. She's been a wildly popular Peloton instructor since 2016.
Rise and let's go.
Her Sundays with Love attracting as many as 16,000 riders every week.
When it gets tough, you get tougher.
She's been the CEO and founder of her own female empowerment company, Love Squad, since 2015, the in-arena host of the Brooklyn Nets since 2012, and now a Today contributor.
I can't believe that I'm here. I really can't.
Turns out Today swept her off her feet back in 2003.
You had Train on your show. I'm a huge Train fan. And I got up 3 a.m. to watch Train perform. And I got to see the Today Show in action. And I remember thinking that one day I want to have a job like that. So the fact that I'm sitting here today to announce with deep excitement that I am joining the Today Show family, I am so honored. I'm also a little nervous because I don't take moments like this for granted.
While serving her community as a one-woman hype machine, she's also a wife, a devoted daughter, and a lifelong dancer.
I fell in love with dance after I got hit by a car at 9 years old. My mom came in after speaking to the doctor, and she said, you have to choose if you want to fight for your life or give up. And I remember saying, like, you know what, I'm going to keep praying and fighting for my life. Shortly thereafter, my mom put me in this summer camp, and my dance teacher told my mom, she was like, I think your daughter has something. There's a saying that says, they'll call you a fool whether you dance or not, so you might as well dance. And that's exactly how I view my life. I might as well have the best time.
And that's what people say they love about Allie Love, her commitment to 360 wellness while having fun.
I think the unlock for me of recognizing my true power, I'm gonna get emotional, I don't know why, but I don't know, it's when I started Peloton and our community, when I first joined, was so supportive and sharing how my words, my workouts, my social media changed their lives. There is a commitment on and off camera within the Today Show family of making sure that we are leaving our community better than where we found it. And to be a part of that is extraordinary, and I just can't wait to start.
Hi, you.
We can't wait either. Hi, Allie.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to imagine you watching Train back in the day.
Oh, my gosh.
How does it feel to be in this moment? Because we always say, mark a moment. You're on the couch. You're here. You're part of the family. Tell me how it feels today.
It's surreal. I'm like, you know, you only get one opportunity for your first. So this is the first of a first.
Yeah.
And I've been really present in each moment, taking everyone in, taking it all in, because I want to look back in years to come to say, remember that first time I sat on this couch?
Yeah.
And so I'm just being mindful of accepting each moment and being present.
But are you a little freaked out?
I am. I'm totally freaked out. You all are just incredible. I'm like sitting with people that I idolize, that I look up to. This is a surreal moment for me, and I you know what it is, to be honest? We don't say this enough about ourselves, is that I am proud of myself in this moment.
Yeah.
And it's not in a cocky way.
Yeah.
It's in a matter-of-fact way. It's like I'm taking this moment and saying I am proud of all the work that my family, my team, my friends, you all, like the folks that have inspired me, and the work that I've put in, and this is a culmination. This moment is a culmination.
Well, we're proud of you too. By the way, I heard that you kept this a secret. Your hubby knows that this is happening.
Yes.
But are people, like members of your family,
Wait,
turning
what
this
are they
on and
thinking
finding out
right
right now?
My mother has no idea. She was like, "What?" I just told her to tune in.
FaceTiming your mother right now.
We are. It's called the Today Show.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot. You're right. We are.
what kind of stories are you going to do for us?
Yeah. So the 3 M's are usually what I talk about the most is our mind, our matter, and our meaning. Right. Our mind is our literally our mental well-being. It's a preventative care that we can take to make sure that we are decluttering that space in our head, that we are feeling grounded, that we are our true selves, and then our matter, our physical well-being. Obviously, I work out all the time. I encourage folks to work out. I encourage folks to really get centered and connect with their bodies and to know that where you are on your journey and your training is already good enough. You are already good enough. And knowing that the power of movement and what it has and the effect. And then the 3rd M is that mental, literally that mental well-being. That spiritual well-being. That spiritual well-being is getting connected to your purpose or reconnected to your purpose.
I think you've been connected to your purpose. I mean, unapologetically, too. I think you say that a lot. You're like, you know what? You be who you are, and that's it. Like, people can come, it doesn't matter, but you've always, I feel like you've been who you were. When did you find your voice? When did you become this person who's sitting here?
I don't know. I'm still trying, to be honest, but I do think it was an unlock when I started Peloton. I have to give it shout outs to our community. And in that piece that y'all put together so beautifully, thank you so much. It was one of those moments where once I got on the Peloton platform and I started to realize the effects, I knew the power of words. Once I started to realize the effect that it had on the community positively, it was like, you know what, let me take my power back. Let me step into this power, actually.
Well,
and that's exactly what it was.
Allie, you love Train, right? Well, Train loves you. Take a look.
Hey, Allie, I'm Pat Monahan from the band Train, and I want to say welcome to the Today family. I think the first time you joined Today was for a Train concert, and I would like to extend an invitation to any Train show you'd ever like to go to, especially this summer. You'll be our guest. Hope to see you on the plaza soon.
You all are just too amazing.
How about Pat Monahan?
I cannot. Pat, I follow you on Instagram.
Remember that time Pat Monahan called?
I cannot. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pat. Okay. Catch me in the plaza, y'all. Catch me
By
in
the way, we adore you. Welcome to the family. It's such a
Welcome.
beautiful place to be, and we're so happy. You're such a beautiful addition.
We love you. Will you teach us how to do the Peloton and do the dancey thing? Because I don't know how you do that on a bike.
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay,
got us
thank
all
you.
We're
covered.
best friends now.
Because I
Gotcha.
can't make it look good. All right, Allie, thank you.
did it.
She's going to hit the
Congratulations.
ground running. You're back in our 3rd or 4th hour. It's 100 hours of the Today Show. Hope you're ready for it. You have the stamina. It's great. By the way, you can join our Start Today community of nearly 500,000 strong. If you scan the QR code, you'll get the newsletter delivered to your inbox. You'll see what Allie is contributing every single morning.
Coming up next, should you be stocking up certain things in your medicine cabinet, from supplements to skincare? We are going to reveal the best over-the-counter picks from U.S. News and World Report. But first, this is Today on NBC. This is Today on NBC.
We're back now, 8:45, with a list that will come in handy the next time you go to the pharmacy. So U.S. News and World Report has come out with the best over-the-counter medicine and health products. And guess what? We are revealing them exclusively right here on Today. Devin Thorsby is one of the magazine's editors. Devin, good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay, this is interesting. So what did you do? You scoured like a CVS and you boiled it down to the best of the best?
Yes, we partnered with the Harris Poll to survey more than 350 pharmacists across the country. And we asked them to rank more than 600 brands based on what they considered to be best.
Okay.
And we looked at over 99 categories of medications and products. And they range from cold remedies and headache relief to immune support and even things like knee braces and bandages.
Okay, let's start with skincare.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the summer's heating up. We're all worried about skincare. So tell us your favorite of your best of the best right here.
Yes, pharmacists recommend Neutrogena for sunscreen.
Okay.
But more important than the brand is really to get a broad spectrum SPF of 30 or higher.
30 or higher.
And
Okay.
then for those times that you do forget to reapply that sunscreen, Solar Cane is recommended
Old
for
school.
sunburns.
Yeah, Solar Cane. All right, what about for acne?
Yes, acne, pharmacists are recommending Differin Gel.
Okay.
And then when it comes to your standard moisturizer, CeraVe.
CeraVe was the favorite moisturizer from the drugstore. Tested by all of these folks. Okay, let's move on down. It's allergy season. What were the #1 picks for allergy
Number
sufferers?
one from pharmacists is Zyrtec. And when it comes to kind of targeting those itchy, dry eyes
Yeah.
that you get with allergies as well, Pataday is #1.
And for kids too, it's the kids. It's
Yes.
the kids Zyrtec too. 'Cause I
Kids
know a lot of
Zyrtec
kids are getting
is
that.
also recommended. And when you want to target that nasal congestion, Afrin for your nasal spray.
All right, we've got our allergies covered. How about our tummy aches? What were the? This is always a tough one.
It feels kind of like a go-to, but Pepto-Bismol is the #1 rated upset stomach relief.
Isn't that? Gosh, some of these tried and trues are top of your list. All right, acid reducers.
Prilosec OTC is recommended for acid reducers, and when it comes to just general nausea, Dramamine is #1.
Oh, I thought that was like a motion. That's a motion thing.
It does both, actually. So kind of any kind of nausea you get, Dramamine is recommended at least by pharmacists most.
I feel like this is like our 80s medicine chest. It's coming out. All right, let's go to oral health. If we're looking for toothpastes and mouthwashes, what did you guys recommend?
Yes, you're going to see kind of these very recognizable brands, Crest, Listerine, Orajel.
Okay, why Crest for toothpaste?
It's essentially something that appeals to most people, and when it comes to maintaining your oral health and spending less time in the dentist chair, Crest for toothpaste and Listerine for mouthwash are #1.
Okay, if you have a toothache and you need to put something on it, what's the #1?
Yes, Orajel, as well as for canker sores. That's really going to help target that pain in your mouth.
Okay, all right. Now, this is a big one, supplements, because when I go to the drugstore and look at all the million vitamins and supplements, you don't know what to choose. So your #1 multivitamin is?
Centrum.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And when it comes to fiber, Metamucil is what pharmacists are recommending most.
Okay. Did we cover them all, or do you have any more
We've got
supplements?
a couple
Let's see some
others
more.
as well. For
Oh.
probiotics, we have Culturelle and the classic for children's multivitamins, the Flintstones.
Are you, wait, were Flintstones is the #1?
Yes.
Isn't that so funny? I guess tried and true.
Yes.
Devin, thank you so much. Thanks
you
for
for
running
having
through
me.
those. For the full list from U.S. News and World Report, be sure to check out our website, today.com. All right, Craig, over to you.
All right, Hoda, thank you so much. Up next, we are going to throw some of these chicken thighs on the grill with our guy, Matt Abdu. A sweet and spicy sauce, perfect for that Memorial Day cookout. But first, this is Today on NBC. back, folks. This morning on our Today Table series, we are kicking off the best season, grilling season. Memorial Day weekend is upon us. A lot of folks going to be firing up that backyard barbecue. Joining us this morning, Matt Abdu, executive chef, owner of Pig Beach Barbecue locations in New York, West Palm Beach, and Louisville. To make this dish at home, all you have to do is scan that QR code that's just below to get all of the ingredients. We love it when you come.
We love being here.
And we love grilling season.
Thank you.
So this is a perfect match. What are we making?
We're making hot honey grilled chicken thighs with like a sweet chili glaze.
Ooh, and they're boneless, skinless.
Boneless, skinless chicken thighs. What's great about this recipe is you can also do it with chicken breast. If you're not a chicken thigh person, you can do it with pork tenderloin, pork chops, really anything you want to put.
The ladies are already.
I can't believe it's chicken. Chicken's never tasted
so good.
God love you guys.
Here we go.
All right, let's get to it.
What do we make?
So in our bowl, we're going to make our hot honey rub. And what makes this rub kind of unique is we're going to add some honey granules to it. So you can get these, and they're delicious. It's kind of like all that honey flavor in like a little dried form. In our bowl, we have our paprika, salt, sugar. Help me out here, Craig. We're going to put our honey granules in there, little brown sugar.
Are these easy to find?
They are. They're very easy to find. You pretty much get them really anywhere now. All of our spices, a little cayenne pepper, get a little heat in there, oregano, thyme, cumin, hatch chili powder, garlic, onion, and pepper. That's all going to go in the bowl.
That's pretty easy.
Simple. Just whisk it up to get it really evenly combined and ready to go. Then we're going to come over here. Our boneless, skinless chicken thighs. Like I said before, you can use pork tenderloin, you can use chicken breast, whatever you have in the pantry is ready to go.
Oh, this smells good too.
And what's great about this, put it in an airtight container, put it in your pantry. It'll last pretty much for 6 months, no problem. But it's not going to last long because you're going to use it up.
Right.
So now we're going to take our completed rub. We're just going to really generously season our boneless, skinless chicken thighs.
Into that.
Correct. Yep.
Both
After you get a
sides?
nice mix, both sides. Always got to get both sides to get all that flavor on there. And then we're going to.
Matt, do you let it sit for a while after you season it? Like
Yes.
that?
What I like to do, let it sit for like 10 to 15 minutes. That rub is going to start to kind of melt into it, get like sort of a little molassy flavor to it.
Oh my goodness.
Now the time to make the sweet chili glaze.
Would you get a piece, Craig?
Oh my God. So good. We're groaning over
We're
here.
getting there.
Of joy.
You keep going. I'll dig in.
So in the bowl over here, we're making our sweet chili glaze.
my
It can
God.
also be used as a dipping sauce. Put it on the side. Some honey. We got a little sweet chili sauce right here. Some sriracha. Everyone's got sriracha in their fridge now these days.
Yeah. Very trendy,
And a little bit of sambal.
Yes.
Mix that up. We're going to add to a little coriander,
Matt.
cumin.
Matt, this is.
This is phenomenal.
Look, Craig just abandoned you to start eating.
That's
It's
okay.
like,
That's the best sign ever.
Yeah.
So now that our chicken thighs are all seasoned up, you can see how it kind of get that little wet texture to that rub.
I was skeptical because I didn't see any skin on the chicken.
Oh, it's delicious, right?
It's
Well, you're adding all
fantastic.
that glaze and that sweetness from the honey granules. So we're going to put it on our grill, really nice and hot heat. Try to get those hatch marks on it. We're going to cook it to an internal temperature of 165 degrees. That's when we know our chicken is done. The last little bit of cooking, we're just going to take some of that glaze,
That glaze.
brush
I
it
wanna
on that
swim in
top.
that
It's going to get
glaze.
that nice, sticky, tacky texture to it. Oh, yeah, look at that nice shine.
This is, and you could actually legit make this at home.
Absolutely.
Like, this
no,
is
this
pretty
is
easy.
easy grilling. This is a great recipe to have for your friends and
What
family.
would you serve this with? Like
You could serve it with rice. You could serve it with grilled vegetables.
What about a taco? With a little
Absolutely. Put
guacamole
that
on it.
Oh my God.
Done deal. Chop that up, put it in a tortilla, and you're good to go. Really, it's like the perfect.
Has anyone
ever.
ever been swimming in the glaze? Because Chanel wants to swim in your glaze.
I'll put broccoli in it. I'll put whatever on it. It's like so good.
It's just a great center of the plate
Oh my
protein.
God.
Put whatever you want alongside of it. Cut them up, put them on your platter, whatever you need. Oh, baby, that nice sticky texture to that glaze once it's grilled
And
on
you
there.
can do this in like 30 minutes.
It's a very quick and easy recipe that you can have ready for your family, like with minimal prep, and it's so good. Put that rub in your pantry. It's ready to go.
What do you
and have it any time of the night you want.
What are you going to do for Memorial Day?
I'm coming back up. I'm cooking for some friends and family out in Staten Island this morning.
Fun.
Doing a big barbecue.
Can I come?
Absolutely. You're invited. Let's go. You're always invited.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Mr. Melvin, always a pleasure. Love you guys. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic.
Keep grilling. Grill it up this summer.
Yeah.
You're going to be with us a lot this summer. Again, you can buy the ingredients for this recipe
worth
by
it.
scanning that QR code.
Yeah.
If you don't want to scan the code, you can just go to our website, today.com/todaytable.
Yeah.
You've got a happy plate holder copy.
Oh, yeah.
This is
You've got
really
a happy plate.
You're right about the skin.
Right.
You don't know it's going to be this good. It's amazing. You're right.
We should mention today earns a commission from purchases. Stick around. Matt's going to be back.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
this morning on the third hour of Today, Picture Perfect, how Photoshop can now use artificial intelligence to blur the line between what's real and what's not.
I could say spring, trees with sunshine, and I'm gonna hit generate.
Wow. An exclusive look at the technology and the potential impacts. Plus, on today's checklist, it's nothing to sneeze at. We've got your allergy relief for these eye-watering spring days. And then later, we're feeling the love. The newest member of our Today family, Peloton instructor and wellness guru, Allie Love, here to share some huge news and some morning motivation as well. And then we're grilling good. Chef Matt Abdu making a sweet and savory pork dinner with a sensational side of corn. That's all ahead today, Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Yes, it is. Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Dylan. Craig is back. Yesterday, I told the people at home that it was like a jubilee for your birthday.
What was it?
Yeah. A 4-day celebration.
I don't think
7-day
it was.
soiree. Yes.
No, I did.
How was it? Happy birthday.
It was great, thank you. It was
Yeah.
on Saturday, so me and I've got like childhood friends that we every year we go together somewhere, and this year we went down to the Bahamas. Oh, there we are on a boat.
Oh, that's awesome.
We did some water activities, and we did some eating and some drinking. Oh,
Well, we have a third hour Today text thread, and this morning we took you off of the thread so we could say,
I
hey.
wasn't on that text thread.
Oh.
Well,
I think you took me off too.
Well, this is nice.
Yeah, I'm like, we should,
I like the
that's
champagne.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, they
Cheers.
said in my ear, I text Allie directly.
This is so sweet. Thank you so
Yay,
much,
happy
y'all.
birthday.
And we know you love your champagne in the morning. So.
I do. Because even with the budget cuts, they never cut the champagne budget
Do you have any goals for 44?
Those are off-air thoughts.
44, my goal.
Oh, you're 44?
Yeah. Was that?
I didn't realize I was so much younger than you.
Yes, you are.
Anyway.
So yeah, but thank you. My goal for 44. Give me something.
I have something for you.
Okay.
I have a gift for you.
All right.
Do you want to see it? Okay, everybody look at your monitor. And it's a special, it's not Michael Jordan, but it's close. Everybody look at the monitor. Here he comes.
There's the birthday surprise.
I think you surprised him.
I was going to say, that's not exactly a birthday surprise.
I disagree.
You didn't exactly break the bank for that. Jeez.
It's the thought that counts.
Here's a gift to Roker.
Here's a coworker who's been on the sick list. Surprise!
Shut in, as they say in church. How you doing, buddy?
I am doing fine. It is good to see all of you. Listen, I'm going to be honest. This, I've had a number of replacement body replacements.
Yeah.
It's not a big surprise. This one has been the toughest one yet because they had to take out the old one, which had some complications, and then put in a new one. I tried to send an email, but it didn't get there. But I'm going to hold this up and
Wait, I
give you
want
an
to see.
idea.
Hold it over to your right.
Go to your left.
Left.
There you
Yeah.
go. That's
There
your
you
new
go.
knee.
Is that your new knee?
That's the new knee.
It's pretty. There's nothing in there.
A hinge. It goes all the way up into the femur, down to the tibia, and then there's a hinge in between. So they really had to do a lot of work to get the old stuff out, the new old hardware out, new hardware in. Plus, there's a titanium cone in there for the bone to grow around. So this has been more work. And,
Al, they've had to do a lot of work, but how much work have you had to do? We know you're so loyal to your physical therapy, but has it been tough?
Well, what's the toughest part has been I was feeling good. The nerve block hadn't worn off yet, so I started cooking. I was like, oh yeah, and my doctor saw my Instagram and he thought, no, that's not. We're not doing that.
Oh no,
we're not doing that. So
That was
the thing is to actually stay off the knee.
Look at you.
And to ice and elevate, and I'm doing physical therapy. I just checked in. I just started outpatient physical therapy at Hospital for Special Surgery with my man Wei. He has actually worked on more parts of my body than any masseuse in America. So
that's saying a lot. Hey, by the way, while we have you, congrats, buddy. We heard about last night. Al Roker honored with the No Kid Hungry Champion Award.
Aww.
And for folks who don't know,
that him last night?
You've been involved in the campaign to end childhood hunger for years.
Yes.
So congrats.
Yeah, I actually thank you. This means a lot to me, and so that's Courtney, her husband Wes. Nick introduced me, and so I actually, for the first time in 2 weeks, had pants with a zipper on. So that was kind of fun. And
you
this
got
is
your
the
leg
award,
into pants.
so-
Oh, that's great.
I literally iced, relaxed, elevated all day, and then put on pants for an hour, and then came home. So,
Wow. Are you wearing pants right now?
hold on, just let me show.
No! Thanks, buddy. We will see you in a couple days.
Congratulations very much.
Well, I will tell you though, these seats in the kitchen are nice and cool.
It's like we're back during the pandemic.
Exactly.
He's got his
Yeah, right?
Oswego shirt on, earbuds in, and America wondering if he's pantsless.
That's perfect.
So,
That's perfect.
Thank you, Al.
We love you, buddy.
Happy Tuesday.
Good to see you guys. Miss you. I'll see you next Tuesday.
Okay,
Tuesday,
good.
it's
We're holding
happening.
you to it.
All right. See, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a great birthday gift.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Just call me Mama Warbucks.
Champagne.
All right, we're going to take a turn now. We do have a story that, you're going to be questioning your own eyesight here. We're hearing more and more about artificial intelligence these days. Well, now we are getting an exclusive look at how AI is being used in the newest version of Adobe Photoshop. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward is here to show us how it works. It's cool, but it's scary.
I know. It is scary. I mean, you guys, we've been following all of the ways in which AI is creeping into our lives, and now the technology is being wrapped into a program that has long been a household name, and that is Photoshop. The results here, of course, may make you question what you see.
Technology makes it difficult, maybe even impossible, to tell what's real and what's not.
Born in 1987, Adobe's Photoshop became the way a trained designer could alter reality. But now, AI-powered art takes no more skill than typing a few words. That means anyone can make an alien world or a fake news photo. Now, the new Photoshop allows you to add AI to your pictures.
Photoshop for a generation has been the verb for digital creativity. Will we still talk about photoshopping things in a generation?
I think the era of Photoshop just went into hyperactive mode.
We got an exclusive first look at the new AI-powered version. They wouldn't let me bring in my own images, but in their demo, they showed me how to make a dog portrait a bit fancier.
So I could say spring, trees with sunshine, and I'm going to hit generate.
Wow. Add artificial objects or backgrounds, and Photoshop will blend them with what's real.
We'll type in a puddle.
I would imagine that in the old days, water is kind of the bane of a Photoshop expert's existence. And here's the reflection of everything. How hard would this have been using classic Photoshop?
This would have likely been easily hours of work.
In the short term, experts say certain jobs will be lost.
You'll definitely get creative agencies saying, we don't have to hire $1 million agency to do this for us anymore. But I think we'll find at the high end, you still need to hire the best artists in the world.
There's a lot of AI work.
Adobe's David Wadhwani says AI art will not wipe out his company.
In the next 2 years, we expect to see a 5x increase in the amount of content being produced. We're effectively creating the opportunity for creative professionals to keep up with the demand.
But of course, combining AI with real photos raises some ethical problems.
What are you guys prepared to do in sort of taking responsibility for that new world?
We've introduced something called content credentials, and that basically says any content you come across on the internet will have a nutrition label.
Those labels will verify whether we're being shown images made or altered by AI, Wadhwani says. Because maybe in a world where it takes almost no training to tweak reality, we'll need to be able to trust something other than our eyes.
So, Jacob, I think this is really cool when you think about it from a creativity standpoint,
Sure.
the things you can do in movies and pictures. But then how do you know what's real and not real? I mean, where does this cross the line between being dangerous?
Right. I mean, this is the thing. I was speaking yesterday to the general counsel of Adobe, and what was so interesting is, right, at the same time that these guys have created this product that really makes this whole new world possible, right? For people who have no training in this stuff, you can suddenly just, do amazing lifelike imagery. The difficulty, of course, is that, as he pointed out to me, as early as 2016, they realized, oh, wait, this is going to be so easy that anybody can do anything with it. And that's why they are also launching, in addition to the product today, a new content authenticity initiative in which 1,000 companies, including Canon, Nikon, a bunch of software and hardware companies, are basically saying, okay, we're going to band together and create this kind of watermark system, this nutrition label that's going to go on images, because they want people to be able to look at an image and say, oh, you know what? If it doesn't carry that watermark, then I can't necessarily trust it. But here's the thing, you guys, right? That puts all all the responsibility on us.
Right. Why can't you just
to try and
Photoshop
sort
in a
this stuff
watermark?
out, right? I know, exactly. Or take a screenshot of it with your phone. What?
I mean, things have been photoshopped now for decades. I mean, look at magazine covers. I mean, so where does the line there? I mean, how many things are...
That's true.
I mean, that's right. You know, what's funny is that Photoshop actually debuted on the Today Show back when it first came out, and right from the outset, that early imagery you were seeing there in the package was all about, you know, oh, how are we, you know, it's going to fake things, and what are we going to do? There was a long ethical quandary there. We figured some of that stuff out, but it's so easy now. It's a new and very, I think, alarming world.
Jacob, first of all, not to, and you didn't ask us to do this, but folks who are watching and listening, the book that you wrote called The Loop, I started on vacation. It's absolutely fantastic. If folks, if folks really want to understand this new technology and how it's being applied, I would encourage you to take out Jake's book. That being said, from a potential regulatory standpoint, what could be done? What could lawmakers do?
You know, you look abroad, and that's where you can see some really interesting answers. I mean, in Europe right now, they are putting in some very strict regulations on it that's, you know, forbidding you from doing things like trying to use AI to, you know, manipulate opinion or determine what kind of mood you're in. I mean, they're doing all kinds of regulations there. And even China is right now creating a whole set of rules that are going to require any image that comes out of something like this to be watermarked in that way. We don't have any of those requirements here in the United States, and that's what lawmakers are thinking about right now.
I know, you don't wade it into politics and everything else. Jake, thank you.
This morning on today's checklist, some relief for springtime allergies. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to walk us through some of the best treatments, some of the best solutions so we can enjoy the weather without the side effects. Dr. Natalie, good morning. Full disclosure, as you know, longtime allergy sufferer. Yeah. I've tried every product up here, including the shots that we'll talk about in just a moment. But let's start with antihistamines.
Yes.
When do you use antihistamines?
So the general recommendation, well, first of all, they're to be used every day. So these are what are called every day.
In allergy season and outside
So
allergy
you're
season.
supposed to start them if you know that you're going to start, if you're an allergy sufferer, even if you start like even a few days or a few weeks before allergies start to hit, you're better off. And you really want to do it it's a 24-hour pill. You want to do it every day. You don't want to wait until you become symptomatic and then you take the pill and then you hope it's going to work. And it's something that you do need to do on a daily basis. And I don't know about you guys, but we were talking about how some things don't work.
Yeah.
So I reached out to one of my allergy colleagues and I said, it's once a day. Can you take it more often? And the rule of thumb is that you can probably take these actually twice a day, but always check with your doctor because there can be some drug interactions. Also check the age of your children in terms of when you can take these. For example, like Allegra has different dosing recommendations than Zyrtec and Claritin. And also check with your doctor if you're pregnant.
You mentioned Zyrtec. This one was just named best over the counter
by Pharmacy Times.
Okay.
Yeah, and for good reason.
Why?
Yeah, it works.
Because it works. Not for you, but it works for everybody else.
All right. So you have allergy medicine, but then you also have just a decongestant when you're super stuffy.
So actually, allergists don't recommend decongestants, either nasal or oral decongestants. Like I know we've all used once in a while, but it's really not recommended for that allergic rhinitis for chronic use at all. What they do recommend, on the other hand, are intranasal steroids. So that is a steroid that's delivered directly into the nasal passages. And we like things in medicine, we like things to go where they're supposed to be, rather than taking a steroid, for example, by pill. But it's very important to follow the directions carefully. One of the, it's not common, but
complication of intranasal steroid can actually be a problem with that septum in the middle of the nose.
Okay.
It could perforate technically if you use it incorrectly. So you definitely have to use it appropriately. You're supposed to sort of direct it to the outside here, not use it to the middle.
And it's tempting to use it probably more often than you need to.
Well,
like, let
so
it
here's
work,
the thing.
right?
It really does need to be used. It can be used regularly. If you develop nosebleeds, for example, you definitely need to discontinue. And then I added this here too. This is an antihistamine nasal spray, which can also be used. This is by prescription only. These are over the counter.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, my little guy last night was like, "Mommy, can I just use another Zyrtec?" Like he's just so miserable.
So ask the pediatrician,
it's tough.
right, about dosing more than once a day because they really are meant to be taken once a day.
But here's the thing,
Yeah.
I haven't tried some of these other things.
Yes.
That was why I brought it up. So
Have you done the neti pot?
I've done the neti pot.
I'm
That
surprised
works.
it's
It
not
works
filled
for
with
you.
water, so we could have you try it.
I know.
yuck.
So this, I think, so this is, I've never done it because I don't know.
It's just gross, but it
works,
works, right?
So
Yeah, people
good.
get afraid of this idea that they're going to feel like they're drowning. So if you watch a video, it's very important that you take it a
pour
certain
it,
way.
you take it here. I'll just say, you do it like this. You pour it in one. I've never done it
in
either.
one nostril,
and then it comes out
But
the
you
other.
other
You
nostril.
have to use certain water, right? You
Right,
can't
and
use
that is
tap
the most.
water.
No, you can't. If you boil tap water and let it cool, it has to boil for at least 3 to 5 minutes. But better than that is to get a distilled or sterile water from the drugstore, and then you mix it with the saline packet, and that's how you can use it safely.
Okay, we only have
And
like a minute left.
And this I just added here too. This is just a nasal mist. This is
also
saline.
Does that work?
This helps to just keep the membranes moist.
Can I
It's
do
not
that to
gonna-
them when they? 'cause
Yes.
my sons get nosebleeds. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
mess.
because it keeps it nice and moist, but it's not going to flush out the pollen and everything the way the neti pot does.
Okay.
Okay, and then finally, a HEPA filter. We became comfortable with this term, right, during the COVID pandemic. But if you have a HEPA filter at home, that can also help to filter out all of the pollens and pollutants. And then some other things that we always recommend for allergies, folks, is to check your air quality. If you know it's going to be a bad pollen day, you definitely want to make sure that you're taking your Claritin or Allegra.
Yeah.
You want to minimize opening doors and windows, even though we love that fresh air with screens. Avoid outdoor activity in the morning. That's when pollen is highest.
Okay.
Take your clothes off, shower when you come inside, and then our HEPA filter as we
do all of the things.
Great advice.
Yep.
Great advice.
And if it doesn't work, call Craig.
Yes.
Exactly.
We didn't even get to the shots.
Misery loves company.
Oh, if it doesn't work, you call your allergist, and you absolutely can do allergy shots. It can take it's a couple of year commitment, but it absolutely can work.
Yeah, that's why I stopped.
Okay. Dr. Natalie, thank you so much.
you.
Listen to that calm music for you. Welcome back. We are back with some exciting news. This morning, we are welcoming the newest member of our Today family, Allie Love. Yay!
For those of you who may not know, Allie is a Peloton superstar. She's a wellness guru. She's also CEO of Love Squad. It's her community of followers, counting on her for motivation, inspiration as well. And now Allie Love is officially a Today contributor.
Congratulations.
Wow.
And Allie is here with us this morning to help you love your mornings. That's what we're calling it. She's sharing some wellness advice and healthy habits straight from her own morning routine with some help from our Start Today community members. Allie, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And
We're
we
going to
have
separate.
Jen
We've got a lot to dig
Cherie
into.
here,
Yes.
too.
Here's the thing,
Okay.
though, before we separate,
Yes.
I would imagine with the 16 jobs that you have, your mornings are pretty busy. right?
they are.
And your routines have to become somewhat consistent, I would imagine. What do you do in the morning? What's your...
Well, I'm going to walk you through kind of the stations that I do in the morning, but mornings are precious to me. I think that, and I know that once you take control of your morning, your day is to follow.
Okay.
And you're in control of your energy, your emotion, and you can meet that metric of success for that day.
I love that.
All right?
Let's do it.
So
When you work on a morning show, you drink a lot of coffee. You don't drink any coffee?
No. You want everyone to hate me now? No, I don't drink coffee. I don't drink
Chanel
coffee.
doesn't either, so we're good with that. But what is your morning pick-me-up then?
Yes, I do love matcha. I don't drink it every single morning, but I do find that matcha is incredible.
Okay, I just want to bring Jen and Cherie in here. Some of our Start Today members, you're drinking your morning matcha right now.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't even know how you make it.
So basically, you would take kind of a scoop of matcha, hot water that doesn't go above 170 degrees. You pour it in, you take your sifter here, and then you would stir. From there, most times it's totally up to you. You can have it cold, you can have it hot, you can have it without any supplement, but you can take the matcha, pour it in water, additional hot water, and drink it from there. Here we have like a matcha latte. So this is a bit of coconut milk, some matcha, and ice. It is getting warm outside.
Yes.
But the reality is
that's
that,
what this is.
yes,
Do you
matcha,
stir
yeah, you can stir it. Here,
Okay.
this one's yours, that one's mine. I already took a sip. I'm sorry, I was excited.
As you should be.
Yes.
This is exciting.
But matcha has L-theanine in it. What that means is it allows that amino acid to actually calm the energetic effect of caffeine on your nervous system.
Okay.
So you're getting an easier calm. You're getting something where that lasts 6 hours instead of the jittery effect. So that's why I love it. I'm an energetic person. I do wake up kind of like ready to rock and roll. This gives me a little boost. I don't have it before 2 o'clock. And I do say the activity of it all
What do you guys
makes me feel
think?
good.
It's
Tastes pretty
different,
good.
right?
I
It's
tried
probably
it.
not something you're used to, but
Right.
could you get used to it?
I could get used to this, and as a coffee drinker, I certainly could get used to
My girl.
All right.
My girl.
Where's
Thank you.
Chanel?
My
All right,
turn?
next
Okay, so
station.
coming over. So I have some more Start Today members. We have Kathy. Kathy, wave hi. We have Kathy and
Hi,
Jessica.
Kathy.
Welcome, welcome.
Hi.
First of all, I want to put this in my daughter's room. I'm so inspired. So you put Post-it notes everywhere. If anybody goes to your Instagram page, you love, I love all this too. All of these positive quotes.
Yes, I love this because it's a reminder of who I am. I think oftentimes what we forget is that, we need to pick ourselves up once in a while, right? And the only way to do that is to do right, kind words to yourself.
I love it.
And so I have this in my bathroom. I have it on the side of kind of the vestibule of my wall. I have it in my locker at Peloton. These are some of my Post-it notes that I've made for myself. This one right now
Yes, what is that?
I think, appropriate. Dear friend, don't
Dear
forget
friend.
how wonderful you are.
That's
dear
so
friend.
fun. I love that. Let's walk over to our Start Today friends. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you from?
I'm from Connecticut.
You're from Connecticut. How wonderful is this?
I know, they're so cute.
What did you write to yourself?
They're so
Let's
cute.
see.
I wrote a smile is always in style.
Amen to that.
A smile is always in style.
Yeah,
I love that.
and nothing is impossible.
I love that as
that's
well.
beautiful.
This really makes a big difference. I mean, the crew, they tease me when I'm like, what you think about, you bring about. But these things are true. You start putting these things and you look at them every day.
Well, think about it
today.
I love Think about it this way. We're on social media. Your feed feeds you, right? This is your feed now.
Right.
This is what you wake up to. These are the words that you feed yourself. That's what we're talking about, self-esteem, self-confidence, a reminder of how incredible you are.
I love that.
Because oftentimes we forget.
Amen. What did you write really quickly?
I wrote rest is healthcare,
Girl,
which is my
yes.
favorite, and I am all that I need.
Hey now.
I love that.
I gotta steal these. They're gonna make it on my Instagram.
Craig, bring us home.
All right. We got one more station.
Yes.
Come on over, Al.
We had a little hydration station. We had a little motivational station.
Have a seat.
And now we're in the park.
2 more members of our Start Today community, Elaine and Gail. They've become regulars here on the 3 Hour Bell.
All right, now you're famous.
So we've got these benches here because you mentioned that in the morning you like to start the day by grounding yourself as well. But you do this on your commute.
Yes. It's a question that I ask, it's a 2-part question that I ask myself every single day. I started doing it only for a year, and I found that this small change has unlocked an impact that is so huge for me. The question is 2-part. How or what do I want to feel today? How or what do I want to feel today? And by answering it, some days you want to feel patient. I want to be patient today. I want to be energetic today. I want to be receptive today. I want to listen today. And allowing that to anchor the day and guide my day. That's my metric for success. I'm proactive instead of reactive. Instead of waking up in the morning and just reacting to everything around me, sincerely, now I'm proactive in leading with that incentive, with that anchoring point.
I love that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the family.
I know, so
Allie
great.
Love.
And
by the
thank
way,
you guys for coming.
Yes, thank you to all of our Start Today members.
Yes.
By the way, stick around. Allie's going to be back with more coming up in our next hour with Hoda and Jenna. By the way, in case you hadn't heard, more than 450,000 people are now a part of our Start Today community. They get that Start Start Today newsletter every morning, and you can be a part of that community as well. Just scan the QR code below, or you can go to our website, today.com/starttoday to sign up.
I love that. We're a small city. Right?
Actually, a pretty large city.
I was just about to say, we're a mid-sized TV market right now.
This morning in our series, Mind Matters, we are joined by two friends who are teaming up to share a really important mental health message.
We all know Brittany Snow from her roles in the Pitch Perfect franchise and the 2007 film Hairspray alongside Zac Efron.
Oh my God. Well, now she and author Jasper Guest are out with a new book. It's called September Letters. It's a guide for self-reflection and connection, featuring letters from celebrities like Tom Hanks and words of inspiration from experts like Jay Shetty. And they are here this morning to talk about it with us. Good morning to you guys.
Good morning.
Hey,
thanks for having us.
So this all started, from what I understand, from a true connection between the two of you. You met somewhere, you became friends, and then was it just instant? Love at first sight?
Kind of. We met at a party that I was hosting, and we just kind of really hit it off and talked about things that mattered to us. And we really have this great connection where she picks up where I lack and vice versa. And so we decided to formulate a plan to do something that really mattered to us and that we could give back doing.
Let's start with the digital platform and the social media of it all, because I understand that you launched this letter writing project in September of 2020. And that, of course, was during this time where we were all forced to spend a great deal of time by ourselves. So the letter writing project was born from what?
I mean, we always say September Letters was not born from the pandemic. We were already developing it for a few years before. It just happened to happen in September 2020 when we needed it more than ever. But September Letters is a website that you can read a letter, submit a letter, write a letter. And it's the idea of acting, writing a letter that you help yourself and then you also help others. It's that full circle connection and that moment of strength.
Which I think during the pandemic we found out more than ever, that connection and that human connection, whether you're not being physically with someone but emotionally with somebody, was more important than ever. So that's why the September Letters website really took off, I think.
It's always recommended, when you have stuff in your brain, to journal. I find personally journaling very overwhelming. I find it intimidating, so I just don't do it. But writing a letter seems to really hit a chord with people. Why do you think that is?
I completely agree with you. I wish that I was a journaler or I was an advocate for it. I am not. I am much more of a list maker because I think it's overwhelming and daunting to have to feel like you're really doing that whole act. But writing a letter is much more focused because there's the self-care that it takes to actually sit down and put your mind pen to paper. And I think it's like the act of what is going on in your mind, sometimes that ticker tape of not knowing how to get out of it. Putting it down on a piece of paper that's a focus to someone else or to yourself, it really has that sort of like through line that makes it easier.
It's not only a letter, it can be a Post-it note, it can be a text message, it can be a note on your iPhone. We're really big on it that it doesn't have to be a letter. We both don't really journal, which is a little bit bizarre, but we don't. And so it can be any form of writing, any list.
Well, it's kind of cool because it's actually a through line from the segment we just had. I don't know if you
saw it.
Right, with the Post-it notes, and I thought it was fun that some of your Pitch Perfect co-stars wrote Post-it notes, some of them full letters, so they got involved too.
Yeah, some of my friends took the time to write some beautiful letters and really share their soul. And then we got all the girls together and they wrote Post-it notes about what they were grateful for. And I think it was really telling that most of them said that we were grateful for our friendship.
It matters.
But it does matter,
It
and
does.
especially when we were going through a lot during the pandemic. I think we all really learned that, friendship is family.
Yeah, I love that.
Beyond that, professionally, really quickly before we let you go, South by Southwest, directorial debut.
Oh, yay.
Thanks. I get a flash.
Two awards.
Yes.
Two awards.
Yes, we won awards.
Starring in a Christmas movie.
Yes, I'm in a Christmas movie that's out. It'll be out Christmas. But yes, Parachute, I co-wrote and directed it, and it won a bunch of awards at South by Southwest, also about mental health. So it was really nice.
What's the premise?
It's about a girl going through a mental health challenge, and she meets a guy who is also a codependent, and they fall in love. And it's really about learning how to love yourself when you're trying to love also someone else.
This is true. Things have never been said. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
doing
guys.
this. Congratulations.
Thank
September
you.
Letters is out today and available now.
It's a great concept. Coming up next, folks, time to fire up that grill. Look who's here. Our buddy Chef Matt Abdu. He might be the house chef at today's show.
Please.
He is whipping up a meaty dinner with some amazing grilled corn as well.
Yum.
And then after Matt, we'll head back downstairs. Singer-songwriter Brandy Clark live to perform and tell us about her new album produced by another very talented Brandy. Third hour of today, right back after this. Back now with our Today Table series, and this morning we are celebrating the start of grilling season, and we're going to do it with a super simple recipe that is salty and sweet, much like
Just
Dylan,
like Chanel.
just like Dylan and Chanel. You beat me to it.
Like, wait, we're ahead.
You beat me to it. Matt Abdu, executive chef, owner of Pig Beach Barbecue, locations in New York, West Palm Beach, Louisville. Scan the QR code to get all of the ingredients that you need to make this recipe.
Coming very soon. Soon. Bourbon Trail. Yeah.
There you
Get
go.
ready. Get ready.
So we just made some chicken. Now we're going to make some pork, but we're also going to make a corn salad that looks delicious.
So good. Thank you. Yeah, so that street corn, that Mexican street corn, the elote, it's one of my favorite things in the summertime to eat. So why not make it even easier to eat and turn into a salad?
Okay.
Right? So starting off with just some clean corn on the cob, little oil, salt, and pepper. We're gonna grill it off on the grill, get it nice and charry, because that charred corn flavor is brilliant. It's delicious. It brings out a lot of that flavor in that corn that's there. If you could also boil it, and then the best thing is we're gonna cut it right off the cob. You can make it easier by snapping those cobs in half so it's not as tall and a little precarious. And then in this bowl here, we have some sour cream and mayonnaise, our grilled corn that we cut off the cob, and to that we're gonna add in all of our other ingredients. We have some lime zest, garlic, jalapeno. This is a lot of cilantro, but the cilantro is what makes it really nice and bright in flavor.
Jalapeno.
And then we have a little diced red bell pepper. We're gonna add in our lime juice. And then some cotija cheese.
And that's it.
Craig, and that's it. And then Craig, if you'll mix that up for me.
Sure.
Put that in the refrigerator. It'll marinate overnight. It only gets better, and at the side is ready to go.
It does. It's so much
Yeah,
easier
but it's just easier to eat. You use a spoon. You don't have to worry about getting the dental
really good.
floss and getting all the corn
That's
out.
really easy to make.
It's super easy, and it keeps in the fridge really well. It's delicious. It's beautiful. It's colorful. It's got a lot of flavor, so it's fantastic. onto the pork. I love cooking
buddy.
pork. Pork is a super economical cut of meat. It also has so much flavor and so much juiciness when you cook it right. And the biggest thing, cook it to 145 degrees.
Okay.
It's going to ensure a delicious, juicy pork chop every time. So in this bowl, we have a little bit of oil, just vegetable oil, and this is our brown sugar and soy marinated boneless pork chops. So we have some
sugar, soy marinated.
Yes. So we have a little salty sweet. That's the salty sweet. The salty from the soy, the sweet from the brown sugar. So we have some gluten-free soy sauce. Always keeping part of that tamari. Gluten-free tamari is really great. Some rice wine vinegar.
Okay.
Some brown sugar. Get that in there, and then all of our spices we're going to add to it.
Your glazes are
What
so
do we have there?
So we have some garlic, onion, brown sugar, and a little bit of
brown sugar.
I'm sorry, garlic, onion,
Brown sugar. Your
black
nickname
pepper,
in high school,
black
Chanel.
pepper.
It's your
Black
nickname
pepper.
now, Craig.
Craig, whisk that together for me.
That's what Lindsay calls it.
So
brown
then
sugar.
from here, we're going to take our marinade, and you can put your pork chops in a Ziploc bag.
Yes.
And then you're going to pour half of this marinade over the pork chops in that Ziploc bag.
Just
Let it-
half.
Just half, because we're going to save the other half again for glazing it on the grill and
Got it.
dipping it into later.
All right.
Got to have that glaze, got to have that dipping sauce.
All right.
Pork chops go in the marinade in a Ziploc bag overnight.
I like the thick cut
to
pork
1
chops,
hour. Thick cut. We're going to grill these hot heat, about 4 minutes, and then we're going to turn them, get nice crisscross marks on it, cook to an internal temperature of 145 degrees.
So just
That's
roughly
gonna-
4 minutes on each side.
Well, it might take probably total, like a pork chop that's this thick, it might take a total of around 12 minutes or so.
Not
bad, though.
Taste. Ladies, what's the word?
Matt, I have a question.
Sure.
When you're taking the temperature, I'm always worried about sticking the thermometer in and all the juices pour out.
You don't have to worry about that. And the biggest thing when you're temping the meat, whatever meat that is, you want to get to the coldest temperature, which is the middle of it.
Okay.
So you're trying to find wherever the coldest temperature is so that you know.
Okay.
And then when we get our pork chop, we want to cut it against the grain. You can do a nice little angle. And you can see there, I don't know if you can pick it up on TV, but look at how juicy that looks.
Yeah.
It's not dried out. It's not overly white. It's
You
got a
think
little
most
pink
people
to
overcook it?
I think a lot of people are afraid to undercook pork.
Yeah.
But if you cook it to 145, it's still going to stay super juicy and
It's
just
so
delicious. Finish the dish with some more of that marinade on top of it, some fresh lime juice, some more cilantro, and you got dinner ready.
Oh my
Get
gosh.
the grill's all fired up and you're ready to go.
Matt Abdu.
Knock it out of the park again.
Again, you can buy those ingredients for this recipe by scanning the QR code, bottom of your screen, or you can just head to today.com/todaytable. We should mention Today does earn a commission from purchases. Are you good to talk?
The lime on there, it's just so
you go.
delightful. Okay, coming up, country singer-songwriter Brandy Clark has worked with everyone from Reba McEntire to Sheryl Crow, so many more. And now she's here to perform her own new music for us when the third hour of Today comes right back.
You're in heaven, but you didn't die.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by Citi.
We are back with one of country music's most sought-after singer-songwriters. Brandy Clark has penned hits for stars like Casey Musgraves, Keith Urban, and Reba McEntire.
She has also earned 11 Grammy Award nominations for her own music.
And now she's out with her fourth album, a self-titled work, and Brandy's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So as we just heard, I mean, you collaborate with so many people. You recently just teamed up with Brandi Carlile. We had her here on the Plaza last year. I mean, what does she bring to the picture here for you?
Oh, a lot. You know, she's just got a great gut instinct as a producer. And for me, working with a producer who's also a recording artist, it brings something different. You know, her voice is really her instrument. So I felt challenged vocally in a way I never have been, which was pretty amazing.
And what are you performing for us today?
We're doing a song from this record. It's called Come Back to Me.
Well, we can't wait to hear it. We'll let you take it away.
All right.
They're saying that you ain't wrote your name in. If you're tired of the view from the same window, if there's lips that you want to get drunk on, Ferris wheels that you need to get stuck on, go see everything you think you need to see, then come back to me. There's pavement you ain't put your shoes on, or a dance floor you ain't made a move on yet. If you're feeling too safe here beside me, and you want to do something you might regret, try the whole world on if you feel the need, then come back to me. I wouldn't want you to miss a thing. I wouldn't wake you from any dream you ever had. So go on and go and unroll every map. But if you gotta leave, you gotta know I love you enough to let you go if there's greener grass. Hey, I wanna hold you, but I don't wanna hold you back. Fly like a bird on the jet stream. Hope the sky is a Hollywood set scene blue. If you land with the tan and the shades on, hope the promise the postcard made comes true. But if it's not all you dreamed it'd be, come on back to me. I wouldn't want you to miss a thing. I wouldn't wake you from any dream you ever had. So go on and go and unroll every map. But if you gotta leave, you gotta know I love you enough to let you go if there's greener grass. Hey, I wanna hold you, but I don't wanna hold you back. Someone else who deserves you, hope she loves you enough not to hurt you. But if she does, you know right where I'll be. Come on back to me.
Brandy Clark.
Beautiful. Thank you, everyone.
So
Thank
good.
you so much. And the
Good
album
luck.
is out now, right?
Album's out now.
Listen to that all day.
Tony's, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
So good. All right.
All right, we'll be right back.
Listen to that all day.
All right, before we go, don't miss a new episode of She Made It, streaming in just a few minutes. It's our summer fun episode. You can watch it at 10 a.m. Eastern over on the Today All Day channel on Peacock or your smart TV.
Tomorrow in the third hour of Today, the winners of the Women's Health Sneaker Award.
Nice.
First, though, coming up on Hoda and Jenna from the HBO series Somebody Somewhere, they're going to be spending some time with Bridget Everett.
All right, we hope you have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe go get a Post-it note and write something positive and put it on your mirror.
Or drink some champagne.
There you go.
Yeah.
Or both.
Both. Two things can be true.
Today, the actress and comedian getting all kinds of buzz, Bridget Everett, is here. Plus, Peloton pro and wellness expert Allie Love shares what she is loving that helps motivate her every day. And we're talking about music superstar Nick Jonas opening up about his worst moment on stage that sent him into therapy and how he bounced back.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody, welcome in. It is Tuesday. It's May the 23rd. We are so happy to see you and to be with you. Jenna, you look super sparkly in that dress.
Well, I love
this. Well, you love my suit, the one I wear over. No, but this is very beautiful.
Well, thank you.
Do you feel springy?
I feel springy, don't you?
Yes, I do. I feel very, very springy.
First of all, I love seeing you in the gym yesterday.
That was such an interesting encounter because I was on the Peloton bike, biking to Allie Love.
I knew you were.
Who we'll get to in a little bit.
You know how I knew?
How?
Because this is what Hoda looks like in the gym.
Yeah. Yeah, I close my eyes.
Closed.
I always close my eyes when I do the Peloton.
Do you keep your eyes closed for the entire ride?
Almost the whole thing.
I had to kind of go up and
I noticed.
snap.
But by the way, you had a big medicine ball. Jenna had some kind of a 30-pound medicine ball that you were banging on the ground.
It was fun.
Were you getting out all your aggression? What do you do to get your aggression out when you feel ragey?
I will say two things.
What?
I did the Peloton this morning.
Yes.
And I just
feel it.
Has Mercury been in retrograde?
I feel like something's up.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what it is, but I've been kind of grumpy, and I don't want to be grumpy.
And you're not a grumpy person.
So today with the pedals.
You were pounding it down, pound.
Do you ever do that?
No, this is what I did the other day. I took one of the huge pillows off of my couch at 4 a.m. I put it on the floor. Don't judge me.
No, don't judge.
Don't judge me, please. I'm begging you.
Don't judge
I put on those fingerless boxing gloves. Do you know the kind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that you own this.
I looked at that big pillow, and I imagined in that pillow the thing that's bothering me.
Take that pillow.
So I looked at that thing. Picture you know what it is, and you know where you feel it in your body, and you're like, let me take it out. I'm going to put it on that pillow, and then I am going to pound it. 2 minutes of pounding.
American sweetheart, baby.
Oh, pound. And then all of a sudden, when it was done, I sat, I exhaled, and I imagined a big bucket of sparkling water. Someone just pouring it over.
Sparkling.
Pouring it over all of the fragments of it and it just washed away.
Bye.
Deep breath.
Bye.
And now I'm ready. You got to get it out, man.
Yeah.
Everyone's got it. Don't try to stuff it down.
No, I know.
If you're
because
stuffing
when
it
you
down,
stuff it down, it comes out sideways.
yes, as an illness, as anger, as you'll yell at the person.
Yes, that you love the most.
Get it out. Pound it out.
And you can do it as you walk, as you run.
Yes.
You can write little things down and pound it. Don't you love that America's sweetheart pounds her couch? I'm going to just call you America's sweetheart. Do you know that you're America's sweetheart? By the way,
you have to release.
Mila, I had a play date over.
Yeah.
These twins.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about twins.
You love twins.
Yeah, because I am one. Oh. Anyway, they came over and they said, our mom loves Hilda. Our mom loves Hilda so much. And I was like,
You mean Hoda? And they were like, yeah. She loves Hilda. They love her. And I'm like, I love her too.
Can we just point out there's the cutest little girl in our studio? I don't know if we should point her out because she's skipping school, but her name is Brinkley, and she's here with her mom, and she was on the plaza, and she had a sign that said she was skipping school to watch our show, so I just decided, why don't you come inside and see it? Anyway, we're happy you're here, sweetie. Thanks for coming. Sorry to your teachers. We'll write you a note.
No, this is another kind of education, but we'll make sure we keep our language appropriate.
Yes, we will. We will.
Okay, a huge trailer dropped.
Everybody's talking about it.
Okay, executive producer Oprah has now brought the remake of The Color Purple.
A musical remake.
A musical. It's based on the musical that was on Broadway, right?
Check it out.
Oh, Miss Celie! You must ain't got no kinfolk around these parts.
All I had was my sister. She was the only one ever loved me.
Dear Celie, we are more than just kings and queens. We are at the center of the universe.
Oh my gosh. Do you have chills just watching the trailer?
I have chills.
Just
By the way,
watching the trailer.
Fantasia's spectacular. I mean, my word.
It looks
Wow, it's an incredible cast. So then Oprah posted a video of herself and the stars watching that trailer that you just saw for the first time. Take a look.
Yes!
Oh my God. Are they at a spa?
I don't know. Why are they in robes?
Where are they?
Oprah, we want to come with you to a spa.
You know what? I bet you she treated them all to a spa.
She did.
She probably bought them the spa.
But the whole spa is just the robes. I cannot wait.
We can't wait. We cannot wait.
Okay, so Nick Jonas, he recently sat down with Dax Shepard for his Armchair Expert podcast.
Yeah, Nick opened up about what he says was one of the worst moments in his career. It came during a duet with Kelsea Ballerini at the ACM Awards. He said he blanked out in the middle of it, hit the wrong notes, and the video went viral. So it was one of those.
Did it go viral? Did other people know that he messed up?
I guess back then it
Gavin
did. So
said yes.
here's what he had to say about it afterwards. Take a listen.
To this day, and like hours of unpacking it, I can't really figure out exactly what happened.
Yeah.
But I was like rushed right into a car and right to a plane after, and I looked at my manager. I was like, I think that was bad. I was like in shock, kind of.
Yeah.
And then it was like a really traumatic moment that shaped the pressure I put on myself to be perfect and to always be on.
Isn't that interesting how all those years later, it's like a public ouch. And you know he knows the song backwards and forwards.
He just made
in a
mistake.
moment, you make a mistake and you just have to you happen to make it publicly. And then it's something that haunts you. Like, and sometimes you probably wonder, is it happening again? Is this happening again?
Well, and the pressure you sort of feel you put on yourselves. It's so funny because, and this isn't, I guess, true if you're Nick Jonas, but Poppy was playing the piano and she'd be like, oh, I messed up. And she'd start again. And I'm like, Poppy, nobody knows your song but you. You just have to make it through. You know, unless you say I messed up. You know, then they're not going to know
just
it.
Keep going.
Keep going.
It's like, I
which
think
is
that's
what he did.
Which is what he did.
But unfortunately, it stayed with them. It's so funny how one mistake can haunt you forever and all the beautiful things you've done.
And sometimes one mistake, if you can turn into another and another.
Yeah.
Like, you know when you flub and you're like, oh gosh, and you think about the flub, like I've done it while I've been reading the prompter during the earlier hours sometimes. You're doing it and you flub and you're like, did I just say that? And then the next one comes and you flub again.
Yeah.
And you keep flubbing.
Yes.
And you're like, get me off this train.
It's a flub off.
It's a flub off. You want to stop the train, but you can't.
No.
Did you ever have any?
Well, when I was little, I performed a Marshmallow Christmas, and I was so excited for it. I was so excited for it because it was going to be on Channel 8. Which I believe was
a Marshmallow Christmas?
Marshmallow Christmas, and I wanted to be a singer.
I know, yeah.
I still do.
Yes.
But anyway, I was performing, and I was so excited that I couldn't. Marisa Messina, my music teacher, was like, do, 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 do. And I just stood there and I laughed hysterically through the entire performance. I remember seeing my parents in the back standing, waiting for me to perform, like, your turn. And I just was laughing until finally people clapped and I walked off. I never sang one word. So Nick Jonas.
Wait, what did you feel like after?
I mean, I was so. I tried
you
to
upset,
kind of.
or were you?
Yeah, I was humiliated.
Okay.
But I tried to be like, I saw something that made me laugh, but it really was just
Wasn't
that I
that
was
you were
so nervous.
Well, you do nervous laughter. That's one of your things. That's mine too.
I know it's really hard.
It's not good. So sometimes if we mess up on the show and we're laughing nervously, it's not about.
It's not mean.
It's our own thing.
us.
It's our own thing. It's not
Can
good.
we also just say we have a thing we love? This book, A Song and Prayer. It was Loretta Lynn's last book. And her twin daughters, Patsy and Peggy, were on in the earlier hours to talk about it.
Yeah, she wrote this before she passed away. It's a beautiful kind of tribute to their mom. It's full of prayers and songs and beautiful words of wisdom. And when we were at her memorial,
Yes.
it was just several months ago.
Yeah, it was in October. We were at her memorial, and Patsy's daughter, Emmy Russell, sang this. She performed it with Willie Nelson's son, Lucas Nelson. Take a look.
When they lay me down someday, my soul will rise and fly away. This whole world will turn around. I'll be at peace when they lay me down.
Oh my God.
We could listen to it
Please download that.
over and over.
All right, coming up next, you guys. She's our friend. She's a wildly popular Peloton instructor.
And we are so excited because you're going to see a lot more of Ali Love. She's going to get your morning motivation right after this.
We are very excited. It's a big day here on the show. We've got some big news, and it involves our good friend, Ali Love.
Yeah, you probably know Ali from Peloton, but she's also the CEO and founder of the female empowerment company, Love Squad. Now she's adding one more title to her name. We're going to chat with Ali in a moment, but first, more about her story.
There's a saying that says, they'll call you a fool whether you dance or not, so you might as well dance. And that's exactly how I view my life. I'm very much of a sun chaser. I'm an early bird. I wake up in the morning. I love when it's bright outside. I was a very energetic young girl. I'm still an energetic adult. I'm Ali Love, and welcome to Dance 100. I fell in love with dance after I got hit by a car at 9 years old. I broke my left femur. I was in the hospital for 7 days. I lost a lot of blood, and I was in traction for a while. In that time, my mom came in after speaking to the doctor, and she said, it's looking pretty grim, but you have to choose if you want to fight for your life or give up. And I remember saying, like, you know what? I'm going to keep praying and fighting for my life. And shortly thereafter, my mom put me in this summer camp, and they offered dance. And I fell in love with moving my body. I fell in love with rhythm. I fell in love with just learning choreography.
Will you bet on yourself? Yes or yes?
When I started Peloton, and our community, when I first joined, was so supportive. And so supportive in sharing how my words, my workouts, my social media changed their lives.
It's a time to remember your self-worth.
And I think that for me was the biggest unlock. It was the moment that I knew maybe I have something here.
There are days, which we all have, that there's no way that I want to do anything. I don't want to get out of bed. And just the minute you hear her voice, you forget about, why you didn't want to work out.
It feels like she's speaking to you, and it feels like she's saying exactly what you need to hear in that moment.
The day after my mother died, she came on the screen and just her usual just incredible positive attitude. It truly it helped me through the darkest days of my life.
Allie Love is a small town girl from Miami, Florida, who now lives in New York City living her dream. She's a Peloton instructor. She is a CEO and founder of her own company, Love Squad. She is a dedicated wife. She is a fun-loving daughter. And she is now your new best friend here at the Today Show.
Come on, Allie! We're so happy to have you.
Thank you.
Miss Today Contributor. How do those words feel when you say, oh, I am a Today Contributor?
I mean, it's brand new. It's an honor. I mean, I'm sitting next to you two. You are both bosses, and I'm at the table. Like, let's take a moment and realize I'm at this table, honey.
Oh, we are so happy you're here. Hoda and I have followed you for a long time.
Do you remember when there was some luncheon? I don't remember if you remember this, but Jenna and I were there, and there were a whole bunch of people there, and we look over and we're like, is that Allie? We literally beelined it over to you. You have this effect, the women who we saw in that piece,
yes,
the healing. When did you discover that you had this ability to really connect with people?
I think it was two places. Shortly after getting hit by a car, there was something that was moved. There was a big shift, right? This idea of connecting to God, the spirituality, to understanding that life is precious and to live each day to the fullest. And I never stopped doing that. And then when I joined the Peloton community as a Peloton instructor, all of the incredible feedback. Because I think, sometimes, and maybe this happens to y'all, where you come to work and you're doing your job, you're really living in your purpose, and you want to give more than you take all the time. The impact I know is great, but I didn't know how deep it would get. And so that feedback from folks, it made me nervous sometimes because I'm like, oh, can I keep doing this? Can I keep doing this every day?
Right.
But it also encouraged me to continue to do this because I also need it. They're there for me too.
Well, first of all, we talk about how positive you are, but there must be days where you don't necessarily feel like showing up, but you do.
Yeah.
What gets you, how do you kind of get that joy? I mean, I'm sure it's cultivated.
I have a little bit of a secret, to be honest. I get to see the folks on the leaderboard. When I get up in the morning and I go to work at Peloton, same thing here. It's like coming to the desk, I get to see the folks that I get to impact, their leaderboard names, and some of them are consistent.
You know them.
And I know them. I don't know who they are. I really don't. If they were on the street, I wouldn't know them, but I know them. I know who they are in terms of their ultimate being, their best self. They're on that leaderboard, and I'm not by myself.
No, you're not by yourself, girl. All right, we want to know you a little bit better, so we're going to bring in something we're calling our love box. We brought in a couple of items.
Coming from the ceiling.
Look at
this. We're going to leave that. Okay, let's see what we got in here. All right, what is the first part of the love box? What is this?
Yes. In our love box, we have our Oura Ring. Now, this is amazing.
What does it do?
So this one gives you a lot of feedback around your biometrics, right?
Okay.
So around your body. I use this specifically around sleep. You know how you sleep for a long time, you wake up and you're really tired?
Yeah.
Yes. What I use is to optimize good sleep. It's like, did I have good sleep? Good sleep really does then determine if I'm going to have a good day, because then I'm rested.
Yeah.
So it's not about how many hours you sleep, it's the quality. And I love this. And it's cute, right?
Yeah, it's really cute. Okay, what are these?
No, in here. Hold on. Let's just eat. We're going to eat. Oh, good.
What are these things?
Oh, these are my favorite. This is a treat. It's called Jars by Danny. Now, Danny is a good friend of mine, and she's a woman-owned business in terms of it's cake batter.
I want it.
Think about this.
Wait, it's cake batter?
It's cake batter. These are layered cakes, individualized. Buy box. Think about this in terms of
what's on the
your
bottom?
kid's birthday party, your work
This
event.
is so cute.
It's multi-layered cake. So there's a cake followed by icing.
Oh, there's a cake on the bottom.
Different flavors.
Oh my
Isn't this
God,
yummy?
I'm totally
I love
into it.
in your
Wait,
love
can
box.
you eat this? I mean, it has cake batter.
It's so good.
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, it makes us feel better.
Oh my
If Allie
God.
Love can eat cake batter right out of a little jar,
Okay.
so can we.
Wait, this is so important. We love food, but we also love music. You're introducing us to our Hoda and Jenna summer playlist this morning. Allie, will you please honor us with the name of the song that you are adding to the list? First one.
My summer hot track.
Yeah.
This summer. Princess Diana.
Yeah.
It's by Ice Spice and Nicki Minaj.
Wait, what? Hang on.
Turn this up.
Stop it.
It's the vibe.
Oh my God.
Hoda, what's your list?
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
What is it?
I got a little old Flo, but it's Flo Rida's new song. Can you hit it? Wait. good?
So good.
Oh, what a night. Flo Rida.
I love Flo Rida.
She loves
From my
a
hometown.
She loves a remix.
Yes, I love a remix. Okay, what's Jenna?
Mine is Waffle House. I haven't let it go.
Ooh,
Jonas Brothers.
Number one,
Jonas Brothers.
You're making a number.
Well, I heard it was the song of the summer, but
No, Summer Baby is.
no. Then why didn't you add it to the playlist?
That's next week.
That's next week.
Awesome.
Princess Diana's Song of the Summer.
Oh, really?
Picture.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Allie.
you.
Welcome, welcome.
All right. To join the more than 450,000 people on our Start Today community, get the newsletter in your box every morning. Scan the QR code on your screen. Allie, we love you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Cheers.
Allie.
Cheers.
Coming up next, y'all, she has toured with Amy Schumer. She's hung her heart out here in New York City, and now she has a hit series.
Oh, she's the boss.
Bridget Everett.
Come on, Bridget.
Hey.
Yeah.
From her series set in Manhattan, Kansas, to her cabaret act here in Manhattan, New York, Bridget Everett is the comedy queen we all need right now.
She is. She's back for season 2 of her HBO comedy, Somebody Somewhere, which is filled with the humor found in everyday moments like this scene where her sister helps her get dressed for a wedding. Take a look.
It's bad, isn't it?
I'm sorry, but there's just an issue or two. I think with the...
I don't understand. He spent like 30 minutes on my chest alone. How could he have gotten it so wrong? Do I look like a linebacker? I don't want to look like a linebacker.
You look linebacker, Jason. His shoulders, it looks like... What's the dance? The 80s dance that... Yeah.
By the way, if that little tiny clip doesn't make you want to watch this show, that is so much what the show is about. We're so happy that you're here.
Thanks for having me.
By the way, a lot of times when you watch acting, it kind of seems a little bit like acting. That does not.
No, that felt like we were sitting in there with you.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it loose and light, and it's largely scripted, but we have a little room to kind of mess around.
But it's based on...
Keep the hair loose.
It's based on your real life. How closely based is it?
Well, I'd say it's based on themes from my life. I have a sister who passed away. I have a great love of music, and sort of a blue sense of humor, but also... It's largely about your found family and the kind of the misfits that you find that make you whole, and that kind of, instead of like being a love story about a guy that, meet a man, fall in love with a man, change. It's about meeting a friend and how they change and shape your life. So
I love that it's about adult friendship.
Yeah.
It's kind of a late coming of age story.
Yeah.
And Manhattan, Kansas is the star of the show.
Yeah. The Little Apple.
That's
what they call it.
Do they really call it that?
They call it the Little Apple.
I mean, I once visited Paris, Texas, and it was a similar type of vibe. Yeah. This is your hometown.
Yeah.
I know that your dad and brother were both the mayor.
Yeah. They're both from political dynasties, I guess you could say. There they are. Oh my God, look at my mom. That's me, I'm the little one. And then
tell us about the look your mom's got right there. What's going on there?
I thought I wanted 6 kids. I was wrong.
Is the town just thrilled with all of this?
I think they are. This weekend I'm going home, and my friend My best friend Stephanie is throwing a party for the final 2 episodes, and all the local businesses are coming out. They're making a Bridget Everett donut from my place, Varsity Donuts. The Manhattan Brewery is making a Bridget Everett beer called Choir Practice in honor of our television show. So I'm excited.
That's a lot of love. We want to also send our condolences. We know your mom passed away a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, thank you.
What did she think of all of your crazy success?
I would say that my mom and my sister, I'm going to start crying. She's just like my biggest supporter and kind of always believed in me. And, she loved singing, and she really instilled a love of music with us. And when I was little, my family would all sing and drink around the piano, and that was really cool. And she just loved Hello, Dolly. And even as she was getting older, I'd be like, Mom, how you doing? Oh, I'm fine. You're like, would you sing us a song? No. How about Hello, Dolly? Hello, Dolly. And she just lit up every time. You can go to my Instagram page, you can see a lot of her singing. And she had a really irreverent sense of humor, kind of naughty, kind of fun. And
kind of like you.
Yeah, well, that's where I got it, Walking through the halls of Food for Less when I was little with no bra on. I'm like, Mom, but now I do the same thing. So.
No, and she would go in her pajamas, right? Her nightgown?
Yeah, she'd go in her nightgown.
That's a dream.
No bra.
Yeah, no bra. Just let them know. Let them know Freddie Everett's in town.
Oh my gosh. Okay, don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Bridget's going to stick around and play a game with us of Song Pong.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right after this.
We are back with Bridget Everett, who stars in the hot HBO series. It's called Somebody Somewhere, and since Bridget is a singer, we wanted to play a friendly game of song pong.
Okay, so the goal is
Get
to
ready,
try,
girl.
Bridget, we're really excited. You have to try to toss one of these balls into one of our buckets.
Okay.
And then what happens is it will give you a musical challenge. But we have 2 questions for you first. Will there be a season 3? Because the fans are asking.
The fans want
Let your voices be heard, America. We hope so. We hope so.
Let's do a Twitter poll.
And also, we have our new summer playlist that Allie Love's doing for us. We'd like you to add a song to it. What's your song of the summer?
My song of the summer is going to be, I think you say his name, Carry Him. It's called I Love You. It's like perfect walking down the street music. It's like,
wait, what?
It's just an old one-hit wonder. It's like, I love it so much. It makes me so happy.
Is that sort of your internal music when you're watching?
Yeah. When I see Hold on the Upper West Side, I start singing the song to myself.
Hey, girl. All right,
Okay,
come on, let's play.
Okay,
All
let's
right. So, we're going to go first because we want to hear you sing.
Yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
God, okay.
I'm going to get one in, Jenna.
She really will.
I used to play basketball in high school, not to brag.
Oh, God, she's a ringer. Oh, my God. Nothing but net. Do I just go in and sing?
Yes.
Okay. Sing an improvised song about your plans for the summer. Okay?
Oh, jeez.
Walking down the street and I see Hoda. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I say, Hoda, come here, because I'm going to give you a kiss right now.
All right.
Canceled.
Are you? You throw one now.
You throw one
You're
even
never
though-
I got
canceled.
two different kinds of balls. Can I just toss them?
Yeah, toss some balls.
Oh, my God.
Did you play sports?
A couple.
Sing your favorite TV theme song. Oh, no. Jetsons. No, Flintstones.
Meet the Flintstones. They're a dinosaur family. Okay, here we go.
From the
town of Bedrock, they're a place right out of history.
You're good. Okay.
There's a Jetsons.
Hold on.
Okay,
I wish
ready.
this was a drinking game. I'm going to do all right.
I know.
I'll make up a theme song for Today with Hoda and Jenna.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Oh, these are hard. These are not easy.
Rise and shine. It's Jenna and Hoda. It's Jenna and Hoda.
Take a shot.
Oh, no.
Your turn.
Do I
You
get
get
to go?
Yeah.
Got so many balls I've never.
Oh!
Really good.
You got it?
Yeah. Okay. Sing the first classic commercial jingle that comes to your mind. Meow, 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 meow.
You've been a cat person.
No, Bridget, you're a cat person, kind of.
I love kitties.
I told you.
Ow. Okay, Brandy, hold on. Which one did we? I get it. Okay, how about that one?
Oh my God.
Oh, God, you just hit Bridget.
I'm being attacked.
You just hit Bridget in the head. Say you're sorry.
It's competitive. I have to get
Wait, how many shots are you going to take?
Okay,
When I
you know
go
we
take a
want
shot?
you. Okay.
Oh, no.
Our turn.
Now we're just.
Oh, I cheated. I cheated.
We need
Wait, no, you
Bridget to
didn't.
go
You didn't.
again.
Okay, here we go.
We've gone too much.
Improvise your own theme song to the show, Somebody Somewhere. Somebody somewhere. Oh, God.
Oh, God. Wait, we want you to go one more time, but we have to go. But can you just?
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Here, I'll take this one.
Okay, what you got?
Do your best singing impression of a famous singer.
Oh, yeah.
Do you believe in life after all? That's the best I could do.
Oh, you are awesome.
That was Barry Manilow.
Please catch the final 2 episodes of Somebody Somewhere on HBO and Max this Sunday and stream both seasons on Max. We love you.
Okay,
You're
and
amazing.
also remember to protest for season 3.
Yes, and also go see Cabaret. You got to see her on the stage.
Joe's Pub. We
Don't
wanna
forget
come.
Joe's Pub.
Remember, you have to do a matinee.
We keep saying remember.
Coming up next, she doles out her advice for more of her 2 million followers. Now, TikTok star Tinx has something for us after this. Okay, if you don't yet know Tinx, listen up. She's a social media superstar known for giving advice to her more than 2 million loyal followers.
And it's a big, big day for her. But before we talk to Tinx, let's get to know a little more about her story. Christina Najjar, or Tinx, as she's known to her more than 2 million followers on social media, has established herself as the TikTok big sister. The Stanford-educated writer took to TikTok just 3 years ago and has since become a go-to source of all things cool. She posts everything from skits.
Could I please have a skinny margarita?
To dating advice.
One of the things that I love about being single is you can have your fake boyfriends.
To her famous Ask Me Anything sessions.
Ghosting is just cowardly, plain and simple.
Tinx has built her online popularity with a hit podcast and her own Sirius XM radio show. Now her first book, The Shift, which offers her unique takes on everything from dating to friendships to discovering your own self-worth.
Welcome,
welcome.
So happy
Thank you for
you're here.
having me.
Okay, you have built this incredible platform. So many people listen, mainly women, listen to you. What does it feel like?
It feels amazing. I'm so grateful every day. You know, I found my dream job, my purpose when I was almost 30, and I just feel so lucky that I get to wake up and literally do my dream job every day.
I feel like the people who give the best advice are people who've been through some stuff because they know. Like they know what it feels like. It's like I've been there. Where? Tell me what you learned along the way that brought you to this point.
You know, I think that the best advice givers are often the people who like to get advice the most too. And I love to ask for advice. I went to an all-girls school growing up, and I remember, you know, being on the school bus asking the older girls, like, what, you know, how do you do this? What's going on with that? And those are some of my earliest, happiest memories. And I think that that's where I really started to love advice. I believe that in a room full of women, if someone has a problem, someone else has the answer, and it's just all about sharing the information.
Totally, and listening, right?
And listening, exactly.
Okay, the shift is so cool because I think we've been told as women that things have to happen a certain way.
Right.
But what you're saying is like, no, it's how we talk to ourselves, right?
It's totally how we talk to ourselves. The shift is a guidebook for self-esteem, and I really do believe that change starts with us. We've got to focus on ourselves first, especially as women. It's so important that we grow our self-esteem, know our worth in our 20s so that we don't settle for less in any area of our lives. Dating, friends, jobs, and so on.
I often think that when people are talking about they want to go on a dating site, they're like, what can I do to make him like me? How is he going to like me? You know, and I get it. You want to be noticed. But I feel like often, I remember talking to a friend, I said, what do you look for in a guy? And she said, him liking me.
Yeah.
It's like, but there has to be more that you want other than just to be accepted.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I think we have to fill up our own cups first, and then we become better at dating because we know ourselves, we know our worth, and we're not so focused on the validation of others. But I mean, hey, that's all I did in my 20s was just seek validation in dating from men, and it didn't end up very well.
Can we do a little quick fire of some of your terminology in here? So why is crush one of your favorite words?
Crush.
I love crushes. You know, I think that we think of it as something juvenile or silly, like for teenagers. I think that's totally wrong. I love having a crush. I'm obsessed with it. So I think we should have crushes into adulthood. I have a crush list. I like to keep it part manifestation, part organization.
Who are you manifesting now?
Oh, I can't tell you.
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
I
but
keep it on my phone.
Organization? What does that mean?
Like so you can keep all your crushes organized on your
my
phone.
God, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, breakup antibodies.
You know, if someone could create a pill that would get rid of heartbreak, they'd be the richest person in the world.
True.
But I do think that as we get older, we kind of develop these heartbreak antibodies, you know, and anytime we're going through a breakup, we think, okay, this sucks, but it will get better, and I know how to get through it. And when your heart is broken and it is put back together, it grows. I do believe that.
How did you do it when you had a breakup?
You know, I hung around with my friends a lot. I think that is so important, is just to be around people who you love. And also routine. It doesn't sound that cool, but I swear just getting up at the same time every day, going on a walk, doing the same few things every day can really help you feel normal and get back on track when your heart is hurting.
Cool. It's true. And we want to talk so much more, but luckily this book exists so we can all look into it. So check out The Shift. All you have to do is go to today.com/books. Thanks,
Thank
Tinks.
you.
All right, thank you, Tinks. And we've got just the goodies for all the book lovers on your dad's and grad's gift list. You've got your bookshop, and it's open right after this. Jenna's bookshop is open. And if you've been reading along with Jen this month, we hope you've been enjoying our latest pick. You guys, this is a good one. Chain Gang All-Stars.
I love this book so much. Craig Melvin just finished it, by the way. Yeah,
wow.
so today I have picked some products that you'll love that will hopefully will keep us all reading all summer long. They're good for grads. They're good for teachers. It's that time of
Father's Day.
Father's Day.
Yeah.
So just shop with us by scanning the QR code. Okay, first up, look at these acrylic book-shaped vases.
This is brilliant.
Don't you think
Sorry.
these are so cute?
Yes.
So they're a great gift for a teacher, and they're good for a desk. I also kind of want to try to put this in my bookcase with books on every
Like
side of it.
smaller books next to it.
Don't you like it? So anyway, great for teachers. They come in these 3 colors: red, blue, brown, and also a clear color. And they have these different texts. So you can get them $19.97.
Wow, $20.
$20.
That's a nice gift.
Yeah,
I like
and then
that.
fill them with flowers, and even from your own yard.
I think that's a brilliant
if you
idea.
have flowers.
Okay.
Next up, these are
What?
table topics for book clubs. I'm obsessed with table topics.
Yeah, I know you like
Do
that
you
kind
have
of
these?
stuff.
They're really cute
I don't
for
have these.
kids.
What do you do with
Okay,
them?
so obviously, hopefully, y'all are reading Chain Gang and sitting around with your book club, but table topics help you kind of focus the conversation.
So this is for book clubs
For
to
book
have
clubs
this.
specifically, it's book club version. So
Okay,
for
so what do you
example,
have?
I mean, they're all great questions. Why did you choose to read this book? If the book was made into a movie, who would you want to see play it?
Okay. So fun things to get
Fun things to
conversation
talk about.
started.
And you can get these at tabletopics.com.
Ooh, look at this one. Did this book reaffirm or change the opinions you hold?
How good is that?
That's a good one.
Tabletopics.com, $25. Great gift for teachers, I think, or anybody
Brilliant.
that you're in a book club
Brilliant.
with. Okay, this is also a great teacher gift. Don't you like how I'm just getting a million gifts for
Yes.
teachers?
Well, they deserve them. And
This
more.
is a Kate Spade, a reusable canvas tote bag, and it has a print of all of our favorite classic books on it through the Looking Glass. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, encyclopedia.
Yeah, modern art. Anyway,
Really cute.
Obviously, $28. Amazon teachers have to carry a lot to school.
And also, maybe the school librarian needs one.
Oh, yes. Don't
Speaking
forget the
for
librarian.
your mom and my mom.
Do you think it's strange that we had librarians,
I
both
do
of us
think
as
it's
mothers?
very unusual.
Let's talk about that tomorrow. Okay, here's another great gift for the dads or the nurses.
Or the moms.
Or the moms. I know,
Here.
but it's Father's Day is coming up.
Okay, look.
Okay,
look. This is what you do.
It's a magnetic eyeglass
Okay, look what I'm
holder.
doing right here. I'm going to put
Watch
this
Hoda.
here.
And
So
it
this
sticks to a
sticks on-
lapel.
And then?
And then you put your eyeglasses so that you
Hey,
never say, where are my eyeglasses? You
See?
never have to say
They're
that again.
great. Oh, I love it.
Don't you think that's so cute?
And by the way, the magnet is tight, so it's not like it's going to flop
No,
off.
and
I
this,
like it.
this is $11, $11.99 at
Smart.
readersrest.com.
Smart.
Okay, this is something that people have asked for. If you're done reading Chain Gang, I have 2 great books for you.
Okay.
First is by our friend
Oh,
Emma Straub.
love her.
This is a beautiful love story between father and daughter. It's called This Time Tomorrow. Her dad was actually sick, and she wrote this. It's, if you love the 90s, it's set in New York City in the 90s, and her dad got to read it before he passed away. So I know it was incredibly personal. It's a beautiful gift for a father for Father's Day, or buy it for anybody. And I love giving books to my kids' teachers.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because they want to read over the summer. It's a
Oh.
beautiful gift. Please read it. She also owns my favorite bookstore.
I know
Anyway.
you always talk about that. You do love that.
Okay, the next one. This is what I'm going to get my dad for Father's Day. The Boys from Biloxi. It is by John Grisham.
Page Turner guaranteed.
It is set in Mississippi. It is a riveting story of 2 sons of immigrant families. They end up on opposite sides. That's all I'm going to say. It's $14.90. You can buy it at your indie bookstore or
Grisham
wherever you get
books
your
you
books.
can read in a day.
It came out in 2022, but read it.
Read it.
Give it to your dad.
All right.
Okay, to check out these products, head to today.com/read with Jenna.
All right, we'll be back right after this. Tomorrow, Stranger Things star Caleb McLaughlin will be here.
Oh, good. And Bobby is going to give us the latest on her dating. We're dying to know.
And to look at a new documentary about the life of Mary Tyler Moore. You did a great interview on that.
Beautiful conversation with her loving husband. Okay, y'all, it's Tuesday, which means tomorrow is
Wednesday.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
I mean, I don't even know how fortunate I am to be joined by not one master chef, but two master chefs here in the kitchen. First, it's celebrity chef Jeffrey Zakarian. He's the host of the new Food Network show, Big Restaurant Bet. And of course, Savannah, who has her own cooking show called Don't Eat That.
No,
you will get
stop
sick.
it.
No, don't eat that unless you have Pepto.
I want you to support me on my cooking
Don't
journey,
eat
like
that.
GZ does.
Unless a bathroom is nearby.
Oh, stop
anyway,
it.
Jeffrey, we're so happy you're here.
Nice to be here.
Are you
Thanks.
happy to be among the
so
midst
happy.
of a chef?
I love the show, what you're doing, and it's really incredible because it's really hard to teach someone like without like getting in there, like
I know, but the only way to learn is to actually
That's right.
Do you think she could do? Could cook this?
Absolutely. You ready? We're going to
Yeah,
do a
ready.
spring mushroom
Perfect. How do you-
pea pasta. Okay,
Careful.
so be careful with that knife first.
Pointing a knife at me.
Don't gesticulate with a
Okay.
knife. That's first thing. Okay, slice.
Slice.
I'm going to put some shallots in here with garlic. Okay, it's a very simple pasta, and I'm making it real time. What do I have first? Pasta is down in the water, and it's very salted. So when you want to salt pasta, the water should taste like the ocean. Remember, very good. Okay.
Okay, water
Add the
should taste. I'm
shallots.
going to move a little closer to
The
my man,
mushrooms are
Jeffrey.
going in here.
Okay. Can I help you, Jeffrey?
We put those in here. So our mushrooms, shallot, garlic, very simple. Let them soften. You don't have to be crazy. Just leave it there. Medium
How's my
heat.
slicing?
Fantastic.
Careful.
Oh,
Savannah.
So you want to make sure that they're evenly sliced so they cook and they look like this.
Look how beautiful. I would eat that alone.
Okay, so we're going to add to this some white wine. Go. And a little bit of
Familiar with white wine?
pasta water.
Okay.
Not all of it, just a little bit. And why pasta water? Because pasta water has all the starch from the pasta. And guess what? It helps.
some
You know
salt.
that silky?
Yes.
That silky pasta you get at a restaurant, you don't know why is it so silky. It's
Yeah.
not like that. And that's why. So
Can I
we're going
put
to
this
reduce
in
it.
it?
Not quite yet because we don't want those to go brown. So these are peas. You could do frozen peas or fresh peas.
Okay.
If fresh, you could blanch them for a second. But honestly, take right out of the freezer.
why
It's
not?
fine.
Yeah.
You just put them in. Okay, we have our pasta right here, boiling salted water. This is the sauce, and people don't understand. So the pasta next to the sauce, and all we do is we take the tongs. We don't throw
Now, let me just guess, and I'm not a master chef, but this is al dente.
al dente to the bite. To the bite. So it's about a minute away from being fully cooked, and we're going to put it in here and just finish it
Look how beautiful.
in here. And that's how you fit every pasta that you have in a restaurant that you like.
Is in the
This is
finishes
how
with
it's
the
done.
sauce.
Yes, it must. So you're just going
finishes
to
in
give it a
the
little toss. Can you do a little toss?
Yeah,
Be
give
careful.
us
Okay,
some,
that's good.
you know how to do it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Gosh.
It's all right.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh no. Sorry.
I'm going to fix it. Watch this. See this? I'm not going to take it off the pasta. Just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm
Maybe
sorry.
you need a cooking
Then
show.
comes the peas. Then comes.
I didn't mean to make such a
It's
mess.
okay. A little cheese. A little cheese. And because it's a little dry, and we're missing some,
Yeah.
we're going to add a little bit more pasta water. Watch this. just like this.
See,
all
you
right?
even spill a little, and
Just
you're a
a bit.
master chef.
And then at the very end,
little.
some chili. I love
my gosh,
chili,
this
very
looks so good.
finely minced chili. And we're ready to go. We're gonna add a little basil to it, all right? And you're gonna come over here and taste.
Your knife skills are excellent.
Well, thank you so much.
He's
We're
a
gonna
chef.
chiffonade, that's what that's called. And
Oh.
there you have it. We are done. A beautiful spring pasta. Be careful. Spring
Okay, you
pasta.
try to flip it. Let's see you flip
It's
it.
hard.
And I want to see
You're
some
really,
air.
what you're doing is
I want to see
you're
some
really
air.
not flipping. You're really just folding. So you
fold.
just
No, no.
very small, very small.
Okay, why are you giving her tips? Okay, go, flip.
There you go, much better. Excellent.
Wow.
Thank you.
All
I've
right.
learned so much.
I'm
We have
actually
over
going to
here-
say that was great.
Come on, I'm gonna make it rain some
Okay.
Pecorino Romano, and this
Here,
is
would
your,
you like a bite?
Yeah, I would.
there you go.
Yum. That looks delicious. What kind of pasta do you use?
Fettuccine, a flat pasta, tagliatelle.
Okay.
Bon appetit.
Do you feel
Thank
like
you
you have
so
to make
much.
your pasta or no?
You don't. You can make it, but you really don't have to make
okay.
the pasta.
Okay, well, don't eat it. You have to read this tag.
For this recipe and more, go to today.com/food.
It's Make Ahead Monday, and it goes green this week. These recipes will bring you down to earth. Here to help us veg out is chef and owner of Pig Beach, Matt Abdu. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's so great to see
I know, we
your faces,
miss
even though
you.
it's still digitally, but it's wonderful
we
to
see you.
all.
But we see you. That's all that matters. And I am
Indeed.
so excited because I am obsessed with carrot ginger soup, and I bet your recipe is just like one of the best.
Well, I truly hope so, but I'm sure Cal is also going to be able to give me a run for my money very, very soon with his culinary adventures. But the carrot soup is really, it's just absolutely delicious. And believe it or not, you could actually make this recipe using all the scraps from any of the soup or carrots that you might be using for other recipes. Peeling them, save the scraps, any ends or tops or carrots that might be, almost getting to the point in the refrigerator where they're about to go away.
Mhm.
And since it's Earth Day, we really want to be able to just try to find a way of not wasting as much, kind of across the board. And that shouldn't just be an Earth Day thing. That should be
Sure.
a year-round thing. So anyway, in my pot over here, we're starting off, we have some carrots that have just been sliced up. We started off with a little bit of vegetable oil and some ginger, garlic, and white onions. And we just put it in our sliced carrots.
That's
And we're just going to kind of cook them all until they get a little bit nice and soft. And then to that, we're going to add some vegetable broth. Now, this could also be just plain old water. We're going to add our vegetable broth just to cover it. We're going to bring that up to a simmer, and then we're going to add in a little bit of apple cider vinegar. That acid really kind of gives those carrots a nice big pop with that ginger, brings it all alive with some flavor. And then last but not least, we need a little bit of salt and pepper that are going to go right into that pot. So we're going to bring this up to a simmer, and we're going to cook it for about 20 minutes to half an hour or so until those carrots are nice and tender. And then they're going to go into our blender once they're all nice and tender, and you're going to end up with this beautiful, creamy carrot ginger soup. Now, carrots and ginger are like a match made in heaven. They go so well together, and that flavor of that ginger really brightens up those carrots and make an incredible soup.
And Matt, it would
So
seem to me that
what-
this is a soup that could be served either hot or cold.
Absolutely. Why not? It could be sort of in that sort of like gazpacho-esque style soup. Cold or hot will be absolutely delicious. But another thing that we're going to use up with our carrots that people throw away all the time and has so much flavor, we're going to make a carrot top pesto to garnish the soup. And believe it or not, these carrot tops, they have so much flavor, guys. They have that nice, bright, green, sort of herbaceous flavor to them, but they also still taste like carrots. So in order to make our carrot pesto, what we're going to do is I've taken the liberty of grabbing the carrot tops. You can see right here.
Okay.
Push this out of the way.
I know it's a crazy
And
question,
we're
but what if
gonna
you
bring
don't
up
have
my
the
blender.
carrot tops? Can you use other things or?
That is a great question. If you don't have carrot tops, you can still absolutely make a delicious pesto regardless. This recipe for pesto will work pretty much across the board. Sub out the carrot tops for basil, and you still have like that traditional basil pesto ready to go. But the two key tricks that I love doing when making this pesto is first I love to blanch my herbs first. What that's going to do is it's going to really help set that nice, beautiful green color and keep them really vibrant throughout the processing part.
Hey, Matt,
And
really
another
quickly,
trick, guys,
could you tell people what blanching is?
Absolutely. So blanching is basically taking any sort of vegetable, bringing a pot of salted water to a boil, and then taking that vegetable and putting it into that boiling water to cook it for about 30 seconds or so to either soften it or set those bright green colors. When you're blanching herbs, anything that's green, it's really going to help make those green colors really pop and come alive within the cooking process to keep that nice bright green color.
Nice.
Cool.
Hopefully like the color of my shirt. So we have our blanched parsley, our blanched carrot tops, our blanched spinach, and that's all going to go into a pot with a little bit of salt and chili flake into our blender, 1 clove of garlic. Now, this is the part, if you like a lot of garlic, you can add a little bit more, but at 1 clove, believe it or not, raw garlic is going to be quite a bit. I have some toasted pine nuts. They're going to go right into our blender. And last but not least, stuck in there, is our olive oil. So we're going to put all of this into our blender. And we're going to put our lid on it. And a great tip, guys, whenever you're pureeing any sort of green herbs like that, if you want to keep them nice and bright green, put an ice cube in there, believe it or not. The ice cube is actually going to keep those green colors nice and cold because the enemy to keeping anything green is heat. And if it gets too hot because of blending too long, it might turn that army green color, which we don't want. So an ice cube in your blender is going to do two things. Oh, yeah. It's going to keep it nice and bright green. It's also going to help emulsify the pesto. So we're going to put it all in our blender and just kind of blend it up real quick. You get the point, and then when it comes time, it gets all nice and creamy smooth. We're just going to take our last little bit of Parmesan cheese, and we're just going to fold it into this incredible, beautiful green pesto.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
So now we're going to bring it all together, guys.
Matt, we've got to go, unfortunately. But you've got also on our website some great recipes for what you can do with leftover broccoli and cauliflower as well.
Yum.
Absolutely. Don't waste anything, guys. Use it all up. It is super delicious. Don't waste a thing of it.
I'm so
All right, Matt, thank you so much.
Cool. All right,
You
coming
bet,
up
guys.
next.
Great seeing you. Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. Thanks so much, Matt. In this morning's Make Ahead Monday, we have a doubleheader packed with spring veggies. So here to help is host of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America, our friend Chef Ann Burrell. Ann, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for having me, and happy spring.
Happy spring. I love this because I love stew. I love making stew. But I mean, in this time of year, I feel like it's kind of off limits. But you're changing the game here.
Well, I mean, I always love a veggie anytime, and the more I can get the beautiful green spring colors, that's what I'm talking about. So I have a bunch of veggies. I have sugar snap peas, I have asparagus, I have zucchini and escarole. I have some spring onions that I'm sauteing in my pan. And my veggies I have blanched in salted boiling water, and then I am letting them chill out in salty ice water. And then I have the little spring onions that I'm starting to saute in my pan. I'm adding to that some new potatoes, some red bliss potatoes that have been boiled as well. We're just going to get this all sauteed together. So we get the potatoes in there, and then we start adding the veggies.
Why do you like blanching the veggies before
spring...
instead of just sauteing them with everything?
So I blanch and shock them to get them cooked through, and then you shock them to stop the cooking and set that beautiful green color. And so then when we saute in the pan, it's really just about bringing everything together.
I notice you've
So
got
we
some
get everybody in the
asparagus.
pan.
And,
I love asparagus.
But could you use any grouping of green veggies you wanted?
anything you want. If you don't like asparagus, skip it. If you're not a sugar snap pea fan, you can skip those too. If you want to use English peas, those work just as well. So I have some zucchini that I'm throwing in there. The zucchini I'm just throwing in. I have not blanched and shocked that. And we just get everybody sauteed together. Right? And then we finish it with a little bit of escarole and throw in a little bit of chicken stock just to get everybody to come together. There we go. All right. We give it a little sprinkle of salt. And just for fun, a little crushed red pepper. I like a little spice in there. And then we finish the whole thing with just a little bit of butter and Parmesan cheese that it kind of helps hold everybody together.
So it's almost like a warm cooked salad.
Yes, exactly. And this is great for things with like grilled chicken or roasted chicken, or if you want to do.
If you've got leftovers, and you say you can turn it into a frittata.
So that's exactly what I did. I took my leftover spring veggie stew and I just beat up about 6 eggs and about a half a cup of Parmesan cheese. I got that all in a pan, finished it in the oven, and then topped it with a little salad and some bread. Wow. And the whole thing then is like, it could be just a beautiful spring side dish, or it could be a lovely brunch, or hors d'oeuvres, that kind of thing. And that's great at room temperature.
Oh, wow. What's the secret to the frittata, not getting the bottom too brown, but making sure the top cooks? I've always had trouble with it.
Right, I know. It's like you start it on the stove, and when you see the eggs start to cook and sort of hold their shape, I just toss the whole pan right in the oven. So about 350 degrees for about 15 minutes, just till the eggs are cooked through, and voila, there you go.
Boom.
So good. I want food back. And thank you so much. That looks delicious.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me. And don't forget to tune in to Worst Cooks on Sunday nights at 9 o'clock.
Absolutely, on the Food Network. And of course, for these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. And we'll be right back.
It is time for Tasty Trends Tuesday, and today's trend, eating less meat, even if it's just one night a week. A lot of families are trying to help the earth by choosing a more eco-friendly option.
Okay, but we didn't want just any meatless meal on our show, so we called up Stefano Secchi. He's the chef behind one of the hottest restaurants in New York City. I've been, it's delish, Resdora, and we asked him to make us something wonderful. Hey, Stefano.
Look at Stefano.
Hi, guys. I'm excited to be here. How you doing?
Stefano, we like that little snap.
Yeah, you're making us feel like happy, just showing up.
That's because one when like Luca's around, so like the only way to get him out of a complete rage is to dance with him. So after we're done with this segment, I'm gonna go dance with him a little bit, and it's gonna be great.
Well, and
Luca's my little.
Yeah, your 2-year-old son, and you've been making cooking classes with him, cooking videos.
Yep.
I hear him.
He actually loves it.
We can hear him. We hope he makes a cameo.
There is Luca. What does he like to cook?
He just loves to eat, really. But yeah, he loves to salt things. It's fantastic. I mean, we're off to a good start. You know?
That's pretty cool.
I think.
All right,
He's
so
actually yelling at me right now.
For those of us who haven't had the privilege of eating at your restaurant, you're about to make us something delicious. Tell us what you're going to make.
Okay, so we always do a seasonal gnocchi, and it's for brunch. We're going to do a pea gnocchi here, and what I've done is I'm just going to take over real quick if you don't mind. What I've done is just taken potatoes, and you always want to have potatoes that are a little bit older, low in moisture, because the idea is to get the moisture out when you're making the gnocchi, so you can add less flour. So what I do is I bake the potatoes off, and you see the steam that's escaping. You want to cut them in half right away, okay? And then you're going to send them through a ricer. I have this ricer that I've had in my family for years from Italy, and I can't get away from it. It's great. And it actually just goes onto a wooden cutting board. And then I take some, you know those frozen peas that you have that you use to, you know, I mean, if you got a headache or like everyone sprains their ankle.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So just use one of those if you have frozen fresh peas inside the fridge. What I did is I took like this really beautiful orange egg yolk. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's like dark orange. We get beautiful eggs here from upstate New York.
Wow.
And I actually add them to the peas. Just take an immersion blender, and then you just blend the two together, okay? And then what I've done is I've put off to the side some of the pea puree, and that's going to actually get added right inside of the potato, right? So you're going to have like the basis of pea gnocchi. So during the winter time, we did squash. We've done spinach. You want to take, as soon as you've done that, you're going to take just a regular, I think we call this just a plastic bench scraper is what we call it. Yeah, bench scraper at the restaurant. Yeah. So then you want to take that, and you want to take just the flour, and you're going to sift it on top.
And is that just normal flour? Yeah.
We use Duppiel Diddle, but you can use AP flour, absolutely. So you're going to bring the dough together, you sift all the flour on top so you don't have any really lumps, and you're going to bring the dough together with a bench scraper, okay? Slowly like this. So you have the egg yolk in there to help bind it together, and I've got the finished dough right here, okay?
So
I'm going to show you just how we roll out this gnocchi.
Yeah.
That's it?
You guys with me so far?
I know, we were saying
shocked
that it's hard to make homemade pasta, but that looks easy.
So it's potato and flour?
Potato flour, and then just the pea.
peas.
You don't even have to use the pea if you don't want. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so now what are we doing with it?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to roll it out into a log. Okay, you want to have the reason why you want to do it on a cutting board is because it may be a little bit wet, and when that happens, if that happens, it adds a little bit of bench flour you have off to the side here, so you can easily get the shape that you're looking for. Okay, so what I'm going to do is
cut them into little gnocchi balls.
Right, and so at the restaurant, you know, we go through so many gnocchis, but we usually you either use a gnocchi board or just the tines of a fork. Yeah. So dip the fork inside of a little bit of flour. Take that gnocchi. You want to push it down. Okay.
Roll it.
And we roll it, and you want to have the tines of the fork actually showing. And I've done a few ahead of time for you guys, and I'm going to actually put this right in the boiling salted water. Okay.
Can I ask something?
We're going to make the sauce.
Did you do the fork thing just for aesthetics, so it looks cute? Could you just plop them in if you wanted?
That's actually a great question. So yeah, in many ways, yeah, my nonna used to just cut them like this, and then she used to just put them in the boiling water as is. But you actually have this little indentation when you push it on the tines of the fork that holds onto the sauce really well. So that's why I use the tines of the fork. Anyway, so it's whatever you want to do, or just come to Resdora and we'll make it for you as well. All right, so let me just show you the sauce real quick.
Yeah,
the sauce is going to be. Yeah, so we have a pea puree on the base, but we have just a very, very simple butter, or if you don't want to use butter, you can use extra virgin olive oil. But I have a little bit of butter right here because Emilia Romagna, we use a nice amount of butter. Okay. I have my gnocchi that have just been dropped in. I'm going to make sure that as soon as it starts floating, they're ready to go. But you see that those peas that we used to have in the bag, or we have fresh frozen peas as well, which are really, really nice.
Yeah.
Or just go to the farmer's market across the way and you can get them there too. It's gonna go right inside with the butter, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You guys with me? These are like one of my favorite things. During this whole COVID thing, we've been so excited to have spring come again. I mean, it's just been so exciting. So we're going crazy with the peas. We're going crazy with peas right now. Okay, so if you want to come in here, let me show you the gnocchis are floating right now.
Oh, okay. And they have to float. That means they're done, and then you just pour them right in that sauce?
Exactly right.
Okay.
Going right inside the sauce right now.
Okay.
You want to have a little bit of pasta water as well.
Oh, I see how you do
Okay.
that.
Will you show us that final product?
Oh, that looks yummy.
Right now, you got it.
We wish it was here, is all I can tell you.
I'm going to send some to you, Jenna.
Thank you.
Don't forget about me.
Yes,
And you, Hoda, and you, Hoda. Sorry, of course, both of you, both of you. Of course, both of you. Luca's actually going to try and eat this. Luca, vieni qua. Luca.
Luca, do you want to bite?
Hot Luca.
Okay, so we have the pea puree. We have the fresh pea gnocchi.
Okay. Will you just give us a flash to the camera, because we got us.
Because sadly, it's all over.
Yeah,
we want
and
more.
You're a little out of frame, but let's see if we can.
Let's see.
There you go.
Beautiful.
That's a beauty. Tell Luca to blow
My
first.
camera woman's going to fire me after this. She's
All right.
she's not getting it together.
Beautiful.
Delicious.
Tell her we said thank you.
Yes. And
You got it. Thank you guys so much for having us.
Thanks, guys.
See you soon. And for these
Ciao, ciao.
recipes, head to today.com/food.
Of course, it's Friday. That means it's Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer sharing 2 delicious egg recipes that will have you scrambling to make them this weekend. I'm gonna love it.
Hey guys, I love eggs so much, and I'm excited to share with you 2 healthy, excellent recipes for your weekend brunch plans. First up, a veggie cheese frittata that is packed with the good stuff. I'm starting here with a dozen eggs. The majority are whole eggs, just mixed up right here, but I always like to take a few of the yolks out. Next, I'm adding in a half a cup of light sour cream. I'm all about the herbalicious flavor. You can put in whatever herbs you like. I have here chopped dill and parsley, a 1/4 teaspoon kosher salt, and a little bit of pepper. And I'm just gonna mix this up. And now we are ready to build our frittata. I'm using onions and bell pepper. This is the point where you can make this frittata your own. And it's really important to use an oven-safe skillet, because when we make a frittata, it goes from stovetop right into the oven. This will saute over a medium flame for about 5 to 7 minutes. We just want to get the veggies nice and soft and lightly browned. I'm adding in some mushrooms too. I'll let this saute for another 5 to 7 minutes. Sprinkle on top, I have some 2% sharp cheddar cheese. Slowly, I'm gonna pour my egg mixture over the cheese, which is over the vegetables. Many layers of scrumptiousness. and let this sit over the flame for about 3 to 5 minutes. Now I put the remaining cheese on top, and I'm gonna let it sit over the medium flame for about 3 to 5 minutes. I just want these outer edges to slightly firm up and cook, and then I'm gonna transfer it right into the oven set at 350 for about 20 minutes. And here's our masterpiece. Guys, every bite is filled with protein, fiber, and yummy satisfaction. Now we're elevating egg salad to OMG status by giving it a cacio e pepe spin. So here I have a dozen eggs hard-boiled. Some of them are whole, and a few of them I lost the yolks. And I'm just gonna chop them up using my fork. So this is nice and mixed. And now I'm adding in some light mayo. And of course, Parmesan, the star of the show. I'm gonna mix this up. And you'll see it's all coming together rich and creamy and luxurious. And to add a pop of color and some nutrition, I chopped up a bell pepper and I'm gonna add it right in. But of course, we need the ground black pepper. I tend to put in about 1 teaspoon, but you can continue to sort of add the pepper in taste. I like to enjoy it on a bed of leafy greens, some whole grain crackers, or toast. Guys, this is good. Here's to an extra special weekend.
That looks delicious.
I'm telling you that, and the frittata is just one of the great, because you can take anything that's in the fridge.
Leftovers. I've had like leftover green beans and I've just thrown them in a frittata.
That's really tasty. And that looks terrific. So for more on these recipes, why don't you go to today.com/food.
Okay, no matter what time it is, it's always a good time for barbecue, so we called in one of our favorite barbecue experts, executive chef and owner of Pig Beach, Matt Abdu.
We love our Matt Abdu. He's showing us a delicious brisket beef stew that's perfect to whip up this weekend. Check it out.
Hey guys, that's right. Barbecue season is all season long, but there's nothing quite like a hearty, warm beef stew to warm you up on one of these cold winter nights. So in front of you today, we're taking beef stew and kicking it up to the next level by using my favorite cut of barbecue meat, the king of meats, the brisket. Now, what I love about this is that I find that the brisket is one of the most perfect meats to stew, as well as slow, low cook with some smoke for barbecue. But there's two things I want to make certain that everybody out there knows about the brisket. Within this big cut of meat I have in front of me here, there's two pieces primarily. There's what's called the flat and what's called the point. The point is that part that you all know and love is the moist or the fatty part of the brisket. And that's the part of the brisket we want to make the stew with. It's going to make those beautiful, moist, delicious beef cubes. So we're going to cut away the flat, and then you can see within this big piece of that point, there's all this beautiful marbling in the fat. We're simply just going to take this, cut it into about 1-inch cubes or so, 1.5 to 1-inch cubes or so. And you can leave all that fat in there. It's all going to render out beautifully well. And then we're going to take this, season it up with some salt and pepper, and toss it in flour. The next step, in our big Dutch oven pot, you want to use around a 7-quart Dutch oven pot or larger. Bring it up to about medium-high heat with a 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. We're going to take those brisket point cubes, that nice, fatty, moist, beautiful, delicious brisket cubes, toss them in salt, flour, and pepper, and brown them off until they're nice and evenly golden brown on all sides, like you see here. In this pan, after the meat's been all browned, all these delicious brown bits and goodness, that's what's called the fond. That is incredible flavor. To that, we're going to add in about 4 to 5 cloves of smashed garlic and get that until it's nice, aromatic, and lightly golden brown. And then this is the secret, guys. We're going to take some tomato paste, and we're going to fry it up in that oil until it becomes nice and sweet. This is going to help develop so much beautiful sweetness and flavor in the stew. A little bit of tomato paste really does go a long way. We're going to cook that for about 2 minutes or so, and then it's time to deglaze the pan, meaning we're going to choose some liquid to get all those little brown bits up off the bottom. We're going to take a little sherry vinegar, add it all in there, and then 1.5 cups of red wine. Any kind of wine you like to drink is best to cook with. Obviously, you don't want to use something that's crazy expensive, but use what you can afford and what you have at your house. We're going to take this and reduce this down for about 10 minutes or so until it gets nice and thick. At that point, guys, all of these beef chunks that we've just browned up are going to go back into the stew once this is reduced down, and we're going to cover it with 4 cups of beef broth, store-bought or homemade, whatever you have, and 2 cups of vegetable broth. Now, here's another secret, guys, something that I love that just really amps up all the flavor in this stew, is I'm going to take one of those packets of that French onion soup mix, and we're going to add it in right to there. Put the lid on it, bring it up to a simmer, let it cook for about an hour and a half. Then after an hour and a half of cooking, you're going to take the lid off. We're going to add in the rest of our vegetables. We have some large diced carrots, large diced celery, and some pearl onions. I love the pearl onions because they give such a beautiful visual within that stew of like a nice pop of color as well as a nice bite to it. And then after that, guys, we're going to let it finish cooking for another 45 minutes or so until you have, check this out, the most beautiful, gorgeous, hearty beef stew you've ever had in your life, being made with brisket. The flavor is going to knock your socks off. Absolutely incredible. Something so good. Serve it up alongside with some of your favorite mashed potatoes or buttered egg noodles. And guys, I'm telling you right now, you're in Happyville with this brisket red wine braised beef stew, the perfect dish to warm you up during these cold winter months. I promise you it's definitely worth one making at home. Back to you guys in the studio. I hope you guys enjoy this recipe, and lots of love to y'all.
Today Food, we are back, and did you guys know that Italian beef, the sandwich, it's booming in shops all across the country, all thanks to the show, the series on FX called The Bear. It's about a young superstar chef who leaves the world of fine dining to take over his family's sandwich shop in Chicago. Now, the house specialty of the shop is Italian beef, and people on the show and in real life are dying to get their hands on this sandwich. So we asked our buddy Matt Abdu, who literally Uncle Al and I talk about Pig Beach once a week around here. Are we going this weekend? Should we go see Matt this weekend?
Yes.
We're always talking about you.
Yes, you should.
Executive chef of Pig Beach. By the way, new locations in New York and West Palm Beach. Bear is a show that you like to watch too.
Oh God, it was so good. It was so true to form on so many ways that when that show came out, it was just like, oh my God, I crushed the whole season in two nights. Jeremy, the main actor, just did such an incredible job. It was so cool to watch.
What is the history of the Italian beef? Like, it came into my life much later through, we would order it from Portillo's, which is another place in Chicago.
Well, that's one of the most iconic places that did it and had this huge claim to fame. But essentially, it's like a hot roast beef sandwich that's dipped in this beautiful beef broth and finished on this nice crusty bread from like this famous bakery in Chicago. And it's just all those great things. You got that beautiful beefy meat. You got these pickled vegetables on top, a little bit of heat.
Let's get into it. How do you make this at home,
Let's do it. So this is our version. This is what we've been running at our Pig Beach, Queens location for our happy hour menu. This show inspired us to start doing this dish at our restaurant. So we're super excited for people to come in and try it. Ours starts with this beautiful wet rub. Now, traditional is probably more of like Italian seasonings and whatnot, but in this bowl here, we got some plain old yellow mustard and some honey. And what we add to it is some fresh chopped garlic, some black pepper, some oregano, brown sugar, and chili flake.
Chili flakes. Sorry, just give it some heat.
And rosemary, sorry. And we're gonna just mix all that together to make what we call a wet rub, which is in this bowl right here. And this wet rub is beautiful. It's perfect for steaks.
What is this?
That's that beef paste. That also has to go in here. That's that. It's a beef base, like kind of like better than bouillon or a beef paste. It is beefy broth flavor. Add water to it, but if you do this, it makes a great marinade.
Turns out here, yeah.
That's right. So we're gonna take this paste.
Is this something you're doing like the night before?
Yes, we're gonna do all of this the night before. You're gonna let it actually marinate with this on it. You're gonna smear all of this wet rub all over the meat. It's top round or top sirloin or eye round works great. And we're gonna take this, we're gonna roast it in the oven really, really hot at like 450
What
degrees
is the beef?
for a
I
few
go to the
minutes.
butcher and I say, I want to make these sandwiches.
Like
what am I asking for?
Top round or eye round or top
roast
sirloin.
of top
roast.
round?
Yes, exactly. Because you're basically making roast beef. You're making homemade roast beef.
Oh my gosh.
How is it, guys? I know you're making a sandwich. Just jump
You
right
can hear
in.
all the noises. Yeah,
I love it. You guys are the best.
So good.
So once the meat comes out of the oven nice and roasty, we're gonna make our broth. And what we're basically doing is fortifying a beef broth. Now you can go through the efforts of roasting bones and making it from scratch, or you can just go buy some of that pre-made beef broth that comes in the carton, sweat out some garlic and onions. We're gonna add our roasted beef
What did you
roast.
cook this for? I'm sorry I missed that part.
So
how
this
long was
is
it cooked?
the onions and
No, on the meat.
This is gonna get roasted in the oven at hot heat for about 20 minutes to sear it.
Okay.
And then while that's searing, we're making our broth so
got
that
it. So
the
it's gonna
beef is
continue to
gonna
cook in the
finish
beef.
cooking into that. So to that garlic and onions we're starting out, we're adding more of that beef paste is gonna fortify that broth. Some Italian seasonings. This is the trick. You're gonna get all that Italian seasonings flavor. It's parsley, it's rosemary, it's thyme, it's chili flake, it's garlic, and then we're gonna put it to the broth in so it covers up halfway, and you're gonna put it back in the oven and let this cook for about another hour or so until the internal temperature gets to around 130, which is like medium to medium rare-esque.
So you're kind of like braising it.
Yeah, it's like half roast, half braised. It's just a slow cooking that's going to keep that meat nice and juicy. So when you cool it down, the next day
Savannah's
after it's finished
going
cooking,
at it.
you have to
I
cool
love
it down
to see it.
completely.
Yeah.
Finally, guys. You guys are the best.
When you cut it, Matt, is this like a grain situation again?
Yes,
so does
you
it
want
matter,
to
or-
always, whenever you're cutting any kind of meat, you want to cut it against the grain for tenderness. But what you basically want to do is get this as thin as you possibly can. Most people do this on a deli slicer in restaurants, so you can get it super, super thin. You don't need perfect slices; you just need it thin.
You should
so
do this,
if
Al.
you
Matt,
ever,
you do make this, Al, at home?
No, but I'm going.
I mean,
so if you ever wanted to make it at home and you want to kind of cheat, like don't tell anybody, but you can buy like deli roast beef and basically make this broth, and then when the time comes,
Is this the broth
you're gonna
from-
take so this is the same broth when the meat was
That's the
roasted
quiet
in. We're gonna
quitting
take it
one.
out, strain it. We're gonna add our meat back into that broth to get it nice and cooked and hot. Come on. And then in this pot over here, we have some of the meat.
Dip it in.
And the biggest thing, guys, with the Italian beef sandwiches, you got to get all that broth in there. And now at the restaurants, they either serve it wet, dipped, or dry. And they usually take the whole bed, they put it into that broth, get it nice and wet, and then they top it with some sweet peppers
Even the
and
peppers are yummy.
and some
You
giardiniera.
need a roll that can handle that.
Yeah.
What do you
so
suggest?
there's a famous bakery in Chicago, I believe it's called Toronto Bakery, and it's kind of like an in-between French bread, Italian bread. It's nice and crusty and hearty that can hold up to the juiciness of it. But literally, when you're eating this sandwich in Chicago, it's like falling apart because it's so wet from all that broth.
Right.
You roll it up nice and tight, and people like eat it with a knife and fork because it's going to fall apart. But
It's so
whatever you
good.
want, however you enjoy eating it, broth inside, dip it. But those pickled vegetables, right? They add a nice
pickled
like
vegetables. I wanna have
brightness
that.
to that hearty meat flavor of that sandwich, and the sweetness from the sweet peppers and everything that's in there. It's just like the perfect
How's
sandwich.
your happy hour version of this going?
Amazing. We can't wait for more people to come and check it out and have
Yeah.
it from 4 to 7 every day. We're doing a happy hour with this sandwich being one of the featured items on it. So we look forward
And
to
you
people coming
recommend the
in.
show, The Bear. You
Oh,
like-
it was so good. Jeremy Allen White, the main actor, did such a great job. There's so many, like a fine dining chef, you know, my days at Del Posto, leaving that to do a barbecue restaurant. There's so many like true to form correlations between that show and my life.
Matt Abdu, huge friend of the show. He's also the owner of Pig Beach Restaurant in Brooklyn and Queens, New York, and author of the new Pig Beach Barbecue that comes out today.
My friend, good to see you.
Great to see you.
All
Thank
right.
you for having me.
So you're doing the backyard staple, a barbecue,
That's right,
a
our
burger.
Pig Beach barbecue burger.
And it starts with
And
this
it starts with the sauce. So the first thing we need is a little bit of mayonnaise. Al, you want to help me out
Sure,
here?
you bet.
All right, in our bowl we have a little mayonnaise.
Okay.
Pig Beach barbecue mustard sauce, which is what gives us that sort of like
that's
unique
what
flavor
does
to
it.
it all.
Okay.
Some ketchup, chopped pickles, and a little bit of our all-purpose barbecue seasoning. So these chopped pickles are also the pickles that we're going to be putting on the burger that we've done ourselves.
So delicious.
Yes, and we make them. They're amazing. They're light, crisp, bright, vibrant, just amazing.
Okay,
What was
now
the
the
last
burger.
thing you just put in there?
A little bit of all-purpose barbecue seasoning. We put it on our ribs, we put it on our pork shoulders, we put it basically on
Oh, I've
everything.
got it,
It's going to be
yeah.
on that corn that's going to be down at the end of the table pretty
Awesome.
soon. All right, so now we got a burger sauce made. You're going to put that in a non-reactive container, put it in your fridge. It'll hold for about 2 weeks, no problem. Pull it out whenever you want to dip a burger, hot dog, anything you want into it. It's delicious.
Okay. That's the secret sauce.
That's the
We
secret
just got
sauce.
the
That's
recipe.
the
Secret
secret
sauce.
sauce.
Okay.
Sauce.
Not so
All right.
secret.
All right, so next we got to cook up our burgers. I love using a blend that's like brisket and short rib,
Bingo.
chuck, but whatever you can find, cook it up. It's delicious. Then we're going to season it with a little bit of my pepper. It's a little bit of salt, pepper, and a little accent. That accent helps give like a nice umami flavor to that burger.
Basically like an MSG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which gets a bad rap.
It gets a bad rap. And, I mean, it's a little bit is delicious and goes a long way. and won't do any harm to
gotta
you.
salt your burgers,
You
right?
season everything. You always got to season them first because that's going to get all that flavor out of the meat. We're going to go out of our grill, nice and hot heat, get it cooking. I like to cook my burgers still, about a medium, but whatever you want to cook them to, they're going to take probably around 5 to 8 minutes, depending upon the thickness of the patty that you're using.
Okay.
When they get finally cooked, you're going to, the last couple of minutes, you're going to put a piece of cheese on it and melt them down.
What kind of cheese do you like?
I'm an American cheese guy on my burger. It melts perfectly. It's the best cheese out there for a burger, in my humble opinion.
A big mistake people make, pressing down the burger.
Don't ever press. Don't ever press down the burger because you're going to squeeze out all those natural juices
So
and
tempting
flavors.
because you want to feel like you're doing something.
I know, but don't, because it also flares up the grill and you're going to get really bad smoke flavor on the meat. We love smoke, just not that kind of smoke flavor.
And then final?
Next, let it rest on the tray. Let those juices just kind of naturally come out so they don't soak out your bun. And then we're going to put our burger together, a little bit of that secret sauce on the bottom bun.
And these pickles are. Are you eating it already?
We're going to put some of our cured quick pickles on top of the burger.
Like a potato bun, right?
I love the potato bun. For me, that's the perfect soft, sweet, squishy
Everything you've
burger
done
bun
to
out
this is
there.
my favorite burger. I
That's
can't
all
wait
we
to
want it to
taste
be. Top it off and dive on in and enjoy it.
Your corn, the
Mexican street corn. Well, while we're getting on Mexican street corn, a huge shout out to my co-author and friend, Super Chef Shane McBride. Amazing. Thank you. He's the best. So he co-wrote this book with me, and I couldn't have done it without him. And also the famous Katie Stilo. Katie! Somewhere in the back over there. Her and Anthony Contrino had great. They helped us style the food for the pictures of the book. So a huge shout out to them. Ken Goodman, Judy Choate, all the people that helped us write this book. So Mexican street corn. In this bowl over here, while you guys are manjing, I'm going to put some sour cream to some mayonnaise.
This is so good. This burger is
It's
everything
simple,
I
but
love
it's
about a
everything you
burger.
want. A little bit of chopped cilantro, some chopped garlic, and then we're going to add some lime juice. This is the simplest thing in the world, but this sauce on corn, I promise you, is like the most delicious thing in the world. And it's my favorite way of eating corn in the summertime. Grill it off, get a nice char, good flavor. And then after it comes off the grill, we're just going to take it. It's okay. We're going to take it, brush it with some of this delicious sauce we made with that mayonnaise and that sour cream. Finish it off.
So why are you making noises? You cook it right on the grill. You don't.
So is it that good? Wait, Craig is making noises. I'm like, okay, let me try it.
What is in that?
What noise just
So
came out
this
of your
is that
body?
sauce that we just made with the sour cream, the mayonnaise,
Wait, I
the
wanna try
garlic,
it now.
And then there's
the
some cheese on it,
cilantro,
right?
and some lime juice. And then there's some cotija cheese that we'll top it off with.
Oh my God.
And then finish it again with a little bit of
Okay.
that all-purpose barbecue seasoning on top. And there you have some great. It's my favorite way of eating corn.
This
Cook
is
it the
the
whole
best
way on the grill.
version I've had.
Take those husks, pull them back like that. It makes a beautiful display
Oh my
for your
God.
friends,
Nobody
family, and loved ones.
Matt Abdu, ladies and gentlemen.
amazing.
You're the
I love
man.
you guys.
That's
Thank you.
proprietary.
Oh,
That's proprietary, isn't it?
No, the recipe's in the cookbook. Go get your cookbook anywhere.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that, gentlemen? Can you guys hear that? That's the sound of a game of brewing right here on NBC tonight. Season opener, Buffalo Bills taking on the reigning Super Bowl champs, the LA Rams. So we've got Chef Matt Abdu here. He hails from upstate New York, so he's going to rep Buffalo. Also, of course, Matt's the executive chef and owner of Pig Beach, locations here in New York City and West Palm Beach. And we've got Darrell Smith. Darrell resides in Los Angeles, home of the Rams, also a former NFL player himself. He is the host of the Mad Good Food on Tastemade. Mad Good Food on Tastemade. Gentlemen, great to have both of you with us. Thank you so much.
Great to be here.
I was just in Buffalo a few weeks ago, so I know Bills fans are stoked. They think this is their year.
It's game time.
It's game time indeed. What are we making here, Matt?
Chicken Riggies, Craig. Chicken Riggies, one of the most quintessential iconic dishes from upstate New York. Riggies being short for rigatoni.
Ah.
And it's this delicious, spicy chicken pasta dish that we're going to get right to it. So
is beer also from Buffalo?
I don't know where that beer's from, but it looks delicious, cold and refreshing. So in our little calendar here, a nice little fun trick, we have some chicken thighs. We're switching up from the traditional chicken breasts. Some chicken thighs, we're dredging it with some flour, hitting it with a little bit of salt and pepper, and this cool little trick, you can shake it out with a colander to get all that extra flour off of it without it being nice and clean, and then we're going to brown up our chicken thighs. That oil's nice and hot. Once they're all brown, we're going to take the chicken out.
Okay.
In that same pot, we have some onions and garlic that have been sweated down with a little bit of olive oil. The next step, we're going to deglaze with a little bit of white wine.
All right.
Any white wine will do, but I love a good Chardonnay for this dish. Then we're going to add some tomato sauce, some mushrooms, diced tomatoes, roasted red peppers, and we're going to let all this stuff cook down for about 15, 20 minutes or so until you get to this delicious concoction right here.
That turns into this.
That turns into this. Then we're going to finish it. We're going to put our chicken back in.
Okay.
We're going to hit it with some heavy cream to make that beautiful sort of pink sauce out of this dish. Some chopped cherry peppers. This is where that vinegar heat comes into play and really just kind of wakes this entire dish up. Makes it super delicious. Can't have this pasta without a little bit of butter. And that's just all going to simmer down.
Good,
we're going to finish it with the cooked rigatoni pasta. Just cook it as normal as the box would say. And you're ready to go. Chicken Riggies, my upstate New York family. There it is.
Chicken Riggies. Got a prediction for the Bills this year?
I think they're going to do great. I'm very excited to see what they do.
All right. So there's a chicken riggie from Buffalo. What do we have from LA?
Good luck to you. Well, I'm representing LA, but I am from Philly. I just had to say that beforehand. So
I was going to ask you about that.
It's a nice ensemble, right? So we're going to represent both sides. So we have a Filipino Mexicali lumpia. Because LA doesn't really have a food, and so I'm taking Philly with me and mixing it with lumpia, which is all over LA.
I like what you did.
If you don't know what lumpia is, it is basically a Filipino egg roll, right? And so we got some steak here that we've basically sliced. And so to do this,
what kind of steak are you using? Does it matter?
we got a ribeye, right? And you want to freeze this a little bit so it's easier to slice. So watch this. Watch how easy this is. When you freeze it, you can get it super thin.
So that's a pro tip you just dropped there. Freeze the steak first, easier to slice.
Easy, right?
Okay.
And then if you want, you can go to the store, and sometimes you can get these from like an Asian market, and it's already sliced for you. So we're gonna move over here, and we've got our steak that we've thinly sliced. We're gonna add a little bit of my seasoning mix with some seasoning. We got some chili powder. We got some
What kind of seasoning? Wait, is that proprietary? Or?
In Philly, we like to use a little bit of seasoning. That's why our cheesesteaks taste so good.
Okay.
And so this is the proprietary mix. We got some chili powder, we got some paprika, we got some brown sugar, cinnamon.
You're not telling me everything that's
not
in
all
there.
this stuff,
Of
because
course.
then I would have to.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
So we got this. We got a little bit of onion. We got some green pepper. And for this step, you really want to activate those glutes in that lower back.
Okay.
And you want to get both sides.
In the cast iron skillet.
Right?
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
There we go. And we just mix these together, right? Boom. Add our cheese to this.
All in the pan.
All in the pan.
Okay.
Why not? And all we want to do is make sure this is just mixed all together.
Okay.
Next, we move on to this step, and this turns into this. It's already frozen a little bit or cooled off because we want to put these into our rolls.
All right.
And I'll have you help me. So we're just
what do we
gonna
have here?
take
Just
a little
egg
bit of-
wash?
Don't do that yet.
Don't do
We're
that
gonna
yet.
put this right at the bottom, layered across. Right? And you ain't got to put too much. Like, let me see.
Is that
There
enough?
we go. That's good enough,
Okay.
right? And now we
Thanks
just
for your
take
help, Matt.
this.
I got you.
I appreciate
No
you.
I in T, Matt.
And now, once you do this, we're gonna roll this piece over.
Okay.
And fold it into itself. So just like this, you're gonna roll it like a rug.
Roll it like a rug.
Bring it back,
right.
and then we come all the way up.
Oh.
And now we take that egg wash.
This is elaborate.
Right across the top.
Right across the top. So roll up.
And make it nice and sticky icky.
It's sticky icky.
Sticky icky.
Sticky icky.
Just like that. And so once we got this, we'll take these. You could cut these in half if you like. And we just drop these bad boys right into our oil.
So you cut them in half first?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want, you can freeze them. You can take them out. You can cook them right out of the freezer.
Okay.
These we frozen a little bit just because we want them to be nice and stiff and to keep that shape. And in the end, once they're nice and crispy,
yeah, voila. What kind of oil? S. Jones, come over here. What's the verdict here? Because you're a Philly girl.
I'm like watching with both of these things. They're like cheesesteak spring rolls.
Yeah, exactly.
They are so good. And you can make it's easy to make at home. Isn't that delightful?
You gotta try
And you know,
I
Matt,
certainly plan
I'm
to.
literally walking around with both bowls.
Matt, thank you.
Barbecue master and owner of Pig Beach Restaurants, both in Brooklyn and Queens, Matt Abadou. And if you want today's recipe, if you want to do this, we made it very easy. You can scan the QR code to order the ingredients in just one click. Then you select add ingredients to the cart, then schedule a pickup or delivery. It's very easy, so play along at home if you want to eat. Matt, it's good to see you, bud. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk about the cookbook, because finally
yes,
the book is
the
out.
book
Pig
is
Beach
here.
Barbecue Cookbook.
That's right. Exciting.
When I think of barbecue, I really do think of Uncle Al, because we exchanged barbecue ideas and tips all the time. Didn't you write a blurb in Matt's book?
I did.
He sure did.
I did.
What do you love about the cookbook?
It's simple. You know, everything is really accessible. You can imagine making this stuff.
Exactly, and that's what we really wanted to do. We wanted to make a book that everybody could enjoy, that everybody could cook, from the barbecue, like hobbyist, to the professional barbecue guy learning to make some extra flavors, something fun and different.
What advice do you have for people who want it, like newbies in the barbecue world? What's your
I think
advice?
the best advice I can give any newbie in the barbecue world is to get yourself a digital InstaRead thermometer. It's probably one of the best ways you can tell when anything is cooked, ready to be wrapped, or ready to be finished. So with that tool, you can really have a lot of success in the barbecue game.
Perfect. I teased a second by saying you were going to find some meats that are a little less expensive to use.
Yep.
What do we got today?
So today we got a little tri-tip action for you. It's a cut of sirloin from the bottom part of the sirloin. And what I love about tri-tip is it's got so much incredible flavor to it, and it's got a texture that's something similar to like a flank steak or so once you slice it nice and thin.
All right.
And grill up. It also takes on great flavor. So
what do you start with here?
Our tri-tip recipe is super simple. We're starting off with a piece of tri-tip that you can see here, called tri-tip because it looks like a triangle. It's got like a triangular sort of shape to it. But for our rub, we're going to do something super simple. Some ground black pepper, some paprika, granulated garlic, and a little bit of dried rosemary. Now we're going to mix this all together, and this can go in your pantry into a food-safe container. Save it up there for probably up to 6 months in your pantry, and use it when needed.
Can you use that same rub on other cuts of meat?
Absolutely. You can use it on any kind of steak, chicken, poultry, pork. It's delicious. It's just a really simple all-purpose rub. So then we're going to take our tri-tip, we're going to hit with a little bit of olive oil, whatever you have in your pantry, and then we're going to generously season it with this tri-tip rub, or really all-purpose kind of rub seasoning.
On both sides, right?
On both sides.
That's right.
On both sides. See, look, I love
Savannah
it.
knows now.
She's got a cooking show.
That's right. You gonna eat both sides?
So from
Season
here,
both
if you
sides.
have a smoker, this is the point where we're going to fire up our smoker to 250 degrees. I like to use cherry wood, but whatever kind of wood and whatever that sort of smoke flavor you like, by all means, have some fun with it.
And do you have to smoke it? Can
You
still-
don't. That's the great thing about the steak is you don't have to smoke it at all if you don't want to. It just adds that element of like that barbecue smoky flair and flavor to it, which really kind of makes that steak different and shine a little bit more. But you could also just take it and cook it completely on the grill if you want.
And you would do that at 252? There's a slow...
No, on the grill. So whenever I set up a grill, I love to do what's called zone cooking, where I'll have one side set to really hot heat for charring and marking, and then another side set to sort of medium. To
cook that center.
Exactly, to get that nice and low center cook so you get a perfect eye. So
inside, Matt.
if you wanted to do it inside, you could absolutely take it and just roast it off in your oven. No problem. Like, that's the great thing about cooking is that everyone has a version of a recipe of what they can do, but the great thing is that as long as you're cooking it in that digital instant read thermometer you have, you're cooking it to the right temperature, you're gonna have a delicious cut of meat cooked
What's
perfectly
this?
every
What's
time.
this medium rare? What do you pull this at?
So for medium rare,
140 or-
no, for medium rare, I'll pull it around 135 and let
Knowing
it sort
it's
of
gonna still
rest.
go up to
Exactly, it's going to
140.
carry you over.
That's
cook.
why all right, we got about a minute and a half.
All right,
left
so
here,
we're going to
let's
go quick.
keep
So in here we have our steak. It's been smoked to about 100 degrees. We're going to let it rest. Then we're going to mark it off on that grill, get those beautiful char marks that are happening. And then for me, the perfect condiment to
Oh my God,
summertime
that
meat
smells good.
is a chimichurri sauce.
yeah.
Literally
Love the
translating
chimichurri.
sort of
I do that with
hodgepodge.
flank and skirt a lot.
Oh yeah, it's the best. So we're just going to take some parsley and chop it up. We're going to add it to our mixing bowl. We have some mint, some more
I
parsley.
add cilantro with that too sometimes.
Absolutely, cilantro's great to it as well. We can add some shallots, garlic, chili flake, oregano. Put that all in the bowl. Red wine vinegar, lemon juice, olive oil. We'll mix that all together. Zest it with a little bit of lemon, and you
this
have
is so
a
good
perfect,
fresh, too.
Oh my God, it's the best thing ever.
And then
we're
the
just gonna
slicing.
take the steak. And what I love about
You got a minute.
tri-tip
You're
is
good.
that the backside, for those of the people that would like the steak a little bit more cooked,
Look at Craig
just by the
Lowe's
nature of the
plate.
steak,
Look at
that's
this.
my boy right there.
That's a happy plate.
Love it.
That's
That is a happy plate.
What's going on here at home?
That's fantastic.
Are you not eating?
So the great thing about tri-tip is that since it's tapered off at the end, for the guests that are joining us and want their steak cooked a little bit more, they can have those sort of medium well pieces. And the people that want something a little bit more on the medium rare side, you go right to the middle and you get those beautiful pieces cut right there. Top it off with that bright, fresh, vibrant
Makes a
chimichurri
great
sauce.
sandwich, too.
And it's just
Amazing.
a flavor of steak. It's perfect.
You can
right?
do it chimichurri on chicken too.
It's fatty.
Yep. It's got a great,
But it's-
clean,
yeah, it's-
meaty flavor to it. That
melts in your
chimichurri,
mouth.
just get it, Craig. I love it.
Matt,
I love
so
it.
much.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
It is time for another edition of Q&A Today, where we answer your questions about anything and everything. And we're still thinking of our trip to Hilton Head Island. So we have a summer theme this morning. So are we ready for our first question?
Okay.
Okay, so our first question comes from one of our audience members on Hilton Head Island, Teresa. Al, you can take this one.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you have any trendy summer grilling tips for me.
I don't have any trendy grilling tips, but the one that I think, and Matt Abdu kind of touched on this, people, when they're grilling, they move their meat too much on the grill. If you're doing proteins, whether it's chicken or fish or beef, burgers especially, don't keep flipping it up, back and forth and back. And whatever you do, whether it's a steak or don't press down on it, because like there's a whole trend now, these smash burgers.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not a big fan of that. Just let it sit, and you'll know the meat will let you know when it's time to flip it because it'll release from the grill, and
It makes it easier
then
to
you
flip.
it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Good tip.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, now, Dylan, this one is from you.
Okay.
For you, coming from one of our Hilton Head audience members, Lori. Hey, Lori.
I want to know what Dylan's going to do with her kids in the hot city this summer.
It was hot down there, but you were right next to the beach. But so one thing I love to do in the city, kids love water of any kind. So I'll fill up a bucket with water balloons, or I'll, fill up a gallon jug of water, put it in a bag, and just, fill up buckets with cups. And they can sit there for hours, and they naturally get soaking wet, so it cools them down. They don't even realize that they're in the hot sun because they're just nice and cool.
Have you been to Brooklyn Bridge Park? There's they're all over the city.
Sure.
The water features in all
those,
the parks all over
the
city.
sprinklers.
My kids
They'll
love
just
it.
run around, no matter how cold the water is.
They'll do it.
Yeah, they'll do it. All right, Jacob, so we have a viewer question on Instagram for you. This is from Steve. He says, did you always want to be a reporter when you were growing up?
I saw this question. So I brought a visual aid. The answer is yes. Do we have it?
I sure hope
This
so.
is me with
Look
one
at
hand.
you.
So
Wow.
tips for young
Goodness.
reporters. If you want to be a journalist, keep one hand in the pocket. And that's me
Oh,
also.
my gosh.
I still do this sometimes when I'm not getting on TV a lot. I just make myself a
You
perfect
have your own
reporter.
TV.
Wait, Jacob, this is amazing.
That's
Isn't
right.
that crazy?
I like that first picture. You were like a one-man band.
One-man
You
band.
shot your own stuff.
OMB, just trying to be
Very
John.
good.
How old were you?
I was there, I don't know, what did I look like? Probably 7?
Yeah,
8,
That's
maybe 7 or
great.
8.
I loved it. Always
Is that
wanted
like
to
an
do
old
it.
JVC?
Dream come true. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Speaking of aspiring journalists, our Today intern Valeria has a great question for Chanel, as a matter of fact.
okay.
Watch this.
Do you have any go-to or favorite interview questions that you have found can get some really interesting answers?
That's a really good
It is a good
question.
question.
You know what I think that I didn't necessarily learn until, I got into the business, which is it's not just about the interview when you sit down and you have the conversation with the person. It's what you're saying when you sit down so that they're ready for you when you start. So usually if somebody's coming
Sometimes
in,
that's the hardest.
That's the hardest part, because if you just sit down and you start your interview, you're starting
dead.
cold. So I like to ask people where they're from, just because I'm genuinely curious, and you learn a lot about a person when you find, like Jay just told me he's from Tulsa. I'm like, wait, my family's from
Right,
there.
and then
You know
it
what I
just
mean?
becomes a side
And then you just,
conversation, and everybody's nice and comfortable.
yeah.
Another
There
good
you go.
tip.
Yeah.
So, Jacob, you're
Oh,
a
wait,
guest of
Jacob,
honor.
yeah, your turn.
You packed your bags
I
to
did,
be
yes,
here
I did.
today. So why don't you take this next one
Okay.
from our
That's a deal.
viewer, Nikki.
All right.
What's the one thing you always forget to pack?
Oh, hair.
What is that? Forget to pack?
Forget to pack. Hair product. So last night.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I need a haircut. Last night, I got in really late, like 1 a.m., and I realized that so I went to CVS. I had to find a CVS.
Do you have like a regimen for your hair?
I just put a little stuff in, might do a little blow dry from time to time.
Okay.
You never know.
You just don't wake up.
Look at Al's laughing, shaking his head. Why don't we just move on, ladies and gentlemen? Let's cap it off with a question for all of us from another Hilton Head Island viewer, Lori. Lori, save me, please.
Ah, that's funny.
I'm dying to know what your favorite summer cocktail is.
Oh.
All right.
Who's first?
Let's
Go ahead.
I've been on a margarita kick
Same.
lately. I've just been with the
Spicy or
salt,
no spicy?
No spice.
Oh, I do
We have
spicy.
cocktails.
Straight up
How
margarita.
about you?
Mine's called the Gold Rush. We discovered it at a
Oh.
party we threw this weekend.
What's
It's got
in
a little bourbon. It's got a splash of lime.
Right.
All right.
And it's
Dill?
yummy.
Oh, you have the spicy margarita.
I got a spicy, a little
Is that one of your go-tos?
Spicy marg. Cheers,
What's
guys.
yours? Is that water?
Well, no, it's not water. And of course, I talk about the Aperol Spritz, but
Oh my God, it's
my
amazing.
drink of choice, discovered a few summers ago, the gin and tonic.
Oh, okay.
I've heard of
This
it.
is so good.
This is really spicy.
And I forgot to say honey simple syrup.
I think
really
we need
spicy.
to.
You don't
I
like
think we need
spicy.
to end the show like this every
Oh
day.
my
day.
gosh.
Oh, this is fantastic.
This
Remember what happened
amazing.
last time we
Last time we did this, it was Christmas. I was here. I was wasted.
Exactly.
I think I just love
But is it a waste?
Not
Not really.
The
No.
joy that we had. Yeah.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for the questions, ladies and
now.
gentlemen.
We are getting you ready for summer, and what better way to celebrate warmer weather than a backyard party? Today, contributor Elizabeth Heiskell's here. She has some quick and easy ideas to help us entertain. No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. You know, the thing is about summer entertaining that makes it so easy and fun is that, you don't have to do it inside. You're going to go outside. Mother Nature's already decorated everything
Yes.
for you. You don't have to worry about dust bunnies under your couch.
I like
You
a
don't need
paper
to be-
plate,
yeah,
too.
Yes,
Can we just say
absolutely.
amen to a paper
We've
plate?
got amazing paper plates. So we're going to start with burgers. And these aren't just your average burgers. Honey, we are going to stuff these with pimento cheese.
I know.
Two of my favorite things in the entire world.
By the way, you're
Now,
speaking the Southern Genevieve.
I know.
language
Please
here.
look at them. They're so excited. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and give them
But they want the pimento.
And the
She-
pickles. Thank
she
you.
wants
Don't
the
forget
pickles.
the pickles.
One of the best days of my life.
Other than the children.
So now the
getting
thing
married.
you need to remember is that you don't want to overstuff this. I mean, you want to because we love it so much, but if you do too much,
Well, wait a minute,
it's
okay.
just going to ooh and goo everywhere.
It's ground beef.
Yes.
Okay,
I guess I
season
should have
however
started
you
there.
do.
Okay,
Well,
I got
don't know.
excited about the
I know,
fermented
but-
cheese. So it's onions, it's ketchup, it's a little bit of egg to help bind it, salt and pepper.
Okay.
We're going to add that in here.
All
So
right.
you can go ahead and start
All right,
that. Why
I'll
don't
do it.
you
Let me
do
put it-
that?
I'll do that.
And I'm getting to my part that I'm so excited about.
Okay, me too.
And then we're going to take our other patty, we're going to put it on top. Now you just want to press and seal. Press and seal.
Okay.
Make sure that you get that really, really sealed because otherwise, when we get over here to this pan, it's going to turn into
So
a
you
mess.
used
If
a
you
melon
don't-
scooper, not an ice cream scooper. A melon scooper is the right amount
Well,
of
it
cheese.
really is. It
Okay.
really is.
All right.
Okay, now we want to make sure we got to get this pan as hot as the hinges of hell. I mean, it has got to be so damn hot
That's hot.
because otherwise it's just it is not going to get that beautiful crust.
All right.
Let
Hell,
it sit.
got it. Check.
Let it sit.
Yes.
Don't start bothering it with this spatula. Leave it alone. I always see people in there scraping.
Yeah,
and
I like to do a
scratching.
nice press down.
No, you don't know. You
No.
press down and you lose all the juices. The juices stay in.
Okay.
So now we have our gorgeous
Can I
burger.
stop doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We're going to build this burger.
But wait, the hot pan, isn't it going to get burned on the outside? How do I
No.
make sure it cooks through?
No. You want that caramelized crust. I mean, that's what the burger, that's the
Okay.
best part of
Okay.
it. So it's perfectly fine. We're going to go about 7 minutes on each side. That'll be done and ready to go.
Got it.
Now, we're just going to add bacon. We've got some bread and butter pickles. You don't need to go mucking this up with a bunch of stuff.
What
It's
about
already-
sauce? Like I
well,
was
I
in a-
mean, you can.
dry
I
bun?
mean, if you want that, you can have it. A little bit of mayonnaise is fine. A little bit of ketchup. But you've got all that good pimento inside. You don't need to
Okay,
do a
wait,
whole
let's
lot
get a
to this.
verdict from the taste tester.
You could put a little more pimento
delicious.
on top.
You could put pimento on top.
There's never enough
Absolutely,
pimento,
absolutely.
right?
Now, this is our cornbread salad. I mean, I'm telling you, it
Cornbread
will
salad.
make potato salad look like a fool. It is the finest thing, and I know it sounds strange.
It looks so pretty.
But kind of think croutons. Think cornbread croutons is where I'm going with this.
Mm-hmm.
And then you layer up all the good stuff. You've got cheese, you've got bacon, you've got ranch dressing.
Yes.
And honey, there ain't anything better.
Say
and
amen.
Then, I mean, seriously, we've got a little bit of fresh corn, layer, and then let it sit. Let it all that goodness soak in.
Was there a
this,
trick to
and
making it look
is
so pretty and
divine.
getting a layer like
Well,
that?
no, I mean, it's super simple. You're
Layer.
going to start with your cornbread and then you add all of your other things and then continue to layer it up, and it'll be that pretty.
All right.
Now we're getting to my favorite part, and that's a cocktail.
Yeah.
Woo! So we've got some watermelon mojitos, but look what we're going to do. So you have your watermelon. We got to cut it out anyway, so why don't we just save it? I mean, let's leave this. We're going to pull this,
You're
and
just
then we're
scooping it.
going to make this
Oh, yeah,
fabulous
yeah.
little cooler. Is that not adorable?
Yeah, we'll show that in a
and
minute.
you can even get a bigger watermelon if you want. We're going to keep. You want to keep scooping?
Sure.
Okay, we'll let you scoop for just a second.
Sure. I
So
gotta
all
work.
we do is we do a simple syrup with sugar, mint, and water. We're going to cook that down, let it cool.
What do you mean cook?
We're going to boil.
Like put it-
We're
you're
gonna
gonna heat
boil.
this up?
Yeah.
Oh.
No. I'm sorry. We're going to make a simple syrup first when we're
Okay.
making the drink. I'm going to go
Okay.
back to talking about the drink.
Okay.
So we have our water, we have our sugar, and a little bit of mint. Let that cook it, let it melt, and then we're going to cool it.
Okay.
And then we add that to our frozen watermelon chunks. Once we take this out of here, we want to put this in the freezer, let it freeze, and then we're going to put it all in the blender and blend it up. So it's
Okay.
a frozen cocktail. We'll top it with a little bit of club soda. Here is our absolutely beautiful
This
watermelon.
is so cute. So you just scooped it out and made an ice bucket.
Exactly.
Guys.
And now
Great
look,
idea.
the thing is though, is that you want, I love this. It's a gift to bring to your hostess. You want to know how to be a good guest so that you
Yes.
can invite it back. I mean, if you were raised right, you know to bring something.
Of course.
And so this is one of my favorites. It's paper plates, adorable paper plates, and then the little tag says, "Oh, let me do the dishes." So you bring that.
That's
You've
so
got the
cute.
paper plates. Isn't
Well,
that
that's funny.
adorable? And there are lots of really fun ones. Like, look at the ones
got it.
they've got. So they've got these wonderful bamboo plates.
Love bamboo.
You can throw it away.
Yep.
Nobody's going to be in the kitchen cussing because they were left to do all the dishes.
So, but I didn't even know you were doing this paper plates thing, and that's the first thing I thought of. If you're outside, paper plates.
You've got to.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does make it so much more simple. And that's what summer's about. Summer is easy, laid back, and fun.
Did y'all taste that drink?
It's got
Yeah.
Even the mocktail is good. I don't know how you did it.
Burger's
Elizabeth,
great.
thank you. Recipesoftoday.com/food.
we're firing up the grill to help you dive into the holiday weekend. And joining us is pitmaster and now author, finally, Kevin Bloodsoe. Just released Bloodsoe's Barbecue Cookbook. His very first. Kev, good morning. It's so great to have you. What do you want readers to know about this great cookbook when they buy it for their fathers for Father's Day?
I just want to let you know this book is family. That's what it's all about. Father's Day, Memorial Day, it's like Sunday dinner. Every page on that book is like Sunday dinner. Open it up, enjoy it, enjoy your family, so show some love, and use those recipes and eat
And
good.
your recipes start, you were in Compton as a kid to stay out of trouble. You would go visit your grandma in Texas. Of course. And she taught you the slow and low Texas barbecue way, and you've made a whole career out of it.
I've been doing it low and slow like
Show
a
us how to
6'4"
do
ever
it.
since.
You're the master.
I'm gonna
Like
whip
a
up this
6'4".
rub right quick for y'all and keep it fast. A little pepper, a little cumin, a little garlic.
You got a secret to this, or is this what you use?
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna tell y'all everything,
good.
but I'm gonna tell y'all a little bit of it. A little garlic salt.
Is this my brew right here?
Yeah, that's your brew.
Good looking out, Kev.
Where's my
Appreciate
cognac?
you.
A little chili powder.
We got the eaters over there tasting it. Guys, you can just jump right in.
Y'all eating good today.
What's the key to the rub? Both sides, right?
Both sides, and then the balance of the sugar and the salt.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people take it so serious, man. Have some fun when you barbecue. Look at all these beautiful people out here. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have to have a smoker? Can you make your type of food without owning a smoker?
I mean, well, you know, the book, that's the best thing about the book, of course, because it shows you how to do the same thing on a Weber grill, a damn hibachi, or whatever you need. You can do it on whatever.
It's
you
cooking
know.
with soul.
Yeah, it's all about cooking. And,
Where's
you know,
Big Mama parked right now? Not double parked on 48?
Nah. She's in L.A. right now.
Okay.
We
Kev's
wish
got
we
a
could've
portable
brought her.
smoker that has like how many 20 briskets you can do.
No, 75 brisket.
Okay, 75. Well, I eat 20 of them. All right, let's move it down. You got them. Oh, so the mustard is just really to hold this.
Yeah,
this
just
side.
to hold everything on there.
I don't really even taste it.
Even that chicken is so
And you
moist.
can-
Oh my gosh.
literally,
Yeah,
just like
you're-
I said, there's a lot of
That's a
sugar in this.
Generous amount.
Oh yeah, you gotta make that
All right,
crust on.
let's keep it moving. So how long are you going to cook it on the grill, Kev?
I'm gonna put it on here low and slow like a 6'4" for about for about 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Yeah.
Nice. All right.
And then when they get done, we gonna get down and we gonna eat.
What do you like to eat with the ribs? You got it.
I like potato salad. I like mac and
Carson, you
cheese.
have to
I like
try this,
greens. I
Carson.
like all that.
All right, we only got
Carson,
about a minute
try it.
left.
Try it with it.
You got egg in here?
I got an egg right here. Let me whip this up. Yeah.
All right, you can do that. How about the
Get
chicken?
my hands dirty.
What a way to kick off.
And the thing about potato salad, don't put no pecans in your damn potato salad. I'll tell you that right now.
You got to pick up the cookbook, man. It is awesome. It's got great stories. You're crushing it. In California, where I grew up, nobody did barbecue. Kev is the man. He brought it. He brought barbecue. All we knew was quinoa and kale. Finally, we got barbecue. Thanks to Bloodsoe Barbecue.
Thanks, man.
So be sure and check
Appreciate
it out. And thank you. He's going to come back next hour. All these recipes at today.com/food. Find Bloodsoe's Barbecue Cookbook at today.com/shop.
Welcome back. Let's talk about your health now. It's time for Superfood Friday, and today we're talking dessert.
Joy Bauer is here to show us how to sneak superfoods into 3 sweet summer treats. Somehow you did it, and I can't wait to eat it all.
So the first superfood is the raspberry. And I love raspberries because they're one of the highest fiber fruits in town.
I didn't know that.
8 grams of fiber per 1 cup. That's a huge amount. So fiber aids in digestion, it keeps you feeling full, and it also enhances heart health. And interestingly enough, the plant compounds within raspberries also can boost memory.
Nice.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a no-bake dessert pizza. Look at this beauty.
It's so pretty.
So all we do is we start with our watermelon. You slice it just like that. You make, you know, four different quarters.
Easy enough.
I'm going to add on a little bit of yogurt and
Nice,
Dylan.
just Greek yogurt?
Put on some toasted
just put on
pecans and of course
I
dark
went right for
chocolate
the
chips.
chocolate.
It needs some chocolate chips.
Yes.
It's a dessert, and this is some toasted coconut. And so
Nice.
it's so fun. It's really
That's
easy to
really
do,
good.
and you could really put on whatever toppings you want. Let's put on a
Awesome.
little.
If you have friends over and you present that, how cool is that?
They think you
I know,
are
it's
so
really nice.
clever, and it's very
Now,
simple and
this looks
delicious.
like my jam. What is this?
So the next superfood is a peach.
Okay.
Peaches are great. They are juicy. They're refreshing. They scream summer, and they're more than 85% water, which means they're super hydrating. They also have plant compounds that have been shown in some small studies to reduce the occurrence of breast cancer.
Really?
Yeah. So we
Really?
have to keep on top of that.
Thank you.
What are we going to make with a peach? We are
hope
going to
a peach
make
cobbler.
a southern peach crumble.
How do you make a healthy peach cobbler?
And
Oh,
I
it's
did
'cause it's
it.
crumble.
There's way less sugar. So
Okay,
here,
okay.
I skipped a step, and I'm actually using frozen sliced peaches, and I mix it with some vanilla
That doesn't taste
extract, a
healthy at
little
all.
bit. It is.
Really?
I do add a little bit of maple syrup in here, but not too much, and I think all the other flavors. The peaches are what's shining through.
Right.
This went in the oven for about 30 minutes, and then you have the crumble. The crumble is ground flax seeds.
No way.
And it's
Really?
almond flour and oats, so it's gluten-free, and it's actually vegan as well. And then
Wow.
you just pop this in the oven, and you get
This
a
is-
delicious southern
And the peaches
peach
are
crumble.
so sweet this time of year that
Exactly.
you don't need that extra
and you
sugar.
can use the frozen peaches in the
Really?
winter as well.
This
yes.
is amazing,
delicious.
Joy. Okay, we have one
So
minute left.
this you're gonna love.
Is this a milkshake?
This is all about lime. Lime is great. It's packed with vitamin C, which is wonderful for the complexion. It also helps to increase plant-based iron, which is important because a lot of people are eating vegan meals right now.
Right.
So what do you do when you have a key lime? You make key lime pie milkshake.
Never heard of it. That sounds amazing.
So it with no added sugar.
Right.
So what we have here is almond milk with dates. Dates are going to puree and give it a nice natural sweetness, and we have vanilla extract and some ice cubes.
Okay.
And then we're going to add a little secret ingredient. No, we're not even gonna. We're gonna fake it. You can
Okay.
take this
Oh, we have
off.
to go.
We're gonna add cauliflower.
Well, I don't know how
We're
to
gonna
take it
add
off.
lime zest
That's
and
cauliflower?
lime juice, and then we're gonna garnish
Why
it
does this
with.
blender have a child lock on it?
I know.
Okay.
Okay,
You
wait.
just put
Here we go.
cauliflower in my smoothie.
Here we got there.
Are we
You're not
ready?
gonna taste it.
Try
Taste
it.
that thing.
Really?
This is lime juice. Lots of vitamin C. Is that good?
Wow, that's
I like
refreshing.
it.
It's
Oh, that's
thick
delicious.
and it's creamy
This
and
woman
it's
just
good
put
for you.
cauliflower in a
Wow.
drink.
I would,
Cheers.
who even thinks of doing that?
I
That's
do.
wonderful. Joy, thank you so much for these
You got
recipes.
it.
Go to today.com/food.
This week, we've been checking off our summer bucket list.
And if you've been thinking about hosting a dinner party, we've got some ideas you can easily throw together this weekend. And we hear, Jenna, there is a BLT bar.
Just like what we need is
involved.
more pork. Okay, my kind of party. And here to tell us about that and more is Nathan Turner, author of I Love California, Design and Entertaining the West Coast Way. Hey, Nathan.
Hey, Nathan.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Nathan. I'm a fan of your design. You're very talented, but you're also great at throwing a party. So we've already had a hot dog meets a apple pie together this morning.
You guys
so
are way ahead of me here. And say hi to Tina the plant for me as
Oh,
well.
I will. I know. We
She's
will.
doing well.
Okay, can we start with cocktails? Every good party
Yes,
needs a drink.
cocktails. It's one of the most important things. Summer in a glass is my favorite. Sangria, everyone loves it, but I make it with white wine or champagne. This is white wine, peaches, grapes. It's super summery.
Oh, yum.
This is another one of my favorites. Basically, it's like a really great margarita bar, but you put a bunch of fresh fruit on ice, let people make their own. You can make it non-alcoholic if you want. You can have vodka, tequila, whatever. Muddle it all into a glass, and it's really fun, too.
Yum, that looks great. So flowers are a big part of decorating, I know. But today in New York City, the heat index is 106, and I'm not making that up.
Yeah, it's a little warm.
So what kind of flowers hold up outside in the summer?
I always say go in your backyard and see what you have. I didn't have these in my backyard, but stuff like sunflowers are really hardy. Greens, take a branch from one of your trees in the backyard and make a big arrangement out of it, and it's really pretty and it holds up to this heat.
Okay, so evidently colorful gingham is having a moment, which we can see on your tables with the green and the yellow. What's a way to elevate our table decor?
Well, here's a couple ideas. Gingham is having a moment, and don't be afraid to mix match. I have yellow and green and large and small checks, and then also I do these little like votives. These are really inexpensive and easy to make. Take a plain votive, dip it in a little bit of paint, and then leave it out to dry, and you have custom colored votives.
Oh, that's so cool and easy.
We've all used these little bamboo cutlery, and you can put a little bit of decorative tape, and it all ties into your color scheme. Obviously today I'm doing a really cheerful green and yellow.
Where do you get that bamboo cutlery? You can just get it online somewhere?
Oh, you can get it online. Honestly, I find it at most supermarkets at this point.
Do you ever use Sorry, I was going to ask
I'm
if you ever
not
used
a
the
big
IKEA
fan of
Swedish meatball
disposable-
candles, but no.
Swedish meatball.
It's a whole other thing.
IKEA has a Swedish meatball candle. It
It's a
doesn't really
callback.
smell like
Yeah.
a meatball, though. Well,
Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. This is one of the only disposable items I like. I'm a big fan of outdoor dishes like melamine, or in this case, these metal dishes from Barnlight Electric. You can use them over and over again, and you just can't break them. And they look great.
Okay, so what they do, they look really pretty, and your tablescape is gorgeous. So what's a good option for food right now when it's super hot?
Well, yeah, it's summer, and one of my favorite ingredients of the summer is tomatoes. So why not make basically a BLT station that I have here? I took a cutting board, put a little bit of craft paper on top so I can label everything, have all these gorgeous heirloom tomatoes, bacon, avocado. My favorite, might freak people out, avocado, tomato, and anchovy.
You had me till the anchovy part.
You can hold the
I know, I
anchovies.
lose a lot of people there. But this is also great for people that don't eat meat, or everyone loves a build your own.
Sure. Yeah, and those tomatoes, the key to the BLT is a good, hearty, crisp
really
tomato.
good-
You don't want it to be
tomato
mushy.
season.
Now,
Yeah.
what are we doing with our ice cream
no one wants
outside
a
at the
mushy
party,
tomato.
Nathan?
And desserts. I love an ice cream sandwich. Nothing screams summer more, but why not make it with some alternative ingredients? I have waffles, donuts, Rice Krispie treats. And here's a great little tip to put them on ice. These are just 2 sheet pans, and you can put the larger one with ice and layer it with the smaller one. It keeps it cool.
Just a genius.
Yeah,
and
that
what
looks
do I see
great.
some pies in there?
I
Some
know,
mini
we've
pies?
been really craving an apple
Everyone loves
pie.
pie, but why not make it portable? Hand pies.
Yum.
Make a little hand pie, a little bit of whipped cream in there, and there's all kinds of different flavors in here.
Oh, that looks so good. Nathan, such great ideas. Stay cool. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, guys.
I need to go to his dinner.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
His dinner parties look fun.
So if you have family and friends that are coming over for a barbecue, we have a fun game you may want to try.
Okay, let's bring on the backyard barbecue battle. All right, and here to host it, our wannabe pit master, Gavin.
Okay, guys, this
How's
is
it
a
work,
serious battle here. Here's how it's going to work. When we say go, we're going to start. We're going to put on our aprons. Then we're going to run over here. We have to flip 3 burgers with these giant spatulas.
huge that is.
I know.
Okay.
Then we run over here and we play everyone's favorite backyard game. We're going to have to make 3 beanbags in the cornhole.
I love cornhole.
Yep. Then we're going to head over here. We got to put on flippers, goggles, and a pool float. And then it ends at our little kiddie pool. Hidden in there is a #1 gold medal. Whoever finds it first is our big winner,
Well, look,
Jenna.
I want to
hold
point out what
on.
Jenna's doing.
Hold on.
This is called
Okay.
preparing or cheating.
Are we ready to battle?
We're ready.
We're ready.
Okay. On our marks. Get set. Go. And they're off. Oh, they got the aprons on. Now we need to flip 3 burgers here with our big spatula.
Can you do them at the same time?
Nope, one at a time here.
You never said
if
that.
you could do it, that's true. Oh,
One?
Yeah.
That was a
I think-
3 flip.
I think that's a
Sorry.
good flip.
That's
Yeah,
why
you're
they
good.
got.
You're good. On to the cornhole.
Oops, sorry
I
about
want
that.
cornhole. We need to
by
take
the way.
3 in the hole.
Easy.
Oh no.
Oh, we've got 1.
Oh no!
No,
Goodbye,
no.
Jenna. Oh no!
She's off.
I'm gonna walk.
Jenna.
I'm still gonna be here.
That's 1 in for Jenna.
Oh, no.
Now hold on. We got to.
I'm just taking my time.
Okay.
Goggles.
Did you get 3 in?
Sure. She was close enough.
Thank you,
Did you
Gavin.
get 3 in?
Are these for kids?
Yeah. Really cute.
Okay. So we're getting our flippers.
Are these
getting
size
goggles.
9
You've
and a
got the
half?
flamingo. Jenna, you've got the cool duck.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Come on, Jenna.
Okay.
Come on, I'm gonna come with you.
How do we do that? We
We
bring
just
it?
get in. We just carry it around our waist.
Jenna's at the pool first.
Into the blue ball.
Gold medal.
Blue balls.
You know what? Can we share it? Because I feel a little.
Why? Because you didn't finish cornhole or the other one?
No. I didn't finish the cornhole, so.
Was it fun? Okay.
Happy summer.
Happy summer, y'all. This is fun.
All right, we kind of both win.
Look how it's.
I think this is what Feral Girl Summer looks like.
It does.
Right?
It's fun.
I
It's
agree.
wild. You don't care.
Okay.
Joining us this morning, Chef Elena Besser. She is going to make something awesome as we get back to the routine, looking for those easy and affordable weeknight dinner ideas. And to cook along with us, just scan that QR code. You can order the ingredients with 1 click, add them to your cart, and schedule pickup or delivery. Elena, good morning.
Good morning, my sous chef. How are
It
you
is-
today?
I am well, thank you.
Good.
Putting me right in my place.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Are you ready to get to chopping?
I like a woman who's ready to go. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You let me
Okay.
know how to do. How did you pick this as an easy meal?
Okay, so zucchini is in season right now.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's going to taste so much more delicious than it otherwise would. And it's going to be more affordable because we have a lot of zucchini available. So I figured
Okay.
let's take zucchini and let's turn it into a luscious, creamy sauce that doesn't have any added
Now, I
ingredient.
said you jokingly backstage. I said, why do you cut the zucchini in this particular size? Why are they so small? And you actually had a great answer for that. There's a reason for it.
Yes, there is a reason for it. So the reason why is because the smaller you cut the zucchini, the faster it's going to cook. And listen, we're trying to get food on the table as quickly as we
Right.
can. We're busy people, so we want to make sure that we cut it into smaller pieces. These are about 1/4 of an inch thick. We're going to add those diced pieces to a sheet tray, half of them, and then we're going to take the other half and put them into a bowl. So these just get a nice drizzle of olive oil, and we're going to hit them with a little bit of salt to awaken that flavor.
Yep.
The higher you go when you season, the more surface area.
Oh, that's
the
a thing.
coverage you
All
get.
right.
Highly recommend.
Well, good to know.
Yes,
Yeah,
sprinkle,
make it rain.
sprinkle. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take some garlic cloves and we're quartering them. So here's the thing. You could smash them if you want, but I know a lot of people get intimidated by that action. So I figured let's just quarter
Quarter
them.
them.
put them right into our bowl, and then we're going to add it with some sauteed onions. And this is going to go at about a medium-high heat until that zucchini is nice and softened. You're going to want to give it a cover so you get that
How long is that
caramelization
roughly?
from
Like
the
10
bottom.
minutes?
Yeah, about 10 minutes. You get the caramelization from the bottom, but at the same time, it's softening the zucchini, and we are left
I like where
with
this is headed.
This
I can do everything
gorgeous
you've done so
mixture.
far. It's not out of my reach. Yeah.
Okay, and another thing that maybe also isn't out of your reach for me
White
personally
wine.
as well, white wine, my friend. So to add even more depth of flavor and to pick up any of those brown bits
I love it.
that we get on the bottom, also known as the fond, we are going to continue cooking that. It's going to infuse with flavor, and we want to cook it at that medium-high heat until it reduces down. It's delicious
Is
and
this the sauce? Are you making the
luxurious.
sauce, or is
this
this
is
just
the
like-
sauce
okay,
that we're
got it.
making while those are roasting
How's the
in
sauce
the oven.
taste?
This is amazing.
It tastes
like
like
it?
creamy.
It does.
Doesn't it?
No
But
cream.
It's
No cream.
no
Cream
cream
at
at all. It's
Wow.
so creamy and silky. So the
And
reason why
after you cook it, you blend it?
after you cook it, you blend it. And Al, you make a great point. The reason why
gonna
we're
start
getting that nice brightness is because once we have transferred that reduced situation that we got over here to a blender, we're adding in the zest of a lemon. That gives us our brightness. And then we are also adding in some fresh basil.
You know what I like that's not in here? I'm glad it's
What?
not is eggplant, because I like zucchini, but I don't like
Oh,
eggplant.
well, there you go. Good. I'm happy we didn't use
Now
eggplant
try it.
then.
It's so good.
And then a
Put
little
corn
bit
in
of our
it.
pasta water, and that gives us even more creaminess and even more of a starchy component.
That's probably where it's coming from,
You got
the
it?
pasta
Oh,
water.
how's it going over there?
Oh,
You got
good.
it?
No, I'm just gonna have
Fabulous.
we only got about 2
Okay,
minutes
great.
left, so I'm gonna.
And then
I gotta take
we're
my
going
shot
to
here.
take our pasta. You can use any noodle that you want. This is, as the Today Show team made sure I pronounced properly, packery. We have our Italian, so we want to make sure we're doing it properly. Shout out to Anthony and Katie. And we are adding that directly into this gorgeous blended sauce.
By the way, can I just say for school nights, if we were making this in the daily household, we might do this sans sauce and just do it with a little butter and cheese for the kids.
Yes, delicious.
And then hype it up for the adults.
Use a different pasta?
You could use any pasta you want. You could use
This is
rigatoni.
really
You could use penne. I like something that has a tube. Yes, fusilli. That would catch the sauce beautifully. Great suggestion.
Wow, that's
We're going to finish it up with a little bit of that fresh lemon juice from the lemon that we have reserved
That's
over
it.
here. And you can add a little pasta water as you go to get it to a nice, luxurious consistency. And last but certainly not least, we are going to top it with
No
some...
giant pads of butter. No cream.
that? What are you putting
No,
on
but
top?
it feels like it is. It's crazy.
We are adding some
pistachio?
pistachios, some Sicilian pistachios.
Oh,
We've
my
got
God, you've
some
done it
fresh
again.
basil,
Oh, yeah.
that roasted zucchini. So we get those crispy bits.
is
We get
really good.
zucchini
Basil's
two
so
ways. And
Dinner like this.
we're starting off with some gorgeous thick cut bacon.
Boom.
Anytime there's bacon in a recipe, I'm
Yes.
a happy gal.
I'm
So we are just going to slice this bacon on up. We're actually making a sweet corn mac and cheese for everyone that's wondering. And what I like to do whenever I'm cutting like pancetta or bacon or whatever, I'll put it in the fridge or the freezer before slicing it, so it just makes it easier
A little thick,
to
a little-
cook.
I actually started
exactly.
using scissors.
Really?
That is also
Yes.
a great tip.
Because I sometimes can't get the knife through because it's so fatty.
Right, exactly. Scissors, they'll get the job done. Also great for cutting up herbs for garnish
Uh-huh.
too.
Good point.
Okay,
while
so
this
we're
is
gonna
cooking-
render this. We want to make sure that this is cooking at like a medium-low heat. We don't want it to be too high because it could cause the bacon to burn and stay a little chewy. We want it to be really crisp and delicious. So this, what's in season right now? We got a lot of corn.
Yes.
And it is so delicious. It's so sweet, and it actually has a lot of great starch in it. And that's going to allow us to get a really creamy sauce without creating a bechamel base, which is traditional of a mac and cheese. So
Right.
we are putting it with the bottom down right into the bowl and slicing it off of the cob.
Okay.
And you can keep that cob for later, which I will show you what we're going to do with the cob as well.
Some people make a stock out of it.
Yeah, exactly. You can make a stock out of the cobs. Al, you always know what's up in the kitchen. I respect that about
I don't know much else.
Okay, so we have cut off that corn, and then what we're going to do is we are going to take that residual bacon fat that we
Yeah.
have. That adds that
Liquid
flavor.
gold, baby.
Exact, you know it. And we're going to take some shallots that we just grated on a box grater. We're going to mix those up.
If you didn't have shallots, could you use onion?
Yeah, absolutely. You could use onion, you could use leek, you could add a little extra garlic if you want, and then a little chili flake for some heat. This you can keep out if you want as well. You know, if you're sensitive to heat, don't worry about it. And then, of course, once that's sauteed down, we add that corn in and saute it up. Hit it with a little bit of salt and pepper. Your kitchen at this point is going to be smelling amazing.
It smells great in here
and
already.
then we will take that mixture
All
and
that.
transfer it into a blender. So this blender, it just has the mixture along with our pasta water, which is another liquid gold. I call this unicorn juice because it has this magical thing where it creates a really nice starchy component, which will coat that pasta and give us a luxurious thick sauce.
And I noticed you have some Parmesan. Is that
Yes.
going too?
Oh, you know it. So
Okay.
you can use pecorino or parm. Pecorino will give you a little bit of a saltier experience. But if you can only find parm, that works too. And we are now making our sauce. So at a low heat or even off the heat, depending on how hot your pan already is, you're going to transfer back and forth between our cheese, a little bit of pasta water, and then we're going to add in my good pal cheddar.
It's
We
always
love
better
it.
with cheddar.
It's always better with cheddar. You know it. So we're adding a little bit at a time and continuing to mix because we want the sauce to emulsify and get creamy.
Right.
If you dump it all in at once, it could break. So,
in
just
the
be
meantime,
careful
you've
with
been
that.
boiling your pasta.
Yes, in the meantime, we've been boiling our pasta. We have taken a little bit of that pasta water to add to our sauce as we're cooking it up.
Right.
And I even took some of those corn cobs that we had and popped them into the water. And what that's going to do is it's going to further infuse that corn flavor into the pasta itself.
And then you're going to take the sauce and the pasta together?
Exactly. So once that cheesy sauce has melted and emulsified, we're going to add that pasta directly into it, give it a nice toss, add any more pasta water that we need, and we're garnishing with more cheese, that crispy bacon, and some fresh chives.
Oh, baby, This is
And it's time to eat.
You know what I love about this? Because it's salty, but you have a sweetness without like sugar or
Right?
anything. You know?
fantastic.
Oh, I'm
And the
so
corn
happy
made it
with
creamier, like
Elena
without all
Besser,
the. Yeah.
thank you so much.
Very good.
And it's an exciting day because we are launching a full Today Table cooking show with some of our favorite chefs all over on Today all day. And we have one of them with us. Chef Elena Besser is with us. Good morning.
Good morning, my friends.
Congrats.
Thanks. I'm seriously so pumped about this series. I think everyone is going to love it. Such fun recipes. And it premieres
easy.
today.
Yes.
And easy recipes.
I love that.
Well, it smells so fresh in here. I mean, there's just so many herbs that go into this recipe of yours.
Yes, there are. Herb quiz, quick quiz. Al, can you name all these herbs?
Dill, chive, mint, basil, parsley.
Yes, you got them all.
Okay.
You got them all.
Yay.
10
Sometimes
out
I
of
have to
10.
taste parsley to
Yes,
make sure it's
give
not
them
so
a taste.
long.
So this is such a fun way to use all of those beautiful herbs that are in season, coming in season right now. I know our gardens are starting to bloom. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a really easy herb pesto that has a lot of spinach in it as the foundation. So
And we should mention people can shop along right now. If you just scan that QR code, you can get the menu. I don't know the verbiage for it. I don't have the verbiage, but
You can get all the ingredients. It takes you right right to Walmart and get some
And then boom.
ingredients. They can ship them right to your house.
So this is a really easy herbaceous sauce, and it's going to have some lemon zest and lemon juice in it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a lemon. This is a rasp grater, also known as a microplane, and you just zest
You have one of
that
those, right?
beautiful
Right.
zest into
Four of
it.
them.
At the restaurant that I cooked at, we would get in trouble if we sliced a lemon before zesting it because there's so much flavor in the zest of the lemon itself. So you want to stop at the way.
pre-zest?
Yeah, you can pre-zest, but just
dries
make
out,
sure. Yeah, make sure you put it in your refrigerator in like an airtight baggie, or you cover it up.
Okay.
Then what
Smells
you're
good.
also going to do once you've zested them, you'll slice them in half. Take a citrus press. Pop that in. Contrary to popular belief, you actually want to put it cut side down to get the most juice out of it. This has 1 garlic clove in it too, so we will typically take all of these lemons, pop
Okay.
it in
Smells
there.
so good.
But for time, I want to make sure we get to all of the different steps.
Okay.
Then you're going to take a ton of fresh spinach,
Okay.
several handfuls. You want to have a really nice high-speed blender or a food processor. Take all of those herbs that we have over there. You can
it's
use
all
any
going in.
variety that you want. And the main thing here is you just want to go with soft herbs that are going to easily break down.
Okay.
You're also going to add in some olive oil, extra virgin olive oil for extra flavor. And we're going to pop that in, blend it on up, and then you are left with this beautiful bright green sauce, which is right over here. So
Could
this
you use
everyone can see.
arugula instead of the spit
Yes,
to pepper it up?
I love that suggestion. You absolutely could use arugula. You could use any green. I love the nuttiness, the peppery taste of
This
the
is such a good
arugula.
idea to get rid of those extra herbs in your
Right?
garden. Because I did that last year. I had all these herbs and I just had nothing to do with them.
It's the best, and
Or
it's
ones
so
that are
easy.
kind of on their last leg.
Yeah.
Kind of throw in there.
Absolutely, freshen them up. So we have rigatoni right here. This is my favorite pasta shape. It catches all that saucy goodness. You're just going to take all that rigatoni, transfer it right into this big bowl of sauce. And what's fun is you can just serve it directly in this bowl. So it's all going to come together right in this
love that
bowl.
you call it saucy goodness.
water.
Yes, the pasta water is
Yeah.
key. We really want pasta water here. I call it unicorn sauce. I know that's ridiculous. But the reason why is because it's magical, my friends. This has all of that starchy goodness that's going to really allow the sauce to stick to the pasta itself rather than running right off. So we are just going to continue tossing this up. And a fun little thing that I like to do, other than adding a lot of cheese, because I'm from the Midwest and I can't help myself.
Woohoo, wait,
I
where
need
are
as
you
much
from?
cheese. Chicago.
Oh, that's right. We talked about
Born
that.
and raised, and we're both Wildcats, but you know.
Are you
we
throwing
love
dates in there?
Okay,
Oh, my
this
God.
is a crazy twist.
Oh,
so
my God.
I actually, half of my family lives in Israel, so I love eating dates.
Oh, my God.
Love them, love to integrate them into anything. And a little bite of sweetness. These taste like concentrated maple syrup, if you will.
Yes.
So I like to add them to the
Oh, my
top
gosh.
of whatever, of this pasta
wow.
specifically,
Oh.
but also whatever I'm cooking.
Girl.
You like it? And then some toasted pine nuts, because a little extra nuttiness, we're happy to have it, and
Oh.
some extra fresh herbs. And
Oh
you
my
know
God.
what? I'm so happy everyone likes it. What's
my
great
God.
about this too is that if you have leftovers the next day, it is delicious cold. It tastes
Can I
like
sing
a,
your praises? So you should go to today.com, watch her show, get this food, because sometimes when chefs are here and they cook, there's a little buzz in the studio about how good it was. With you this morning, everybody was buzzing about how good this pasta is. And this is another one.
And you know what I love
so
about
much.
this? Sometimes I find with pesto, it gets monotonous, and I'm eating the pesto, and I'm like, ugh. This is like, you get a lemony bite, and then you get a
Yeah.
nice crunchy salt, but then the sweetness cleanses your palate
And
for
it
another
looks-
salty
it
pesto
just
bite.
looks
Yes.
beautiful.
So we say
That's
yes.
mine.
And that was not
such
planned.
great descriptions.
Fantastic.
I love all of you. It's such
Thank
a
you.
pleasure.
By the way, if
Thank
you like
so much.
dates, Rancho Metaluca
Okay.
makes it's a date farm out in California. Spectacular.
Really?
Okay, I got it.
host, Elena Besser. She has not one, but 2 desserts that we can make ahead of time. So all you have to do is scan that QR code right at the bottom of the screen. You can cook along with us. With 1 click, select Get Ingredients, and then you can schedule that pickup or that delivery. Elena, good morning to
Good
you.
morning, my pals. Always great to be with you.
Pumpkin mini cheesecakes.
You know it. It's always fun when you have an individual dessert portion, and mini versions
sure.
of desserts just bring me so much joy. So we are changing up the traditional graham cracker crust, and we are using ginger snaps to add that autumnal flair. So we have some brown sugar, we've got our ginger snap cookies, and we are going to pulse this on up in a food processor.
Ooh, can I pulse? I love to
yes,
pulse.
please do.
What do you got over there? What is that, butter?
Yes, and we've got some melted butter. Feel free to get after that. And then once it is all nice, keep on going. Yeah. And once it is fully the consistency of sand, you're going to stream in.
Greg's really having a good time.
You're doing great. You're going to stream in that melted. No, you're doing.
Keep going, Greg. Keep going.
Stream in that melted butter, and it's going to end up looking like wet sand. Then you portion it into the little ramekins,
Exactly.
and you take a glass and press it down to create this little crust. Chanel, if you want to
Honestly,
try it
I
out,
could just
you
eat
can.
this by itself.
I thought that was brown sugar.
It's a little brown sugar
like brown
plus
sugar.
ginger snaps.
Oh, that's good.
Right, right?
This is by
Delicious,
itself.
right?
Right, so you do that.
And so you do that. You pop that into the oven for about 10 minutes to set, and then we're going to start on our filling. So
Okay.
we have cream cheese, we have brown sugar, we've got white sugar in here, and we are
Other
going.
side.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
I know, it's
What's the
KitchenAid,
deal?
Elena. It's a
What's the deal?
KitchenAid.
I love KitchenAid. They're the best. And we're going to whip this on up. Then we're adding in all of our other flavorings. So we've
Great.
got the cinnamon.
Eggs
That's
going?
a warm
We got
flavor.
our eggs.
That's
There
a
we
warm
go.
flavor.
We have
Oh,
one hand.
Hey, one more. Let's go. Hey.
Look
One
at this
more.
executive chef right
There
here.
we go. Hey.
Oh man, oh
In my
man.
kitchen at home.
Look at that. Skills. I love it. And then we're adding a little
Chanel's
bit
like, you
of
couldn't
kosher
crack
salt. We're adding in some vanilla extract. And this wouldn't be a pumpkin cheesecake unless we had our pumpkin puree. So you
True.
could also swap out sweet potato if you want. You pop that in here. You end up having this delicious mixture.
Yum.
Wait, where do you get that? Is that in a can?
Yeah, you can get it in a can.
Okay.
Let's save the time, you know.
I know.
And then we are pouring it into all of our ramekins. It's a nice, thick,
I love a good
delicious batter. Same. Who doesn't love a good ramekin?
Well,
Pop that in,
plus you
and
can
then
control your portion.
we are going to bake it in the oven. And this is the fun, really chefy moment here.
okay.
And this is what's going to give us that luxurious, creamy texture. We are going to add in water
Why?
to the bottom. This creates a water bath. So what happens is, instead of that cheesecake cooking too quickly, it's going to slowly poach it, so you get that really delicious, creamy texture.
I gotta get your food.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's
We
more?
Oh, we're gonna start eating.
Have some please start eating it. We have some brown sugar and butter. We've got pumpkin seeds. We have pecans or pecans, however you
All of
say
it.
it. And a little bit of salt. Mix it up. We're making a brittle.
Oh, my.
We
That's
have
really
this
good. That's
brittle,
ridiculous.
and we're topping it with some whipped cream that is sweetened with maple syrup.
I wasn't
to
expecting
continue
this.
The fall flavor.
It's
Isn't
so
this
soft.
fun?
Yeah,
Here's
it's a
the thing.
pump. It's like a
Each
pumpkin
layer is yummy on its own. Like
Oh,
even
yeah.
that right there is yummy.
Oh,
like,
I'm so, and it's fun to just snack on the brittle because it
That's
comes
what I
in these
mean.
nice.
Wait, we
big
didn't talk about
pieces.
the crumble.
Oh, we have to talk about the crumble.
Okay.
So crumble is such an easy dessert that you can make really far in advance. You can make all of these in advance, by the way. This you can store in the fridge for up to a week, unmold, and serve it. And then with the crumble, you could make this and
there's
freeze it. Wrap it on up. This is cranberry and apple crumble. You bake it in the oven, let it cool completely, wrap it up, put it in your freezer, and then right before you're serving, pop it into the oven at 350 degrees. You're gonna put tin foil over it, pour some melted butter over it to reheat it, and then serve it a la mode because always ice cream.
Is there some lemon something in here? Or what's
There's
going
some
on?
lemon, there's a little orange. If orange isn't your thing, you can just omit the orange.
this is
but
great.
I'm happy you guys like it. Crumble's so easy, it's so delicious, it's a crowd pleaser. And what I love about it, not very many dishes. You make it in the
Cast iron,
skillet,
yeah.
you pop it on the table, it looks stunning, and your whole family is going to love it.
Cheers to
Well
you.
like done,
Cheers
Elena
to
Besser.
you.
I know they're both really yummy.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I am going to be in Florida with my family. It'll be fun. It's the first year I'm not cooking in a while.
I was gonna say, it's a shame.
I'm
You
excited.
deserve to.
I was just about to invite you to my my in-laws place.
Amazing.
So what are we making this morning?
We are making a spiced apple loaf cake. We are celebrating the bounty of the season with these gorgeous apples. You can use Honeycrisp, you could use Granny Smith, whatever your favorite apple is, and we're going to start by peeling it up and giving it a nice grate on a box grater.
Okay.
I figured it would be easier to grate it instead of taking all that time to chop. We're doing a lot of chopping already.
That's a nice pro tip.
So let's make it easy.
Watch your fingers.
Yeah, be
Thank
careful.
you. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Please.
What happened to Craig Melvin?
Safety only. Safety only. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're taking a bowl of sugar and some oil, adding 2 room temperature eggs, a little bit of Greek yogurt for sweetening.
Oh, that's where you get that little tang.
You could also use sour cream if you prefer, and then a nice healthy amount of vanilla extract. In baked goods, vanilla extract kind of acts like the salt. It brings out all of the flavors in the baked good. So if you want to keep mixing
ma'am.
that up.
And I noticed we keep the wet and dry separate here.
Absolutely. We want to keep the wet and dry separate. It's really important to just make sure we're mixing the wet together before the dry so that we have a nice, even baked good that is really fluffy and delicious. with
Ladies,
awesome texture.
Sobo, how we
Yeah,
doing?
we love it.
Delightful.
Yummy, really good.
Delightful, good. And then we're going to add in some warming spices. We have cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, our flour, all of our rising agents in
Warming
here.
spices. I've never heard them referred to
Nice
as
and
that.
cozy. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take those apples, we're going to add them to the wet ingredients, and then we're going to mix that all in with the dry ingredients. And it goes into our greased loaf pan. And if you want, you could actually add a little olive oil in there. The fruitiness from the olive oil is really going to add a lovely
So
extra
this goes into this.
So this goes into this, goes into our pan. We bake it until it, toothpick inserted in the center, comes out nice and clean.
And now we're making the frosting. And
It's
this
time
frosting
for
is
the frosting.
yummy.
Best part.
Real good.
So what we're going to do is we're going to cream together butter and cream cheese, and all the butter. That's what this holiday is all about. And there's even more butter in a second, so get ready. So we're going to cream all of this together, and then we slowly. It's not turning out. Yes, it is. It's going to turn out.
Oh, there we go.
I was looking at the wrong side, and we're just going to cream that together until it's nice and whipped. We are adding in cinnamon.
One of the warm spices.
Yes,
a warm spice.
Feeling warm.
You're learning. You're learning. I love it. Some vanilla extract as well.
A warm extract. That's a warm extract.
A pinch of salt to additionally awaken all of the flavor. And then we're slowly but surely, do you want to add it in?
Sure.
Adding in that powdered sugar. And this is going to make sure it adds a subtle amount of sweetness, but we don't want too much. I don't like when a frosting is too overpowering and cloyingly sweet. So we're adding a little bit in. And then a touch of milk to smooth it on out.
Okay.
And once that is done and whipped to perfection, we're heading on over to our stovetop. This is a fun little extra thing that I think
This is unexpected.
It's fun, right?
Yes.
So we're melting a little bit of butter on a skillet.
Okay.
And once we've sliced up our bread, you take it
Next level.
and you toast it on up so it gets nice and toasty.
It tasted toasty,
Did
Elena.
you sprinkle a little salt on top of that frosting?
You know I did.
It tastes so good. It really nailed it.
Yes,
That
thank
frosting
you.
is spot on. It's not too heavy either.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that.
I
And
like
this
that.
is a fun dessert that you can serve after the meal. You could also serve it in the morning.
I was going to say, it's breakfast.
If you want to do a make-ahead, then how do you, you make it and then you put it in the freezer or the fridge? How long
Yes,
will it
you
keep?
could wrap it in plastic wrap, then wrap it in foil because we want to make sure no air gets inside of it. We don't want any freezer burn.
Yep.
Pop it into the freezer the night before serving, put it into your refrigerator. It will thaw, and then you can slice it up, griddle it if you want, or you
Griddle
can
it.
just have it as is.
Yes.
And put
breakfast.
Nice.
Yeah, have it for breakfast, have it for lunch, have it as a snack, have it after dinner. Enjoy it
Have
all
it.
season
So good.
long.
Elena, thank you.
Have it while you're meditating on that thing.
No,
I
no,
still
give
wish
it a-
we
give
had
it
it.
a
Oh, we will love that.
Cannot go wrong with dips.
I love dips. I'm a dip head from the old country. Here to show us a few of her favorites is Chef Elena Besser.
Hello.
So nice to meet you.
It is so great to meet you.
We're so happy that you're here. Okay, everyone loves that everything bagel seasoning.
Addicted.
Obsessed. Addicted. Okay, so I didn't think about it in a dip, but you say yes, you can.
You can absolutely dip it out, you know,
Okay.
all about the dips. My dad is, I say he's part bagel because he eats a bagel literally every day.
Yeah, I thought he was half Jewish. I was like, oh.
Also that.
And
And this is an homage to him. And so all you have to do, you can buy some gorgeous everything bagel spice at the store.
Okay.
You can add that on in.
To what?
I like adding a lot into the cream cheese. That's
Oh,
an
cream
important
cheese.
component. This is softened cream cheese right
Okay.
here. We also have some sour cream. So what I like to do is just add that on in. Right? It
I
has a
love
little
sour
nice
cream.
tang.
I love French onion dip.
Do you?
love from the packets?
Oh,
the onion
with
dip
the-
packet.
yes.
Lipton's, you just dump it in.
I can rub it on my
best.
gums
Fritos.
sometimes with the
have-
packet. It's so nice.
weird.
I'm a strange person.
I had that growing up. It's the way it's the way
Okay.
we do it.
so
Okay, so
lemon
we
zest
added
and
lemon
juice.
juice and zest, and we're
Okay.
just going to continue to mix this on up.
Okay.
And do you want to help me out? Let's pour in some capers. Let's
you know
add
that.
some.
How many,
some
though?
green-
Capers are
all of
strong.
them.
No,
Add
you're
them all.
kidding me.
I'm serious.
All right.
I am fully serious here. Big caper fan, and you just mix it all
Some
up.
spring onions?
Some spring
Let's
onions.
do it.
Absolutely.
Great.
This adds a nice little crunch. It's like all the things that you love in a bagel in dip form,
Oh
which
my
is
gosh.
the best.
I could eat this with a spoon, actually. I'm not joking, like
Would
yogurt.
you like to?
I actually would like to try
Okay,
it.
here, let's
Yes.
go. Here, try it with the
Here you go.
spatula.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just right
Look,
there.
well, I'm gonna
We have the pretty ones right here, but you add a little extra
Look, you can dunk
scallion
it
on
in.
top, right?
Can I tell you something? This
so
is
delicious.
so yummy. And you can use tomatoes or cucumbers, whatever
Yes,
you want.
any crudité you want, feel free to leave it out. And it doesn't. You don't just have to have a bagel for breakfast. You can have it whenever you want. With
I love
I
it.
love that.
Flavor is
that
yummy.
seasoning, I can put in anything, the everything bagel.
I mean, I don't even know how fortunate I am to be joined by not one master chef, but two master chefs here in the kitchen. First, it's celebrity chef Jeffrey Zakarian. He's the host of the new Food Network show, Big Restaurant Bet. And of course, Savannah, who has her own cooking show called Don't Eat That.
No,
you will get
stop
sick.
it.
No, don't eat that unless you have Pepto.
I want you to support me on my cooking
Don't
journey,
eat
like
that.
like
Oh,
that's not
GZ
fair.
does.
Unless a bathroom is nearby.
Oh, stop
anyway,
it.
Jeffrey, we're so happy you're
Thank you.
here.
Nice to be here.
Are you
Thanks.
happy to be
I
among
am
the
so
midst of a
happy.
chef?
I love the show, what you're doing, and it's really incredible because it's really hard to teach someone without getting in there and
I
hold
know,
your.
but the only way to learn is to actually
That's right.
do
Do you
it.
think she could could cook this?
Absolutely. You ready? We're going to
Yeah,
do
I'm
a
ready.
spring mushroom
Perfect. How do you-
pea pasta. Okay,
Careful.
so be careful with that knife first.
Pointing a knife at me.
Don't gesticulate with a
Okay.
knife. That's first thing. Okay, slice.
Okay, slice.
Okay, I'm going to put some shallots in here with garlic. Okay, it's a very simple pasta, and I'm making it real time. What do I have first? Pasta is down in the water, and it's very salted. So when you want to salt pasta, the water should taste like the ocean. Remember, very good. Okay.
Okay, water
Add the
should taste. I'm going to shallots. move a little closer to
The
my man,
mushrooms are
Jeffrey.
going in here.
Okay. Can I help you, Jeffrey?
We put those in here. So our mushrooms, shallot, garlic, very simple. Let them soften. You don't have to be crazy. Just leave it there.
How's
Medium
my
heat.
slicing?
Fantastic.
Careful.
Oh, be careful.
Savannah.
So you want to make sure that they're evenly sliced so they cook and they look like this.
Oh, I would eat that alone.
Okay, so we're going to add to this some white wine. Go. And a little bit of
Familiar with white wine?
pasta water.
Okay.
Not all of it, just a little bit. And why pasta water? Because pasta water has all the starch from the pasta. And guess what? It helps.
some
You know
salt.
that silky?
Yes.
That silky pasta you get at a restaurant, you don't know why is it so silky. It's
Yeah.
not like that. And that's why. So
Can I
we're going
put
to
this
reduce
in
it.
it?
Not quite yet because we don't want those to go brown. So these are peas. You could do frozen peas or fresh peas.
Okay.
If fresh, you could blanch them for a second. But honestly, take right out of the freezer.
why
It's
not?
fine.
Yeah.
You just put them in. Okay, we have our pasta right here, boiling salted water. This is the sauce, and people don't understand. So the pasta next to the sauce, and all we do is we take the tongs. We don't throw
Now, let me just guess, and I'm not a master chef, but this is al dente.
al dente to the bite, to the bite. So it's about a minute away from being fully cooked, and we're going to put it in here and just finish it
How beautiful.
in here. And that's how you fit every pasta that you have in a restaurant that you like.
Is in the
This is
finishes
how it's
with the
done.
sauce.
Yes, it must. So you're just going
finishes
to
in
give it a little toss. Can you do a little toss?
Yeah,
Be
give
careful.
it
Okay,
some-
that's
you
good.
know how to do it.
Oh, okay. Whoa, that's beautiful. Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Gosh.
It's all right. It's all
Sorry.
right.
Oh no. Sorry.
I'm going to fix it. Watch this. See this? I'm not going to take it off the pasta. Just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm
Maybe
sorry.
you need a cooking
Then
show.
comes the peas. Then comes.
I didn't mean to make such a
It's
mess.
okay. A little cheese. A little cheese. And because it's a little dry, and we're missing some,
Yeah.
we're going to add a little bit more pasta water. Watch this. Just like this.
See,
All right?
you even spill a little, and
Just
you're
a
a
bit.
master chef.
And then at the very end,
little.
some chili. I love
gosh,
chili.
this looks
Very
so good.
finely minced chili. and we're ready to go. We're gonna add a little basil to it, all right? And you're gonna come over here and taste.
Your knife skills are excellent.
Well, thank you so much. We're gonna
Chef.
chiffonade, that's what that's called. And there you have it. We are done. A beautiful spring pasta. Be careful.
Okay, you try to flip it. Let's see you flip
It's
it.
hard.
And I want to see
You're
some
really,
air.
what you're doing is you're really not flipping. You're really just folding. So you
fold.
just
No.
very small, very small.
Okay, why are you giving her tips? Okay, go, flip.
There you go, much better. Excellent.
Wow.
Thank you.
All
I've
right.
learned so much.
I'm
We have
actually
over
going to
here.
say that was great.
Come on, I'm going to make it rain some
Okay.
Pecorino Romano. And this
Here,
is
would
your,
you like a bite? Yeah, I would.
There you go.
Yum. That looks delicious. What kind of pasta do you use?
Fettuccine, it's a flat pasta, tagliatelle.
Okay.
Bon appetit.
Do you feel
Thank
like
you
you have
so
to make
much.
your pasta or no?
You don't. You can make it, but you really don't have to make the pasta.
Okay. Well, don't eat it. You have to read this text.
For this recipe and more, go to today.com/food.
It's Make Ahead Monday, and it goes green this week. These recipes will bring you down to earth. Here to help us veg out is chef and owner of Pig Beach, Matt Abdu. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's so great to see
I
your
know, we
faces,
miss
even though
you.
it's still digitally, but it's wonderful
we
to
see you.
all.
But we see you. That's all that matters. And I am
Indeed.
so excited because I am obsessed with carrot ginger soup, and I bet your recipe is just like one of the best.
Well, I truly hope so, but I'm sure Cal is also going to be able to give me a run for my money. Very, very soon with his culinary adventures. But this carrot soup is really, it's just absolutely delicious. And believe it or not, you could actually make this recipe using all of the scraps from any of the soup or carrots that you might be using for other recipes. Peeling them, save the scraps, any ends or tops or carrots that might be, almost getting to the point in the refrigerator where they're about to go away. And since it's Earth Day, we really want to be able to just try to find a way of not wasting as much, kind of across the board. And that shouldn't just be an Earth Day thing. That should be a year-round thing. So anyway, in my pot over here, we're starting off, we have some carrots that have just been sliced up. We started off with a little bit of vegetable oil and some ginger, garlic, and white onions. And we just put it in our sliced carrots.
That's
And we're just going to kind of cook them all until they get a little bit nice and soft. And then to that, we're going to add some vegetable broth. Now, this could also be just plain old water. We're going to add our vegetable broth just to cover it. We're going to bring that up to a simmer, and then we're going to add in a little bit of apple cider vinegar. That acid really kind of gives those carrots a nice big pop with that ginger, brings it all alive with some flavor. And then last but not least, we need a little bit of salt and pepper that are going to go right into that pot. So we're going to bring this up to a simmer, and we're going to cook it for about 20 minutes to half an hour or so until those carrots are nice and tender. And then they're going to go into our blender once they're all nice and tender, and you're going to end up with this beautiful creamy carrot ginger soup. Now, carrots and ginger are like a match made in heaven. They go so well together, and that flavor of that ginger really brightens up those carrots and make an incredible soup.
And Matt, it would seem to me that this is a soup that could be served either hot or cold.
Absolutely. Why not? It could be sort of in that sort of like gazpacho-esque style soup. Cold or hot will be absolutely delicious. But another thing that we're going to use up with our carrots that people throw away all the time and has so much flavor, we're going to make a carrot top pesto to garnish the soup. And believe it or not, these carrot tops, they have so much flavor, guys. They have that nice, bright, green, sort of herbaceous flavor to them, but they also still taste like carrots. So in order to make our carrot pesto, what we're going to do is I've taken the liberty of grabbing the carrot tops. You can see right here.
Okay.
Push this out of the way.
I know it's a crazy
And
question,
we're
but what
gonna
if you
bring
don't
it in
have
my
the
blender.
carrot tops? Can you use other things or?
That is a great question. If you don't have carrot tops, you can still absolutely make a delicious pesto regardless. This recipe for pesto will work pretty much across the board. Sub out the carrot tops for basil, and you still have like that traditional basil pesto ready to go. But the two key tricks that I love doing when making this pesto is first, I love to blanch my herbs first. What that's going to do is it's going to really help set that nice, beautiful green color and keep them really vibrant throughout the processing part.
Hey, Matt,
And
really
another trick,
quickly,
guys,
could you tell people what blanching is?
Absolutely. So blanching is basically taking any sort of vegetable, bringing a pot of salted water to a boil, and then taking that vegetable and putting it into that boiling water to cook it for about 30 seconds or so to either soften it or set those bright green colors. When you're blanching herbs, anything that's green, it's really going to help make those green colors really pop and come alive within the cooking process to keep that nice bright green color.
Nice.
Cool.
Hopefully like the color of my shirt. So we have our blanched parsley, our blanched carrot tops, our blanched spinach, and that's all going to go into a pot with a little bit of salt and chili flakes into our blender, 1 clove of garlic. Now, this is the part, if you like a lot of garlic, you can add a little bit more, but at 1 clove, believe it or not, raw garlic is going to be quite a bit. I have some toasted pine nuts. They're going to go right into our blender. And last but not least, stuck in there, is our olive oil. So we're going to put all of this into our blender. And we're going to put our lid on it. And a great tip, guys, whenever you're pureeing any sort of green herbs like that, if you want to keep them nice and bright green, put an ice cube in there, believe it or not. The ice cube is actually going to keep those green colors nice and cold because the enemy to keeping anything green is heat. And if it gets too hot because of blending too long, it might turn that army green color, which we don't want. So an ice cube in your blender is going to do two things. Oh, yeah. It's going to keep it nice and bright green. It's also going to help emulsify the pesto. So we're going to put it all in our blender and just kind of blend it up real quick. You get the point, and then when it comes time, it gets all nice and creamy smooth. We're just going to take our last little bit of Parmesan cheese, and we're just going to fold it into this incredible, beautiful green pesto.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
if you
So
go to
now
our
we're going to bring it all together, guys.
Matt, we've got to go, unfortunately. But you've got also on our website some great recipes for what you can do with leftover broccoli and cauliflower as well.
Yum.
Absolutely. Don't waste anything, guys. Use it all up. It is super delicious. Don't waste a thing of it.
I'm sold.
All right, Matt, thank you so much.
Cool. All right,
You
coming
bet,
up
guys.
next.
Great seeing you. Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. Thanks so much, Matt. In this morning's Make Ahead Monday, we have a doubleheader packed with spring veggies. So here to help is host of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America, our friend Chef Ann Burrell. Ann, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for having me, and happy spring.
Happy spring. I love this because I love stew. I love making stew. But I mean, in this time of year, I feel like it's kind of off limits. But you're changing the game here.
Well, I mean, I always love a veggie anytime, and the more I can get the beautiful green spring colors, that's what I'm talking about. So I have a bunch of veggies. I have sugar snap peas, I have asparagus, I have zucchini and escarole. I have some spring onions that I'm sauteing in my pan. And my veggies I've blanched in salted boiling water, and then I am letting them chill out in salty ice water. And then I have the little spring onions that I'm starting to saute in my pan. I'm adding to that some new potatoes, some red bliss potatoes that have been boiled as well. We're just going to get this all sauteed together. So we get the potatoes in there, and then we start adding the veggies.
Why do you like blanching the veggies before instead of just sauteing them with everything?
So I blanch and shock them to get them cooked through, and then you shock them to stop the cooking and set that beautiful green color. And so then when we saute in the pan, it's really just about bringing everything together.
I notice you've
So
got
we
some
get everybody in the
asparagus.
pan.
And,
I love asparagus.
But could you use any grouping of green veggies you wanted?
Anything you want. If you don't like asparagus, skip it. If you're not a sugar snap pea fan, you can skip those too. If you want to use English peas, those work just as well. So I have some zucchini that I'm throwing in there. The zucchini I'm just throwing in. I have not blanched and shocked that. And we just get everybody sauteed together. Right? And then we finish it with a little bit of escarole and throw in a little bit of chicken stock just to get everybody to come together. There we go. All right. We give it a little sprinkle of salt. And just for fun, a little crushed red pepper. I like a little spice in there. And then we finish the whole thing with just a little bit of butter and Parmesan cheese that it kind of helps hold everybody together.
So it's almost like a warm cooked salad.
Yes, exactly. And this is great for things with like grilled chicken or roasted chicken, or if you want to do.
If you've got leftovers, and you say you can turn it into a frittata.
So that's exactly what I did. I took my leftover spring veggie stew and I just beat up about 6 eggs and about a half a cup of Parmesan cheese. I got that all in a pan, finished it in the oven, and then topped it with a little salad and some bread. Wow. And like the whole thing then is like, it could be just a beautiful spring side dish, or it could be a lovely brunch, or like, hors d'oeuvres, that kind of thing. And that's great at room temperature.
Oh, wow. What's the secret to the frittata, not getting the bottom too brown, but making sure the top cooks? I've always had trouble with it.
Right, I know. It's like you start it on the stove, and when you see the eggs start to cook and sort of hold their shape, I just toss the whole pan right in the oven. So about 350 degrees for about 15 minutes, just till the eggs are cooked through, and voila, there you go.
Boom.
So good. I want food back. And thank you so much. That looks delicious.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me. And don't forget to tune in to Worst Cooks on Sunday nights at 9 o'clock.
Absolutely, on the Food Network. And of course, for these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. And we'll be right back.
It is time for Tasty Trends Tuesday, and today's trend, eating less meat. Even if it's just one night a week, a lot of families are trying to help the earth by choosing a more eco-friendly option.
Okay, but we didn't want just any meatless meal on our show, so we called up Stefano Secchi. He's the chef behind one of the hottest restaurants in New York City. I've been, it's delish, Resdora, and we asked him to make us something wonderful. Hey, Stefano.
Look at Stefano.
Hi, guys. I'm excited to be here. How you doing?
Stefano, we like that little snap.
Yeah, you're making us feel like happy. Just showing up.
That's because when like Luca's around, so like the only way to get him out of a complete rage is to dance with him. So after we're done with this segment, I'm going to go dance with him a little bit, and it's going to be great.
Well, and
Luca's my little.
Yeah, your 2-year-old son, and you've been making cooking classes with him, cooking videos.
Yep.
I hear him.
He actually loves it.
We can hear him. We hope he makes a cameo.
Wait, there is Luca. What does he like to cook?
He just loves to eat, really. But yeah, he loves to salt things. It's fantastic. I mean, we're off to a good start. You know?
That's pretty cool.
I think.
All right,
He's
so
actually yelling at me right now.
for those of us who haven't had the privilege of eating at your restaurant, you're about to make us something delicious. Tell us what you're going to make.
Okay, so we always do a seasonally gnocchi, and it's for brunch. We're going to do a pea gnocchi here, and what I've done is I'm just going to take over real quick if you don't mind. What I've done is just taken potatoes, and you always want to have potatoes that are a little bit older, low in moisture, because the idea is to get the moisture out when you're making the gnocchi, so you can add less flour. So what I do is I bake the potatoes off, and you see the steam that's escaping. You want to cut them in half right away, okay? And then you're going to send them through a ricer. I have this ricer that I've had in my family for years from Italy, and I can't get away from it. It's great. And it actually just goes onto a wooden cutting board. And then I take some, you know those frozen peas that you have that you use to, I mean, if you got a headache or like everyone sprains their ankle. Yeah, exactly. So just use one of those if you have frozen fresh peas inside the fridge. What I did is I took like this really beautiful orange egg yolk. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's like dark orange. We get beautiful eggs here from upstate New York.
Wow.
And I actually add them to the peas. Just take an immersion blender, and then you just blend the two together, okay? And then what I've done is I put off to the side some of the pea puree, and that's going to actually get added right inside of the potato, right? So you're going to have like the basis of pea gnocchi. So during the winter time, we did squash. We've done spinach. You want to take, as soon as you've done that, you're going to take just a regular, I think we call this just a plastic bench scraper is what we call it. Yeah, bench scraper at the restaurant. Yeah. So then you want to take that, and you want to take just the flour, and you're going to sift it on top.
And is that just normal flour? Yeah.
We use Dovetail Ditto, but you can use AP flour, absolutely. So you're going to bring the dough together, you sift all the flour on top so you don't have any really lumps, and you're going to bring the dough together with a bench scraper, okay? Slowly like this. So you have the egg yolk in there to help bind it together, and I've got the finished dough right here, okay?
So
I'm going to show you just how we roll out this gnocchi.
Yeah.
That's it?
You guys with me so far?
I know, we were saying
shocked
that it's hard to make homemade pasta, but that looks easy.
So it's potato
Yes.
and flour?
Potato flour, and then just the pea. You don't
peas.
have to use the pea if you don't want.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so now what are we doing with it?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to roll it out into a log. Okay, you want to have the reason why you want to do it on a cutting board is because it may be a little bit wet, and when that happens, if that happens, it adds a little bit of bench flour you have off to the side here, so you can easily get the shape that you're looking for. Okay, so what I'm going to do is
Cut
the
them into
gnocchi.
little gnocchi balls.
Right, and so at the restaurant, we go through so many gnocchis, but we usually have you either use a gnocchi board or just the tines of a fork. Yeah. So dip the fork inside of a little bit of flour. Take that gnocchi. You want to push it down. Okay.
Roll it.
And yeah, we roll it, and you want to have the tines of the fork actually showing. And I've done a few ahead of time for you guys, and I'm going to actually put this right in the boiling salted water. Okay.
Can I ask something?
And we're going to make the sauce.
Did you do the fork thing just for aesthetics so it looks cute? Could you just plop them in if you wanted?
That's actually a great question. So yeah, in many ways, yeah, my nonna used to just cut them like this, and then she used to just put them in the boiling water as is. But you actually have this little indentation when you push it on the tines of the fork that holds onto the sauce really well. So that's why I use the tines of the fork. Anyway, so it's whatever you want to do, or just come to Resdora and we'll make it for you as well. All right, so let me just show you the sauce real quick.
Yeah,
the sauce is going to be. Yeah, so we have a pea puree on the base, but we have just a very, very simple butter, or if you don't want to use butter, you can use extra virgin olive oil. But I have a little bit of butter right here because Emilia Romagna, we use a nice amount of butter. Okay. I have my gnocchi that have just been dropped in. I'm going to make sure that as soon as it starts floating, they're ready to go. But you see that those peas that we used to have in the bag, or we have fresh frozen peas as well, which are really, really nice.
Yeah.
Or just go to the farmer's market across the way and you can get them there too. It's gonna go right inside with the butter, yeah? You guys with me? These are like one of my favorite things. During this whole COVID thing, we've been so excited to have spring come again. I mean, it's just been so exciting. So we're going crazy with the peas. We're going crazy with peas right now. Okay, so if you want to come in here, let me show you the gnocchis are floating right now.
Oh, okay. And they have
I'm
to
gonna
float. That means they're done, and then you just pour them right in that sauce?
Exactly right.
Okay.
Going right inside the sauce right now.
Okay.
So you want to have a little bit of pasta water as well.
Oh, I see how you do
Okay.
that. Uh-huh.
Will you show us that final product?
Oh, that looks yummy.
Right now, you got it.
We wish it was here, is all I can tell you.
I'm going to send some to you, Jenna.
Thank you.
Don't forget about me.
Yes, hold
And you,
on.
Hoda, and you, Hoda. Sorry, of course, both of you, both of you. Of course, both of you. Luca's actually going to try and eat this. Luca, vieni qua. Luca.
Luca, do you want to bite?
Hot Luca.
Okay, so we have the pea puree. We have the fresh pea gnocchi.
Okay. Will you just give us a flash to the camera because we got us.
Because sadly, it's all over.
Yeah,
we want
and
more.
You're a little out of frame, but let's see if we can.
Let's see.
There you go.
Beautiful.
That's a beauty. Tell Luca to blow
My
first.
camera woman's going to fire me after this. She's
All right.
she's not getting it together.
Beautiful.
Delicious. Oh.
Tell her we said thank you.
Yes. And
You got it. Thank you guys so much for having us.
Thanks, guys.
See you soon. And for these
Ciao, ciao.
recipes, head to today.com/food.
Of course, it's Friday. That means it's Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer sharing 2 delicious egg recipes that will have you scrambling to make them this weekend. I'm gonna love it.
Hey guys, I love eggs so much, and I'm excited to share with you 2 healthy, excellent recipes for your weekend brunch plans. First up, a veggie cheese frittata that is packed with the good stuff. I'm starting here with a dozen eggs. The majority are whole eggs, just mixed up right here, but I always like to take a few of the yolks out. Next, I'm adding in a half a cup of light sour cream. I'm all about the herbalicious flavor. You can put in whatever herbs you like. I have here chopped dill and parsley, a 1/4 teaspoon kosher salt, and a little bit of pepper. And I'm just gonna mix this up. And now we are ready to build our frittata. I'm using onions and bell pepper. This is the point where you can make this frittata your own. And it's really important to use an oven-safe skillet because when we make a frittata, it goes from stovetop right into the oven. This will saute over a medium flame for about 5 to 7 minutes. We just want to get the veggies nice and soft and lightly browned. I'm adding in some mushrooms too. I'll let this saute for another 5 to 7 minutes. Sprinkle on top, I have some 2% sharp cheddar cheese. Slowly, I'm gonna pour my egg mixture over the cheese, which is over the vegetables. Many layers of scrumptiousness. And let this sit over the flame for about 3 to 5 minutes. Now I put the remaining cheese on top, and I'm gonna let it sit over the medium flame for about 3 to 5 minutes. I just want these outer edges to slightly firm up and cook, and then I'm gonna transfer it right into the oven set at 350 for about 20 minutes. And here's our masterpiece. Guys, every bite is filled with protein, fiber, and yummy satisfaction. Now we're elevating egg salad to OMG status by giving it a cacio e pepe spin. So here I have a dozen eggs hard-boiled. Some of them are whole, and a few of them I lost the yolks. And I'm just gonna chop them up using my fork. So this is nice and mixed. And now I'm adding in some light mayo. And of course, Parmesan, the star of the show. I'm gonna mix this up. And you'll see it's all coming together, rich and creamy and luxurious. And to add a pop of color and some nutrition, I chopped up a bell pepper and I'm gonna add it right in. But of course, we need the ground black pepper. I tend to put in about 1 teaspoon, but you can continue to sort of add the pepper and taste. I like to enjoy it on a bed of leafy greens, some whole grain crackers, or toast. Guys, this is good. Here's to an extra special weekend.
That looks delicious.
I'm telling you that, and the frittata is just one of the great, because you can take anything that's in the fridge.
Leftovers. I've had like leftover green beans and I've just thrown them in a frittata.
That's really tasty. And that looks terrific. So for more on these recipes, why don't you go to today.com/food.